Yes, believe it or not, Gemma Collins has found a boyfriend. You know what the good news is? He owns a couple of restaurants. So imagine the excitement in Fleet Street and we call it Fleet Street. There's nothing in Fleet Street anymore. And it'll be every time Gemma goes out to eat now, and believe you me, she will be eating, she'll be name-dropping the restaurants. So basically, he just has to pretend he's going out with her, and she gets free food for her and her friends. And that'll be it. I mean, to be honest with you, she didn't know him up until 2 weeks ago. Vogue Williams tipped as the favourite to replace Holly Willoughby. I think not. This is Vogue Williams, who went on Celebrity Mastermind and was so dim, it was almost an embarrassment. You began to wonder whether or not she was in the real world or just in the world of a child. She was even worse than Lydia Dim from Towie, who didn't know the answer to anything. I mean, I'm not at all surprised she couldn't find a boyfriend. Because you couldn't have a conversation with her. It's like having a conversation with Jordan. Jordan on The Chase would, of course, be the gift of all gifts to watch somebody failing miserably. She doesn't know anything. Absolutely nothing at all. I quite like the idea of people arguing about religion earlier on with Matt Stadlen. I quite liked that. It always guaranteed to bring out the worst in people. The people who claim to be religious are the people who seem to have the most chips on their shoulder than anybody else. It's very disappointing. You know, and then deciding who God loves. God loves everybody. He doesn't care who you are, doesn't care whether you're black, white, green, pink, from outer space, E.T., whether you're disabled, gay, he doesn't care. He loves everybody, and yet these people, of course, it's all down to God, and you think, no. It's not all down to God, I'm afraid. Otherwise, you'd have to answer the questions of why do we allow children to die? Why do we have pictures of children being picked up on the beach because they've tried to make it over here? Is there a God? You'd be hard-pushed to try and argue it, wouldn't you? And girls love guys with a strong Yorkshire accent, which pleased the producer no end. He starts going around, aye, why aye, or there's nowt as queer as folk. That's what they say in Yorkshire Dales, you know, because it's all Emmerdale country and stuff like that. You don't talk like that, though. You're Southern Jessie. You're not. You've got a flat cap. No, you haven't. You found one on the bus. And that was it. I went on 2 buses yesterday. It was quite an experience. I loved it. I went out and I thought, I need to get some pants. And so I go to Marks and Spencer's. Luckily, they've restocked in my size, medium. And that's not the waist size, by the way. Anyway, woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Is this programme edgy or is this programme not edgy? And so I bought, and of course the woman looks at me like I'm really balmy, because I bought 10 packs of pants. Because you don't like to run out. Some of them are 2-pack pants, some of them are 5-pack pants. And the 5-pack pants, at the same price as the 2-pack, are just as good. They're quite nice, actually. I'm feeling quite sort of, quite comfy this morning, which is all good news, isn't it? And then the new bought, and they're very comfy. But I thought £2 a pair. That's okay, isn't it? I mean, you can spend some people spend like 30 quid on a pair of pants. And to be honest with you, it's not worth it. It's like 17 quid on a haircut. Who does that, eh? Go on, put your hands up. There you go. Put your hand down again. 17 quid. And I bet you tipped as well. Did you give him 20? Or did you just charge the 17? You thought, I'm not surprised. I'd have thought about it as well. I'd have gone, 17 quid's a lot of money. I mean, I actually don't pay for my haircuts, because I take the girls water and stuff like that. So that's basically, it sort of covers it. And a friend of mine owns the hairdressers, so that's okay. And, but I can't imagine spending 17 quid on I saw a sign outside a ladies' salon the other day, and they were offering cut, colour and shape or something, and it was £95. £95, which seemed an awful lot of money. Ladies spend a fortune, but they like sitting under. My mother used to sit on one of those hair dryers. Remember those things where they pull it? Would you like a cup of tea, Mrs. Eckersley? I'll get you tea now. Do you want a biscuit with that? Of course, you can't have that anymore. They're not allowed to offer you biscuits or tea or a newspaper or magazines. You have to sit there filing your nails. No gossip, no nothing at all. People are socially distancing. But my mother used to sit under this sort of hairdryer in the days when you could, and you'd pull it down, and then her cheeks would get redder and redder. So when she came out of this thing, she looked like she was on fire. Looked like me, because I used to blush. I used to have a really bad problem up until about the age of 17 with blushing. If somebody said to me, "You're going red," it made it even worse. You could cook an egg on my cheeks. It was terrible. And I can remember I worked in this department store, and the bloke who was looking after me there, who I'm still in contact with after all these years, and we worked together for a long time, a guy called Dave Maskell, and he said, let's go up to the the canteen. Well, the canteen was a room the size of these 2 studios, and all the people, and I was new boy. And I've got my little school jacket on. My mother had taken the badge off, my little tie on and everything else. And you sat in chairs all the way around the walls, and I had a cheese roll and a cup of tea. And David sort of chatted away to me, and then somebody said, "Oh, who are you?" And David said, "Oh, this is Stephen." And I was thinking, "Oh God, make them go away! Please make them go away! I don't want to talk to anybody." And then all of a sudden, I started getting really hot, actually. and then Dave said to me, he said, "Oh, you've gone bright red." That made it worse. That made it... all of a sudden, I am glowing like a Belisha beacon, so I had to make an excuse and sort of say, "I just need the toilet quickly." So I even left my cheese roll. Seemed quiet yesterday, Radnor Garden Cafe. Is it closed? No, it's open. Not all the time. Not all the time, but it is open a lot of the time. And Gary says, very annoyed that Matt Stadler was in no rush to keep to time. It's absolutely outrageous. I've done a note. That'll be read out at church later on today, I'm telling you. Matt Stadler took up 2 minutes of Steve Allen's programme. But it's interesting, isn't it? On sort of people who believe in God and people who don't believe in God, and everybody believes in something. Everybody believes in something. You know, it doesn't matter whether it's spacecraft or crop circles or bad haircuts. Everybody believes in something in their life, which I quite like, because I'm not sure what I believe in. I know what you believe in me. Well, you have to believe in me, because if I wasn't here, what would be the point of you? I mean, you'd just be sitting there going, "Okay, what do we do now? Let's play another advert." You know, you have to rely on the presenter. And Corey worked with Andrew Pearce the other day, which he loved. He's very happy there. Got another number in his phone book. That's Andrew Pearce, by the way. And, I mean, I said, "Did you go out for a drink?" He said, "No, he had to go to Birmingham or something." Why? I've got no idea. He could have taken you to Birmingham. You've not been on a train long distance, have you? You could have had a little sleep and then perhaps a croissant or something. Birmingham. I've never been to Birmingham. Never. Is it what? Nice? Oh, right. It's all I know. The only thing we know down here, because we're Southern Jesses, is that it's got the, what do they call the traffic thing? The Birmingham, not Spaghetti Junction. That's right, because it looks like that. And it's got a bull ring, the Birmingham bull ring, I think. And that's all I know. I don't know anything else. Shopping centre. I don't know anything else about Birmingham. I've never been there, never wanted to go there, don't know anybody from there, can't stand the place. Why would I bother with it? It's not of any interest to me. I don't know anybody. I'm not going to go visit anybody. I don't have a job there. So what's the point? I live in London. But I did dream the other night. No, I can't tell you that one. I had another dream as well, which was that the weather's going to get worse. And, you know, I woke up and blow me down, it was worse. My baskets have been twirling around like they're on a Ferris wheel. Seriously, they're drying out in seconds, so I think by week's time the baskets will have to go, which is a bit... Oh, it'll be all right. It's a bit of a disappointment because, you know, I've nurtured them. They're like my babies, and so they won't be there anymore. But actually, all the other things I can go. All the other things I can go with, all the begonias on the wall, they're all fine, and stuff in the pots is great. It's just that the hanging baskets, you water them, you drench them through so they drip. If they drip, you know you've really soaked it. And you have to look underneath the bottom. And you like that. And if it's dripping, then that's okay. And so I do them once, and I go, because I've got 8. And then I have to go back to the beginning and start all over again. I guarantee you, by the time I get home this morning, they'll have dried out again. And it's just, it's like I'm fighting it because I've got to get my hose out. And, you know, it's small, but when it gets going, it's extendable. 150 feet. But when it condenses, you can put it in a little flower pot. It's one of those, they call them an X-hose. There's various rip-offs on the market. And it's really, so I've joined 2 together, two 50 feet ones. And, got a long way to go. Long way to go. And it's fantastic. I mean, if it was a really hot day, you could have yourself a shower at the same time. But it's a good 20 minutes watering. I'll be glad when it bloody finishes, I'll tell you. The moment is, every time I wake up, like I did last night, I went, oh, what have I got to do? Nothing. No. Oh, got to water. They do look pretty, yeah. Yeah, I put them on Twitter, yeah. Well, because people love seeing things like that. And actually, this year I was quite late. Next year I'm doing if I'm lucky enough to live, I'm going to do a different display. Something different, I don't know why. I've had the pots where they've been absolutely overflowing with sort of colour and everything else, and I'm trying to take inspiration from the council. Because they always seem to have nice baskets and everything else. I want to know where they get theirs from, because I think big is better. I think big, yeah. How many of us subscribe to that when we're doing gardening? Come on, we all say exactly the same thing. Now, bad news in the Meghan camp. Unfortunately, the woman who knows very little about anything to do with the royal family has not been told that you do not discuss politics. You are a political person. But, of course, Meghan, who thinks she knows everything, has gone against... I mean, surely even Harry must have been able to say to her, we do not talk politics. If you remember, when Trump came over here, the Queen hosted a banquet, Meghan did a little tantrum. I'm not going to... So she didn't bother going to the banquet. Now she's started openly speaking out against him, which, as far as I'm concerned, she can do what the hell she likes. I'm not remotely bothered by it, except if you're claiming to be a member of the royal family and think you're better than the rest of us, you have to adhere to what they do, which is they never talk politics. The Queen does not talk politics. Even if she hated somebody, which I'm sure she has done on numerous occasions, you never, ever hear it from her. Never ever hear it. So Meghan, of course, has gone against it. Harry, who's turning out to be very weak and ineffective, has done nothing. He should have stopped her. You do not get involved with politics. I don't care who you are, especially if you're a very average little actress. Anyway, apart from that, we can have a nice little programme this morning. We've got some good stories. Adam Woodyat, Ian Beale from EastEnders, left the wife because we wondered why he was taking extended holidays. Zora and I have got bets on, and they've actually said... that he's walked out of his wife. They've been married 22 years. And they always say the same thing. There is nobody else involved. You watch this space. I'm telling you, inside 2 months, Adam Woodyat pictured with some... you can guarantee... Otherwise, why would it finish? You want somebody... and also, he's a bit of a catch. He's only got a fish and chip shop. Come on! He's got a fish and chip shop, and he's always working. That has to be... imagine coming home to a sausage and batter every night. That's the kind of thing that would tempt you, isn't it? Large portion of chips, bit of salt and vinegar, and a large sausage and batter. That would just about... That would make my day. Love make my day. Chris says, hopefully take some more pictures when you're out and about. Yeah, I don't actually... the sort of pictures I take, I don't really sort of do out and about. If I'm out with friends, then there's always pictures of us. So, like it was my friend Danny Milo's birthday the other day. He hit 30. 30. And so I tweeted 30, and I had to do a video message and all that. Well, I didn't have to. They paid. And, because everybody's doing them now. Have you noticed? Every celebrity, no matter how minor they are, they're all doing video messages. So you give me 30 quid, or whatever it is, and I'll then do a message. You say, can you say, hi, this is Steve Allen. I like this hairdresser because look what they did to my friends. And, and that's the kind of thing. When you wash your hair, do you just sort of leave it? It just you don't need to blow dry it, do you? No. So I'll just say, because I blow dry my hair. And, because I've been watching QVC, and they had this thing on the other day. It's this spray. You spray it on, and this woman had really lank hair, and it looked really, really, they'd made her look awful, taking all her makeup off and everything, to make her look even worse. They spray this stuff on, the next minute she's got like a football helmet of hair. It looked fantastic, and I thought, I'm going to get some of that, so I've ordered the spray. Because I've decided if I spray it on, I could sort of probably tease my hair into some sort of shape. And I don't know what sort of shape, but I just fancy the idea of having hair again. Everybody I'm surrounded by has hair, but don't worry. I know what's going to happen in the future. You see, I can guarantee that the next time I see them all, in the afterlife, they won't have any hair. As simple as that. And I will do, we've all done that. I used to run my fingers through my hair and then shake it back like that. I've done it before. I've been there, mate. Been there. Right. We're going to... Apparently, you don't like Birmingham, says Margaret, but it's the home of your beloved Up the Aston. Oh, I know that. And... I don't want to do it right. And it is, I know it's up the Aston. It's just Birmingham itself. I'm not tickety-boo with. You get the drift. Steve Allen's early breakfast. It is nice to have your company this morning, because the weather's been a bit miserable, isn't it? It's not the hot, mind you, to be honest with you. We moaned when it was hot. We moan when it's cold. We moan when it rains. We just moan about it, full stop. Because that's what we do. We're British. We moan. We moan about the weather. We always talk about the weather. What was it like today? Weather was terrible. So what did you do about it? No, dreadful, it rained all day. No, I don't mind it raining all day. I'm really not bothered. It keeps the car clean, saves you having to get the blooming thing washed. But Dom from Moyles' show has been making video messages for people. I know. And and somebody says, I'm sure Chris bought him a professionally made wig last year as well, as though he hated it. It looked really well in it. I see him every day. I see them every day. Every day I go out the studio, Moyles is there. And in fact, Moyles was out with some people the other day. He sent me a text message years and years ago when, I can't remember where the LBC building was. I really can't remember, actually, because I always forget these sort of things. And I, for some reason, and I can't remember how it happened, I was sort of into a band called 49 Scream. And I went about with them. I went to their gigs. I went to all sorts of things. Went to the Rock Garden. Went to all sorts of places, different pubs and things like that. And it was quite exciting actually for a short period of my life. And then Moyles says I'm having a late lunch with a guy who used to manage a band called 49 Scream with his brother. And I mean, I went, that was years ago. I mean, seriously, years ago. It was Nigel and David Strickland. And they used to look after 49 Scream. I don't know whatever happened to them. But I used to go out all the time to go and see them. Isn't it funny? I suppose I became like a bit of a sort of groupie kind of thing, in a strange sort of way. Very odd. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. And Steve and team, good morning. I think for here and after we're known as the Haircut Boys. You know, the groovy gang during the week and the Haircut Boys at the weekend. It's quite nice. It's good. Come on. And it says, hope you're all doing well, having a nice weekend. Talking about beliefs, I believe that life would be even better if Steve Allen did a live show every Saturday too. Well, you can go and eat grass somewhere. There is no chance of doing that. Listen, I'm on 6 days. I'm on 7 days a week. It's just that one of them, I get a little bit of a rest. And Christina. Oh, Christina's a snowflake. Steve Allen is seriously out of date, suggesting Meghan Markle shouldn't comment on politics because of royal duty. They don't have any royal duties. Wake up, she says. It's 2020. Good Lord, I bet you've only just worked that bit out, haven't you? And she says here, what did duty ever do for Princess Diana? Oh, God, one of those people. Diana, she was killed by the establishment, wasn't she? Yeah. They're not allowed to talk about politics, whether you like it or not. I'm afraid you're the one out of step. Completely out of step. Steve, one of your spikers on Facebook shared a clip of Dale's This Is Your Life. It was fabulous. We've all been debating if you were 2 away from Dale on the front row. I can't remember who I was sitting next to, actually. I think I was sitting next to a Capital Radio presenter, Graham Dean. I think I was sitting next to Graham Dean because the thing was, we were supposed to have gone out that night, and he phoned me to say, what did he phone me to say? He said, oh, something's happened. He said, I can't make dinner or whatever. Anyway, because I knew that because we were all waiting for him up at Teddington Studios, and we were all up there, and it was very interesting. They rehearse things. They always sort of go, you know, do you have a story about Dale? I thought, do I have a story about Dale? And we were all on there, but we were all seated. You see, there I am. I think I'm on the right-hand side, and I think I'm the second. I'm pretty certain I'm the second row up. I think so. I think, I can't remember actually. You'll find it. You'll find it on YouTube, and also Fives Company, the interview with sort of Dale, where he sort of started telling my secrets, which I thought was very charming, honestly. But don't worry, we will meet at some point in the future. Somebody says, "Oh, I'm smiling now. You've arrived." Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Really, you don't mean it. I know. It's wind. You've got wind. You know, if you're smiling at this time of the morning, and somebody else says, oh, another one here. A lot of people asking about sort of whether or not you can sort of do an extra day. Listen, I'm the only presenter who does 7 days a week. I have been all my adult life a confirmed atheist. You see, why do people tell you that? Does it make... I mean, I have no idea what the boys' religious beliefs are or beliefs in general. I seriously know nothing about it and really couldn't care less. Couldn't care. It's got nothing to do with me. They might go and worship rabbits or something afterwards. I don't know. I'm trying to think about... Yeah, I mean, it could be anything, couldn't it? You might worship a bar of chocolate. I don't know. Some people find solace in all sorts of strange things. So it doesn't really... If somebody says to me, oh, I'm an atheist, I go, well, good for you. You know, then they'll say, do you have a belief? And I go, yep, certainly do. Might not be what everybody thinks it is, but I like the idea that you have to believe in something. Oh, look, Dawn Neeson's up already. It's only 20 past. What are you doing up at this time of the morning? She had a couple of peaceful pre-dawn hours for writing and Steve Allen's show before Cycle London. You're cycling this morning? There's not a cycle race, is there? Please tell me there's not a cycle race. Please tell me. Is there a cycle race? PSY. Is there a cycle race this morning? Boys will find out if there is. I don't want to get caught up in... I could get caught in London, couldn't I? Stuck. I tell you what, London has become, from about 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, down Pall Mall, it becomes like boy racer time. All these funny little boys with their little souped-up cheap cars, which go like that as they're driving through London. They're very, very annoying. Very annoying. And the whole thing... the whole thing is sort of behind a place where they've been told not to go. So there you go. Somebody says, how dare you diss Birmingham? Royal Sutton Coldfield is actually in Birmingham. It's not Royal Sutton Coldfield, is it? We had somebody from Sutton Coldfield the other day. We thought that was quite funny. And Martin says, I washed my hair with Wash and Go. I now use Mr. Sheen. Yeah. Wash and go. That's what they used to say, isn't it? You know, take 2 bottles into the shower. 7 bottles into the shower. I've got bottles for everything. I've got bottles of... Some people just go and take 1 bottle in and they can use that as a shampoo and an all-over body wash. I've got loads. Loads. Oh, it's postponed. The cyclist for the ultimate 2-day cycle event, Dulux. Dulux? It's 155-mile... That's postponed till next year. May 21... And Trust Dawn. She's probably going on a... She'll be the only one there. She'll be wondering where everybody's got to. Hope it's not the same one, dear. I hope it's not the same one. Also, another... I'm trying to find as many of these as I can. Somebody says, good to hear that you're keeping the pant makers in business. Oh, it's Mr. Neil. He says, love seeing your blooming, beautiful flower display. Very nice. The Tomorite's certainly working. It does work. I don't care what anybody says. I think it's really good. Andy says, I was a guest of Ronnie Scott when he opened his club in Broad Street, Birmingham. It was a great evening. However, lacked the panache and sophisticated patrons in Soho. Met Cleo Lane, John Dankworth and George Melly at his Christmas show. Cleo Lane and John Dankworth used to be regulars at my show. If ever they were in town, they would always come in and see me. Loved Cleo Lane. Loved John Dankworth, but loved Cleo Lane as well. It was so exciting. Nice days when you see. Here we go again at the Prudential Ride. How many of these blooming things are there? There is. So this is another one. This is the My Prudential Ride. Do you know, the entire London is just taken over with cycles, isn't it? And Dawn. Do you know what I saw the other day? The one thing I hate in London, because the mayor has got no power over them whatsoever. There's no insurance. They've got nothing at all, and they rip people off. And this was the Pedalo cars. The Pedalo cars. And you know what's different about them now? They've put engines in them. They don't even bother cycling. That's how much money they're making. And, Christina's going. Well, thank God for that. Goodbye, dear. Saved us having to save you the effort. Only old fool, dear. You. Steve, the only people who complain so much about the weather as the Brits are Brazilians. But they just have all sunshine, don't they? Isn't it coffee and everything? Way down among Brazilian coffee beans grow by the million. I don't like the sun. I know, I don't know why. It's funny, I thought about it the other day, and I thought when I was young, I'd run up and down the beach in Hong Kong, and in Egypt I was constantly playing outside. Now, I can't bear it. But I have made a decision. I made it yesterday, and I'm going to see my godchildren next week. Because they've actually got the parents down there, and they've got 6 acres, room for a pony, or 2, or 6, and loads of lawnmowers. There must have about 20 lawnmowers, and a tractor and all the rest of it. It's all very big, and very impressive. And so I'm going to go down there. So I'll be socially distancing, but I'll go... I've not seen them for nearly 6 months. God, I hope I recognise them. How embarrassing. You walk in and you don't know who they are. And they don't know who I am. And they've said, please don't bring flowers. Which I always used to take flowers down. And I know what I can take down now. Sweets. Big bags of sweets. I've got big bag... Or what, toffees? I could take toffees down, couldn't I? Yep. There's some sweets outside. Have you seen the array of sweets outside? Oh, lots of little sweets for little fingers. And I'm so late. Look at me. So you made me late. We were talking about smells that we like. Please don't write in. Please don't write in with your favourite smells. But we were sort of discussing, which smells we like. And I said, actually, out of all the smells, I do like lime, basil and mandarin. Or there's another Thai mandarin or lime or something from Joe Loves. The other one is Joe Malone, which is Estee Lauder. And then we were talking about different ones. What is it? Corey came up with lavender. And I said, oh, lavender's really a bit old, isn't it? Pine. So you obviously like toilet cleanser or things like that, because that's what pine is. They always use pine for everything. Never use anything else, do they? It's always pine, because it covers a multitude of ills. Love it. But I still like vanilla. I still like vanilla. I think vanilla is just sort of something nice. But then one of the boys went, oh, vanilla, it's a bit too vanilla. And I don't like scent diffusers. I think they're the biggest waste of space in the entire universe. Hate them. Absolutely. I'd never buy one. I have bought them in the past. But I think they're absolute rubbish. I thought these scent diffusers, you get the bottle of the scent, okay, and you get the sticks for putting in it. And I thought, that's it. No. You put the sticks in, it soaks up, then you have to turn them over, and the scent is on the... I thought it sucked it up the straw. It doesn't do anything of the kind. What a swizz that was. And they come all fancy, don't they, for Christmas? Because, I mean, you've got to be thinking about Christmas already. I mean, also, it's Corey's birthday next week. He's going to be older than he is at the moment. And I've already got him a present. Already got him a nice present. He won't use it, but it's a nice present, something to have. You wouldn't guess in a million years. Seriously, I mean, you really wouldn't guess this in a million years. But he was thinking about a shaver. I love the way he sort of dropped a thing like, oh, I think I need a new electric razor. I'm thinking, whistle on, boy. Whistle on. Yeah, well, you are buying them. They're so expensive. They're about £80, £90. I don't know why they're so expensive. But I use electric. I can't use, whatever they call it, razor blades. Really, I cut myself to pieces because my skin is a bit sort of too soft. But that news... on the news about John Lewis and they're dropping the Never Knowingly Undersold. This has been my bugbear for about 40 years because they are knowingly undersold. And how does it work? I don't know if you've ever used it. I've used it a couple of times. So you go into John Lewis, okay, you see something you like. For example, a television. If you find that television cheaper somewhere else... you go in and you say, this television, it's got to be exactly the same. It's really got to be exactly the same. And they will then check it out. And they will then give you the difference. Okay? So that's how it's never knowingly undersold. However, you would have thought once they discovered somebody selling that television at the cheaper price, they would lower their price. No, they don't. Their price stays exactly where it was before. If one of the boys then goes in and goes, I've seen this television here, then they will lower it for you. They don't lower the price, so they know that television is available cheaper elsewhere. Do you understand that? Have I explained this properly? Yeah. So in other words, they'll do it for me, but if you want to buy the same television, you've then got to go and say, oh, well, I found it cheaper. And then they will investigate you, and then they will reduce the price for you. But then the moment you bought your television, up goes the price again. Sorry? Yes. I mean, but it only works for that one customer. And then the price goes up again. So when they say never knowingly undersold, they are knowingly undersold. Because other places, there's loads of discount places, but it's got to be exactly the same item, same code number, same everything, same whatever it is. It's got to be exactly the same. So I'm not at all surprised they're dropping it. Because to be quite honest, I mean, I went there the other day and I bought 2 bottles of Creed Aventus. One for me and one for a friend of mine, Paul Cooper. And it was 500 and something, I can't remember what it was. And they always put them in a bag which has got Creed written on the side so people can see that you bought Creed, which I'm not wild about. Because I always think, if somebody sees a bag with Creed on it, you're kind of like a target. And so I sort of anyway, I did have them because it was quite nice, and I've got about a quarter of my Creed left, and I bring one into work as well, because mostly women say to me, "What's that smell?" And I go, "I'm terribly sorry," and it's because I can't smell it. I've got no idea. People have said it. Luke said to me, "You can always smell when you've been in the lift." Really? I mean, because I can't smell it at all. Perhaps you become immune to it or something, or the smell absorbs into your body. It's Creed. Aventus. It's an aftershave. What do you think it is? Chicken soup. What is it, he says? It's Creed Aventus. Well, I don't know. It's just Creed Aventus. It was made in 1700 and something. I don't know. Let's see, terrible. Steve and Nicholas says, you're so cute bringing the producers presents every day. It's like me when my mum comes to visit. Yeah. Today, they don't really have, they don't really have a great deal of things, but Parma Violets are very popular this morning. That's all I can tell you. Steve, I ate too many wine gums yesterday, and it made me feel sick. Wine gums do make you feel a bit sick. If you have too many, actually. And send my regards to Corey, a great fella. Well, our Corey here? Really? Oh, well, there you go. Apparently, a sophisticated scent, perfect for the modern, discerning gentleman, sensual, audacious and contemporary, this rich and iconic eau de parfum combines tantalising fruity head notes of Calville Blanc apple, blackcurrant, pineapple and Italian bergamot, with a complementary fresh and floral heart of jasmine blossom, birch, juniper berries and patchouli. Rounding off this bold and elegant men's perfume is the woody base notes of oak moss, a touch of vanilla and Creed's signature ingredient, something called ambergris, for the ultimate olfactive experience. What in God's name is that? I don't understand half these words. Whatever it is, it's an aftershave, okay? And it's very nice too. It's very pretentious. It's got everything in it, blackcurrant, pineapple and Italian bergamot. Well, who'd have known? Who would have known that had I just sat in the bath and squeezed a pineapple over my body, I could have had exactly the same effect? Not that I've ever had the strength to squeeze a pineapple over my body, but I mean, if it's on offer, I'm going for it. I don't want to miss out on any of these things. So, Steve, another one here. Have you seen Federico Maran 472, inspired by Creed? It's only 13 quid. Yes, thank you. I always love it when they advertise on television and you watch them on Gem4, you watch the poor old birds on there. And this is very similar to Chanel No. 5. No, it's not. It really isn't. Otherwise they'd be taking it to court. Somebody says, I always deadhead for I water my basket. Saves loads of time sweeping petals up. My hanging basket's full of tumbler tomatoes. Oh, right. Tumbler tomato. It's very easy. Very easy to grow tomatoes in a hanging basket. You just put in a couple of plants and they will hang down. And but I tell you what, next door neighbours, the kids have planted sunflowers. They're like 8 feet tall. They drink water. I went out there this morning and it's keeled over. It's gone all floppy. And I looked at it, I thought, no. You know, when you see something, you think, they're going to come back and think I've killed it. And so I immediately got a bucket of water and emptied a bucket of water into it. Now, unless it's erect when I go home, I'm going to be in the biggest trouble ever. I'm going to have to go and buy another blooming sunflower or something. No, it's not, but they're away at the moment. And so I'm kind of looking after it. But I mean, when I went out there, I nearly went, no! Because it had literally gone so limp. I don't think it's got the strength to, make itself go up again. Very worrying, very worrying. And it was just about to put flowers out. And it's about 10 foot tall. Because these things go forever. Sunflowers. You've seen some of the biggest sunflowers. They're like 30, 40 feet tall. So you can imagine trying to hold it up. I've had to put string around the bloody thing. Oh, it's a pain. It really is. I don't know. I'm just going to have to write a letter to them from the Bahamas and say, I'm terribly sorry I killed your sunflower. And by the way, your tomatoes are looking a bit dodgy as well. I don't know what else to say. I feel a bit guilty. So you bought 2 bottles of Creed, says Sula. What was the story? That was the story. I bought 2 bottles of Creed. And the woman was actually, it was very interesting, because she said to me, would you like a sample? I said, no. I said, I tend not to change aftershaves. So, and so she, oh, no, you must try it. I went, no, I'm fine, really. Another one here. I was deadhead. Peter says Meghan and Harry must be 2 of the most boring people on the planet at a dinner party. Well, I don't know how he's allowed her to get away with what she's got away with, which is dissing Donald Trump. I mean, I don't like the man either. I really don't like. And very interesting, actually, from Paul in Manchester, he said he works in W.H. Smith's up in Manchesterford, and he says we've now flogged 5 copies of that book. The Meghan and What's It one. He says, I can't say that, Paul. I can't say, because they've said they haven't. Because it's very interesting. In that book, there's all sorts of private things that only Harry and Meghan would know, and it's basically how to stab all the people in the royal family in the back without them appearing to be complete and utter numpties and throwing their toys out with the bathwater. And so, because otherwise, if this wasn't true, they'd have been into court immediately. You know, they wouldn't have messed about with anything like that. Right, so... I've got a fashion rip-off. This is adverts that you see in the paper for really enticing clothing. In fact, so enticing that one of the editors of Vogue fell for it. These are cheap clothes from China being flogged from a council house, and people are being ripped off. We'll tell you about that. Plus, welcome to News White. No ethnic minority journalists on the BBC's flagship programme. Hard push to find anybody, aren't you, really? Moira Higgins says watching her boyfriend go off with somebody else was a kick in the teeth. Oh, grow up and get over yourself. Katie Price thinks she's now got an infection with her feet. And, as I said, the BBC are dropping the words television and radio in a bizarre attempt to appeal to a younger audience. I don't think it's going to work, really. I don't see that happening anytime soon. And after a hellish year, more dreary ramblings from the nasty little piece of work that is Roxanne Pallett, the one who lied on television about, he hit me and he did this and that. Turns out she has a bit of a history. Former EastEnders star and huge fan of this programme, Rita Simons, is getting divorced. God blimey, it's like an epidemic. And you wonder why do people stay single? So much easier. So much easier. You know, people start fighting over the cat and things like that. Well, I bought the cat. No, you didn't. I fed the blooming thing every day. And what a whopper. I've got a 16-inch for you, which has got... We've discovered, because I knew you'd know this, I didn't know what it is. The ambergris in Creed, and in fact in lots of things, is whale vomit. And it's worth a fortune. An absolute fortune. People find it in the sea, or on a beach, and it goes for hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's very, very expensive, so that's what they put in. Paul Cooper's not open today, Matthew, only a few days during the week, and somebody says, yeah, a lot of people, somebody says, did you wear blue Stratos back in the day? I did not. I think the first aftershave I bought was Brute, because it was the first really commercially available, you know, aside from things like Old Spice, High Karate, those sort of things, Denim, The Mark of a Man, and the bottle had a zip on the front of it, the actual sort of packaging. It was really good, actually, very good. So 16 inches of burger. So now you try and work out what 16 inches looks like, okay? That is a lot. This is 10,000 calories. Okay, 10,000 calories. In it, 6 pounds of beef, 10 rashers of bacon, 15 slices of cheese, 40 slices of pepperoni, and half a block of halloumi. And to that, they add the chips. That is 10,000 calories. That, to me, sounds like heart attack on a plate. And 60... Nobody can get their mouth that wide, can they? You'd have to take little bites out of it. It would take you forever. It looks quite tall, but it's basically the width. And they had one of these, is it Man versus Food on the television? Have you ever seen this? Where this bloke sits there and they go, you've got to eat this thing, and this is 10 burgers, plus this, and all the rest of it. And he sits there, and these people, and the trick apparently is water. The trick is a glass of water. Every time you take a big mouthful, glass of water. But because I watched him doing it, thinking he's never going to eat this, because eventually you're sort of we've got the strength to eat anything else. So that's what it is, water. What else do we have? Bolton tops the list of the most sleep-deprived places in Britain. I would have thought what was somebody saying the other day? I think there was somebody on the television saying, there was one of the 4 in a bed. You've seen 4 in a bed. This is where people who own bed and breakfast places, bed and breakfast, mind you, and they go round and they all stay in each other's places. Then they mark them. They go under the toilet rim. They do everything. They check the mattress. You know, has it got stains on it? If so, they don't. I mean, seriously, they run their fingers along. I've never been in a hotel room in my life and started running my finger along things to see if there's any dust. I've never done that. Seriously. But one of them, they've all got normal sort of places. There was one in Blackpool, and there was one somewhere else, and there was one in London. And this was one of those places that I think you see down Bayswater. Bayswater Road has got loads of these sort of stucco townhouses which are converted into tourist hotels. This particular one was owned by, well, it might have been owned by two blokes. I couldn't quite work out. One of them didn't like one of the other competitors on there, so perhaps they'll know who they are. And they had the couple go in there, and they go into a room which, I kid you not, was no bigger than the size of these two rooms here. And how much were they charging? Bearing in mind, most of these places are from 50 quid up to about 100 and something. If you get a room at 170, you're looking at super deluxe accommodation. This was a pitifully pathetic bedroom, 340 quid a night. And they went, it's including breakfast. And I thought, it bloody well should be including breakfast. £340 for a night. It was absolutely ridiculous. I looked at it. That is extortionate money, even by London standards. I'd go and pitch a tent up and go and sit by the side of the Thames. 340. When they told us the price, I nearly sort of went, what? How can it be so expensive? Terrible. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Graham says the strong message you're passing on to the neighbours is don't leave things in my hands or you'll return home to find them limp. Well, if I go home and if it's not recovered, I don't know what I'm going to do. I really don't know what I'm going to do. I have to pretend that the bird weed on it or something and it killed it. I don't know what I'm going to do. Very embarrassing. Good to see Barbara was at Dale's This Is Your Life episode, looking glam and happy. Oh, gosh, that was years ago. I can't even remember the year. I can't, but he loved it. In fact, he absolutely loved it. I promise you. So it was one of his happy times. And Anastasia says, I'm also trying to grow a sunflower. The sunflower's a big flop. They just grow. Why can't you have smaller ones? Smaller sunflowers, make it, because not necessarily big is good every time. You know, sometimes if they did smaller ones, I'd be more than happy with that. But God, what a pain this thing is. If it's not recovered when I get home, I'm just going to give up completely. There was a lovely little story. I began to wonder whether we could come up with any more rubbish in the papers, and we found one today. The Jungle's Jake Quickenden, whoever, apparently says he was beaten up by his brother's ghost. He says he got the shock of his life a year after Oliver's death. He says, he actually believes he was beaten up by his brother's ghost. I mean, talk about desperate. God, blimey, honestly. It's the kind of thing that you sort of worry about. He says, my brother always said he'd come back to annoy us. Yeah, well, you're a bit annoying as well, aren't you, Mr. Quickenden? We don't really know what you do. I've got no idea. I mean, were you on a programme, and that was, so I don't know. Harry's 90,000 get out of jail free. This is Harry Maguire, the England star, could face 3 years. To be honest with you, he was on Mykonos. Now, I am old enough to remember when Mykonos was an island full of gay men. Mykonos was the gay place to go to. Everybody went to Mykonos, and then all of a sudden, gays started not going there, and they went to Ibiza and places like that. But it was the gay... Everybody went to Mykonos. It was known for it. Then all of a sudden you started getting the Russian oligarchs turning up in their big yachts because they've run out of places to go to, because there's not many places you can moor some of these tankers that they've got. And so they've got sort of girls cavorting all over the place. Obviously not much good to gay men, which is always interesting. And so then the Russian oligarchs went, and then you had the worst bit, the Love Island rejects. Yes, the Love Island rejects, because Mykonos is phenomenally expensive. I mean, if you're that stupid you want to waste that sort of money, please don't bother. Go somewhere else that's sort of nicer. And then we sort of lost the Love Island people. Where they went to, God alone knows, back to that place that they were from before called Obscurity. And now you've got footballers out there. And you know what footballers are like, earning a small fortune, £200,000-300,000 a week, lots of booze, lots of sort of, everyone's a crowd around the football. Oh, buy me a drink. My name's Poppy. What you do, Poppy? Model, thank you. And I like champagne. Yeah, unfortunately we live on a council estate in Bolton, so there's no chance of ever getting anything like that. And so that's why the whole area has changed completely. Really, I mean, it almost, in a matter of sort of a few short years. And so nobody goes there anymore now, apart from the footballers. And they're just basically entertaining themselves with a few of these girls, I say, who hang around footballers. Harry and Meghan have got a TV plan on racial equality and female empowerment. What a load of old cobblers. I mean, seriously, I ask you. I mean, what possible qualifications has Harry got to talk about anything? Seriously, I mean, come on. They're just going to focus on 2 issues closest to her heart. Oh dear. Obviously Harry is sort of the little... Sit down, Harry. OK, just sit in the corner. We'll come and feed you in a minute. Because it's all about her, which is what we thought it was in the first place. Debbie in Leicester says, I've never been in a John Lewis. Am I missing anything? Well, you should go while they're there. Because, there's not loads of them around now. It's very difficult to keep department stores going. But I quite like it. I quite like it. I go there all the time. I like looking at different things. And I'm a bit of a shopper. Not a shopper in so much as I spend a lot of money. I'm quite a good browser. But I whiz through shops really fast. Mainly because I think it's quite good. And it's very therapeutic. Very therapeutic. I like anything like that. If you could interview any member of the royal family, living or dead, who would it be and what drink would you offer them? Well, I mean, I don't think we need to argue about the drink that would be on offer. It would definitely be Prosecco. An extra dry, I suspect. And who would I want to talk to out of the members of the royal family? I'd like to talk to Lord Mountbatten. That would be a very good one to do. And the Queen Mother. I'd like to have sat down with the Queen Mother and had a good old chat about, how you managed to get the name Queen twice into your title. Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. Nobody else has ever had it in twice. So it'd be those 2, I think. I think it'd be those 2. I can't think of anybody. I mean, obviously there's loads of other people. You'd like to talk to the Queen, but she doesn't sort of do interviews, really. She's, she does. And, I'm more than happy for that. I'm more than happy for her not to do interviews. I think it spoils the royal family. Kerry Katona says she's replaced a drug habit with shopping. No, you haven't, dear. You've replaced your drug habit with getting your kit off and people pay to see your boobs. Which is a bit sad and tragic, isn't it, really? And Beck says, I would say Mykonos is still very gay. The footballers are just trying to keep up and buy into the trend. What, being gay? God, don't tell me they're all gay footballers out there. I couldn't cope with that. That'd be far too much. Far too much. And the Sun, it's Maguire. Mistook undercover PC for Yobs. So it goes on. Becky Vardy set to take part in Dancing on Ice. And, well, we don't know that. It's probably just what she's put out there because she's a bit attention-seeking. So... ITV have made no comment at all. And they're probably going, let's not bother with her. Let's not bother. Maura Higgins has told how watching her ex Curtis move on from her with the dancer was a kick in the teeth. Well, they've probably got a better conversation, dear. I've seen you being interviewed. There's not a lot, is there, going on? Not a lot going on. And he went off with Amber. Much better conversation. That's it. That's why poor old Lydia Dim... She can't find anybody. And Gemma Collins can only find somebody who's got a restaurant who's trying to get publicity for his restaurants. But, I mean, let's not tell her. Polly says, what about Princess Margaret? No, not really. Princess Margaret was a bit of an open book as far as I was concerned. She knew that she was never going to be queen, so she kicked off her heels and she had flings and affairs, and she basically became party girl and seemed to be quite happy doing it. We'll take a short break for the news. It's coming up 6 o'clock. It's Sunday, 23rd of August. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Andrew Castle's going to be here at 7 o'clock this morning. I'll tell you what he's doing in the next part of the programme. All of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. You've got about 3 minutes. Welcome to Sunday, 23rd of August. I mean, this is where, for gardeners, it starts going a bit downhill because the weather's a bit miserable. It's a bit sort of damp. And, I mean, I don't mind the fact that it isn't hot anymore because, to be honest with you, it was so blooming hot. We were longing for the time we could go and sit in a refrigerator, which would be quite nice. But now we've sort of gone on to this, and there's more to come, apparently. Now, if you don't like that kind of weather, there is more of it on the way. So just be warned. Just be warned. Take an umbrella with you. Take a little umbrella. That'd be quite nice. And then you can keep yourself going. There's a little boy here. He's 5. His name is Beau Powell. He's fascinated by road sweepers. He's 5 years old. So what they did, bless them, they brought in some road sweeping machines to show him, and he's now decided he wants to be a street cleaner man. He's only 5, bless him, and they bought him a little high-vis jacket and a broom, which is about as big as he is. And he's sort of sweeping, so because he likes things. I mean, of course, when he gets a bit older, he'll suddenly realise that there are other jobs out there. But no, he's so cute. They had to cancel his planned party due to COVID, so the workers entertained him at his home in Macclesfield, and they brought gifts. What sort of gifts do they bring, I wonder, if you work on the bins? Because normally, every time you see a bin lorry, they used to have a teddy bear strapped to the front of it. They'd found a teddy bear that had been thrown away, and this poor teddy was now held to ransom. And it was like, we got the teddy. And then at Christmas time, they'd have a tree stuck in the cab, which was always was quite funny. A frozen food firm selling unfit products with fiddle date stamps has been fined. Easy Freeze Wholesale serves schools and hotels. Inspectors found a vile odour. Some of the food was 2 years out of date. The firm admitted 12 hygiene charges at Blackpool Magistrates Court. There's a surprise. And the fine, £41,500. That's how bad it was. Disgusting, isn't it? So here it is. Gemma Collins is smiling again. Difficult to tell, really, with all those chins. But anyway, she's found romance with, luckily, he's a millionaire businessman, Nadir Gul. And he actually owns some restaurants. He's asked her out on a date and seems smitten with her. Of course he does. He's trying to get publicity for his restaurants. I mean, come on, let's not be naive about this. And GC, that's what she calls herself, has been telling people he's her dream man. And she finds him drop dead gorgeous. Well, you've got to find somebody, love. At the moment, you're building your own shelf to sit on. It's still early days, but friends are just pleased to see them happy again. So she can see a future. Pals say he made a beeline for her when she visited one of his restaurants earlier this month. So they knew each other from afar. And after Gemma went to eat in one of his restaurants, I bet that was a freebie, Gemma said it felt like fate when they met. Yeah, she can't stop smiling. Well, I bet, dear. Imagine a bloke who actually is interested in you, and he's got restaurants. I mean, that's like the gift from God. The gift that keeps on giving. But as I say, give it 5 minutes. They'll sort of milk it for all the publicity, and then it'll all fizzle out again, and we'll be back where we started, which will be a bit embarrassing. And she'll then be going round saying, he just sort of wanted me for the publicity. Of course he did, dear. Nothing else. It's not going to be sort of, for fun times. To a PC, Andrew Harper's killers plan to write a book about their sickening crime. Albert Bowers and Jesse Cole, both 18, have enlisted the help of an associate in prison. Why? Because they can't read or write. That's where they're coming from. But in their shameless bid to make cash, it could be thwarted. As the law states, any money made will be confiscated. Oh, don't tell them that, please. Let it be a nice surprise for them. But they're now being investigated, aren't they, to find out whether or not they can increase the sentencing. Not long enough. They got... I think actually Andrew Castle was talking about this the other day, because it must have been about 9 o'clock in the morning, because I was going off to a garden centre, and it was very interesting. He was sort of saying two of them got 16 years jail for manslaughter, and they were laughing and smirking in court, and so they're now trying to work out whether or not that was a bit too lenient. But they won't be allowed to write a book. Is this some sort of sick, pathetic story? Of course they're not writing a book. About what? How we thieve. What would the book be called? How we killed a PC. I mean, it was manslaughter. It's plain and simple. But they're now looking at the case again, mainly because his widow is quite offended by it, and everybody else is. 84850. How about interviewing Lazy Fergie? Oh no, I've seen people interviewing Lazy Fergie before. My favourite, I told you, it's the one in Australia, where he's got a copy of her book and they're talking to her, and he asks her a question, and of course, Fergie being a little bit sort of prissy, and that would be a very good description, prissy. She's going, I don't want to talk about that. And he said, well, cripes, it's in your book, I thought, you'd want it. No, I don't want, and then she turns to her assistant, because she's obviously a bit like that. And I think, can we cut this out? And you think, no, they're going to leave all that in, dear. Of course they are. That's the gift of the interview. But, of course, Fergie thought that she was some sort of special sort of person. Unfortunately not. Calimera, Steve from Amorgos. Mykonos seems to be getting all the trash lately. Apparently the GC and Jess Wright have been there recently. Oh, what is that place we don't want to go to, Sophie? You don't want to go anywhere. Any place that lets in, certain down-market members of the sort of reality show fraternity, I'm afraid gets the big no. No. Thank you very much indeed. So the BBC are dropping the words television and radio. How will we know? I mean, how does that work? This is BBC. It doesn't make any sense, does it? They're going to drop it because they think it's going to appeal to a younger audience. I don't think so. Yeah, they're just copying us. We're just LBC. They're BBC Radio 2? Something, I don't know. They had some woman the other day, Zoen Bal, who does some... well, honestly, I've never heard anything like it in my life. Seriously. So who are the people who are going to push out for this morning? Because they're all dropping hints in quite a few of the papers this morning that they think Holly Willoughby is going to be sort of departing somewhere else. She's ditched the agent. She's now managing herself, which means she's saving a bit of cash. And they're now saying there's all sorts of people who could sort of take over from her on the programme. Because the one thing that they don't have on that programme is diversity. So all of a sudden they've had to go diverse and put people on there and go, oh, look, there are people of colour who can present. You know, it's almost patronising. Almost patronising. But they say that her 11-year reign could be coming to a close. I don't think so. I really don't think so. And then they put forward people like Rochelle Humes. Well, I don't think so. You know, you cannot replace Holly Willoughby. Everybody likes her. And I can't tell you what it is, because you cannot put your finger on what makes somebody successful. What is it that sort of makes people endear themselves to her? She's natural, she's pleasant, she's funny, she gets drunk, she sobers up. She's got, you know, she's got the whole package, and she always looks good. She always, no matter what she does, you know, she's a fantasy for many people that I don't know. Many people fancy Holly Willoughby. She's got, I think, 3 children. Is it 3 or 2 or something like that? I can't remember. But she loves her husband, Dan, and it seems to be perfect. Why would she want to go anywhere else? You've got the perfect lifestyle. She works with Pip Schofield. There's no danger of him ever coming on to her, is there? Let's face it. Because he's not interested. And, you know, and it seems to work perfectly well for them. I can't understand why she'd ever want to, you know, go anywhere. Steve, the fellow that Gemma Collins has found love with has only just asked her out. They have not been on a date yet. Oh, they so have, excuse me. She went to his restaurant. She sat at a table and troughed. Of course they've been on a date. Listen, she's found the ultimate. Somebody who actually likes her, which are few and far between, I'm telling you. Few and far between, even though she's got high profile. And all she can talk about, though, herself, is herself. She can't talk about... She has no knowledge of the outside world. And she's coming up to 60. It's really embarrassing. But anyway, so she's got this bloke. He's got a couple of restaurants. He's looking for a bit of free publicity. So it's obviously not sheesh, is it? It can't be sheesh because they get all the coverage. And this bloke's obviously going, I've got restaurants as well, mate. You know, perhaps you know, if I get the GC... But mind you, if you go to any restaurant with the GC sitting in the window, you're going to go somewhere else. You're not going to be going to the same restaurant. You're going to be going, if I eat there, I'm going to end up looking like that. I do not want to go there. So you watch. This will be over and done with by Christmas. Over and done with, because she'll suddenly realise, a bit like Jordan. Jordan, you know, falls in love. Oh, this is the one I'm going to spend the rest of my life with. So far, she said that 8 times. So you have to realise she's got a problem. Okay, and the problem is her. One of her boyfriends, Leandro Pena, actually sort of said she spends all day looking for herself on the internet to see what people are saying about her. That's the insecurity. She doesn't do anything. That's the insecurity. When they did her little programme, you know, the highlight of the day was she went to get her nails done. And she ditches friends like there's no tomorrow. Really, a bit of a shame. Here we go, after a hellish year, the nasty little piece of work that is Roxanne Pallett is telling you about her sort of, how she was horrible to this bloke. In fact, she's done it to a few people on the television, and she sort of claims, oh, I was the most hated person in the country. Unfortunately not, but you were a nasty piece of work. It's as simple as that. She had to go to America and convince some poor bloke that she was worth hanging on to, but no, she tried to ruin somebody's career and life. Not good. Pisces, what star sign are you then, if it's your birthday next week? You're a Virgo. Not for many a year. Your time in the sun has just begun, and already you feel good energy flowing. Any plan is a good one if you really believe in it. Don't waste time on anything less. A gift of food reveals who finds you secretly yummy. God, ghastly. If you're already loved up, try to find some time alone away from outside demands. Ooh, anything you want to tell us? Gift of... No, that's not counted. There's some grapes that were left over, okay? Before I was making some wine yesterday in the old tin bath. And I had some grapes left over, and I thought, I'll give those to Corey. Oh, dear, honestly, dreadful. The Daily Mail. So Boris, Carrie and baby Wilf were sharing a camping holiday until the press found them. And his bodyguards were in the cottage having a whale of a time. And Boris decided to get back to nature. And Anyway, they've now moved out the tent because now the press have discovered, nobody else has discovered them. I mean, it's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? But back to you, that is the problem if you are sort of Prime Minister. I mean, it's his... Do you know, I look at him and I can't believe he's only 56. I'm older than he is. He's 56. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Also, the papers today, the snowflakes triggered by full stops. The humble dot may have been used to end sentences for about the past 2,000 years, but they actually say here, feverish debate broke out on social media last week after writer Rhiannon Coslet tweeted, older people, do you realise that ending a sentence with a full stop comes across as sort of abrupt and unfriendly to younger people? Oh, go away, you dreary little person. How stupid. And she goes, hashtag genuinely curious. So, in other words, if you put a full stop at the end of it, that means that young people think you're unfriendly and abrupt. God in heaven. You lose the will to live, don't you, actually? Some people now, because you have to pander to these sort of people. And so we pandered, and I've decided I don't want to. Also, posing happily for a selfie. Yes, this is in Russia, believe it or not, before he collapsed in a poison attack. Have a cup of tea, comrade. And all of a sudden, he falls ill on the plane. They have to, I mean, put it this way, you start talking against Putin, start worrying. The road is littered with people, unfortunately, like that. So at the moment I think he's in Germany, where they're trying to work out what it is. But he literally collapsed on the flight. The trouble is, Russia is full of these sort of things that they can pop in your tea or in an umbrella, in a needle at the end. You've seen this all the time. Go to Russia, for God's sake, don't do two things. Don't criticise Putin, because he gets really angry, and don't tell him you're gay. They don't like gays either. They beat gays up. They're really... Honestly, why would anybody want to live there? Why would you want to live there? I mean, let's face it, shows how much they love all their past leaders. They've got one of them embalmed, and he's a tourist attraction. You can queue up to go and see Lenin. Here he is, dead Lenin. Fantastic. Unfortunately, of course, he's fallen apart over the years, so what you're looking at is not really Lenin. It's a combination of plaster and Paris and some very heavy makeup. I love the story because it always annoys so many people that the police in Manchester, Greater Manchester, invaded a child's birthday party. A 10-year-old's birthday party. Why? Because the family are stupid. They had 3 different families turning up to this party. They weren't related, and the police have said, I'm sorry, this is out. It's a Swinton householder, believed to be a single mother, holding a party for a 10-year-old daughter. They've given her a 50 quid fine, and they sent everybody home. I mean, what is it about thickos who do not understand that when they bring in a rule about private gatherings, they just think they're exempt from it? And so this woman thought that she was exempt from it. But then a professor at Nottingham University said, have I got this right? Police are actually advertising the fact that they fined somebody for holding a child's birthday. Yes, you read it correctly. Well done, you. A police spokesman said this was one of several breaches of COVID-19 regulations that were publicised to demonstrate the breadth of incident. I think, was it last night, Zora telling me, something like 70 call-outs for the police for parties. There's one party which was held on a boat. This was on a canal boat in East London. They obviously infiltrated it. They were openly chopping up cocaine on the bar and snorting it in front of everybody else. They were doing the laughing gas from the balloons. And then people were selling MDMA, and the dealer putting drugs on a... And I'm thinking to myself, I'm sorry, do these people want to die? Answer quite clearly, yes. Yes, they obviously do. Yes, they do. It's ridiculous, isn't it? You can't... What do you do about things like that? And the answer is, the police have to go round there and fine people. It's the only way. But when you get sort of a 10-year-old, you know, and the mother, who obviously didn't understand what the question was, you know, about sort of bringing down, you know, people so you don't mix with all these different people. And you start thinking, you know, I mean, what point? Small wonder the deaths are on the increase. Beware the fashion rip-offs. British firms, including one based in a Dartford semi, are seducing shoppers with glamorous online adverts and sending them cheap tat made in Chinese sweatshops. And you know they're made in Chinese sweatshops because this favourite city, Guangzhou, comes up again. You go to Amazon, and if it doesn't come on Prime, check where it comes from. Check the delivery date. If it's anything further than 3 weeks, they're coming from China. and this is in Guangdong, and they have addresses and all the rest of it. What you're buying is tat. Check very, very carefully, very carefully. You know, some of these dresses are designed, ladies, to appeal to you. 41% off. You know, used to be £80, now you can get it for £27. People buy it, then they actually get it, and they realise it's tat. It's tat that looks ghastly, it's cheap, it's horrible, it doesn't fit. Some of it is sent from a Kent estate. So they're obviously sort of, you know, the middle person here. So beware the fashion rip-offs. Even the ex-editor of Vogue fell for it. You know, it's crumpled up, cheap, naff stuff, and you can fall for it every single time. So I've always said to you, if you're ordering from Amazon or anywhere on the internet, check the delivery date. That's the clue as to where it's coming from. So in other words, I had some things. I saw some of these, you know, these butterflies, which I have a penchant for at the moment, and it said delivery. I think it was September the 20th, and I thought China. But of course, you know, if you get it and it's not much use to you, you try sending it back. That'll be an interesting one, won't it? Andrew Castle's with you at 7 o'clock this morning, and on his very lively breakfast show, as a senior government official suggests the UK could go into lockdown again if there's a second virus spike. Andrew will be asking, what do you think of the idea? He'll also get the latest as a prominent critic of the Russian president finds himself in a German hospital after seemingly being poisoned. And a look across the pond with a preview of the Republican National Convention, which starts tomorrow. All of that and more with Andrew Castle this morning from 7 on LBC. Steve Allen's early breakfast at the moment, but I forgot. One thing we forgot to do is the weather this morning. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today in London? Oh, of course we got... Every time I turn the volume down. So, wait a minute. Currently cloudy, 16... I should have done it. It's currently cloudy and 16 degrees. Oh, no, that's the wrong accent completely. It's supposed to be American. But anyway, mostly cloudy skies. Chance of rain, 20%. 20% is okay. I don't mind. A little bit of rain. And my friend Ollie, he says, from Guangdong to a Dartford semi, madness. I've been driving in my car. We love Ollie. We've not heard from him for a while, so he's obviously just sobered up, which is good news, isn't it? We're quite pleased about that. Generally takes a bit shorter, but he's managing it. I bet you had a heavy night last night. And, Steve, would you consider a regular Q&A? No. Love the live show last week of the questions. Oh, right, for things like that. Yeah, I don't mind that. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. But we've only ever done one of these virtual shows. We haven't got the go-ahead to do another one just yet. Please don't push me too much at the moment. Also, Steve, we need more police, more jails and tougher fines. That'll sort out the ignorant virus spreaders. See, Alan, that's a brilliant idea, but what would you put this woman in prison? You can't. She's a single mother. She's got to look after a 10-year-old daughter. I mean, obviously the poor daughter doesn't know that mother's not the brightest penny in the box. Steve, captain of the Groovy Gang and the original Spikers group, if the snowflakes are worried about full stops being abrupt, they can't have seen an exclamation mark. Exactly. Steve, if you're against Putin in Russia, take a thermos flask and a packed lunch everywhere you go. Yes, exactly. It's the trouble is that doesn't really help, does it? You buy something that looks sealed, oh, blimey. And, I have injections, which means that there's a needle that penetrates my skin. Although I actually did it quite quickly the other day, because when they first showed me how to inject, they went, just stab yourself. Well, I can't do that. I have to sort of push it in slowly. But I have to find a bit of my leg that's dead in the first place, because we've all got bits of our leg that you don't feel, and it tends to be sort of near the top of your leg. And if a needle goes in there, you don't feel the needle. But if it goes in another part of the leg, like, oh, hurts. And it sometimes goes a bit bubbly as well, because the insulin hasn't actually gone in. It's horrid, isn't it? Honestly, we were upsetting him this morning. We're talking about all sorts of things. You didn't like any of the conversation, did you, Poppet? He gets very worried. It was when we had the trouble with the Marmite and peanut butter. God, blimey. We've had bigger breakdowns since. Anything that involves anything that he doesn't like the sound of, he throws a complete potty training manual out the window. So the scandal hit son Trump. Hopes that cost Joe Biden the presidency. I loved it when people were arguing about Trump, and some people were saying, oh yeah, I think he's really great, and he's really Christian, carries a Bible with him everywhere. Yeah, right, of course he does. And Steve, cracking up about the Putin tales. Well, listen, we have documentary evidence that, if you're Russian and you sort of offend people, doesn't matter which country you're in, people have been known to be sort of taken out. And you think to yourself, it is like a proper James Bond film, only it's real. I remember when somebody was talking about the KGB and, have they got, they were listening into the embassy, which was next door to them. They had all these myriad of, wires that went into walls and all, and you think to yourself, it really is like that. The only one that we'd ever heard of was the bloke who got done on Waterloo Bridge with the umbrella, and somebody followed him and then they stabbed him with the umbrella in his leg. And they went, oh, sorry, he didn't know what it was because it was just a needle, obviously. And then it was within hours he was heading in the wrong direction, I'm afraid. Steve, have you been to Russia? No, I haven't. Not sure I will now. Not sure I will. I love going to Knight Frank, the estate agent's website, and typing in Russia to see what sort of houses are on offer, mainly mafia houses. Today, comrade, we have bowling alley. And they all seem to have bowling alley. This is like the big thing, because they're in the middle, these sort of dachas. They're the most amazing houses, and they cost fortunes. The only people who could possibly do it is people involved in corruption. And they've got, and you've got a swimming pool, but it's lined with gold tiles. It's the ultimate bad taste. The ultimate bad taste. But I love the idea of a bowling alley. But I think David Sullivan has also got a bowling alley in his house, I'm pretty certain. And then I discovered Wixie from EastEnders, ex of EastEnders, went on to Heartbeat and all the rest of it. And he lives in Epping. They were saying the other day, where does he live? And I thought, oh, that's nice. Mind you, I don't know anybody who lives in Epping at the moment, which is a shame. Putin is probably the richest man alive, says David. Well, put it this way, he's sort of roughly the same, isn't he, as Imelda Marcos. That woman and her husband who thieved from the country. And you began to wonder, based on their little measly income, how they managed to thieve so much money. But that's what happens whenever there's money around. Also, there's a couple who set up their own nation in the North Sea. And they saw off invaders with guns and Molotov cocktails. And they're living on a landing platform. Have you seen down, where is it? There's these forts that we've got they were up for sale a short while ago, forts. Have you seen them for sale? They're in the middle of the sea. And one of them is a boutique hotel now. They used to be used during the war. We put anti-aircraft missiles and guns on them and everything else. And a couple of these forts, or three of them, I think, have come up for sale. If you'd won the lottery, you could probably afford to buy them. But you can only get to them by boat. And I quite fancied the idea. I think you just put in fort for sale, and one of them, I think, was a boutique hotel. It's got like 21 bedrooms. Have you never seen them before? Yeah, that's it there. They are £700,000. But that's one that's not been sort of done up properly. But they're huge. I'd be worried it just fell into the sea, but of course it's in the sea and it's resting on the seabed. There's a lot of concrete there. But they were built to last. They really were. The original construction cost of this was £425,000. So, in fact, you're really getting a good, but you've got to go out there by boat. And if you get a rough sea, you might not be able to get back again. And this is a hobby. Type in one hotel fort for sale. Because the hotel fort, really, you want to get away from it all on a holiday. I'll tease it for after the news, shall I? I'll tease it for after. That's what we call it on this programme. Bit of a tease. And we've got the news. Nice heavy company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 26 minutes to 7 is the time. Do you know, I like Kate Humble. I like Kate Humble a lot. She comes over very well for me on the television, but she's laughed off suggestions she's a sex symbol. I just think she's a good presenter. That's what, I like good presenters. I'm not really bothered what people look like. I think it's just a case of if somebody can do the job, and she can do the job. She always looks, she came in here, she was thoroughly, presentable, and she was professional, and I thought, yeah, I like the stuff you do, but I like those sort of programmes, those are the sort of programmes that I watch on the television. Some people I find very irritating. There are a couple of people on the programmes that really drive me completely balmy bonkers, and I don't sort of bother with those, but I think she's great. So the Chief Medical Officer, pupils at greater risk of harm if they don't return to school. Well, they were queuing up the other day, and they will be today in Twickenham. We've got a school outfitter there called Stevenson's, and they were queuing round the block the other day. Obviously, parents going, thank God they're going back to school. in September. And then somebody said, say they don't go back to school. I said, no, they will be. They will be going back to school. It's ridiculous. They're sort of losing, all this valuable information gathering time. What have we got here? Oh, look, British billionaire Alki David has offered Harry and Meghan a foothold into the lucrative hemp farming industry. That'll be absolutely ideal, won't it? He'll love that. The royal couple's Santa Barbara estate sits on land perfectly suitable for cannabis growing. Right. It could net them $3 million a year. Riveting. Member of royal family grows cannabis. You can just see it, can't you, really? Kind of lose the will to live. Interesting. Nick Ferrari doing his column today in the paper. He was the one talking about the migrant crisis. He said they are not all economic migrants. What some of these people are is people who are prepared to do anything to get to this country for the benefits. And so he says we could solve this problem of people coming across the channel quite easily. Move cruise ships sitting off Weymouth to 2 miles off Dover. Anybody caught on the channel is taken there. The claim will be heard and resolved in 4 weeks. No appeals. End of. If unsuccessful, they're deposited back in Calais. He says, once the message reverberates from Sangatte to Syria, you watch the numbers of these poor souls trying to cross the channel drop dramatically. Because we had the other day, didn't we? We had the so-called 16-year-old boy found on the beach, turning out to be 28 years old. And now they say there's a people smuggling crackdown. The UK is the hub for ruthless leaders of trafficking gangs. And they've got people... I mean, what they do is exploit desperation. Patel has stepped up the campaign to kick out foreign criminals. I'm a bit bored with Priti Patel. I'm sorry. I've heard loads of talk about, oh, yes, this and this and this, and we're going to do this, and we're going to try and do... So far, nothing. So far, nothing. I see that the Hammonds have bid a sad farewell to the captain. This is Mindy Hammond. We like the Hammonds. We like them. Have you seen that programme on the television about the Yorkshire farm? Have you seen it? There's this woman with all these children. There's about 9 children, all been born in tractors or something like that. They seem to have the best time ever. It's actually quite a joyous programme. In fact, it's actually a very joyous programme of sort of just ordinary, because when we were little, we loved playing around on farms. I said the other day, nobody ever told us off. Nobody ever said, get off the farm. And these kids have got, bikes and stuff like that. And they seem to be doing it really, really well. It's like Sarah Beanie's family. I like the renovation of the house. And they've got, I think, 1, 2, 3... I think they've got 4 children. My God, they've grown up, honestly. All good-looking. It's a very good-looking family. In fact, it's a sickeningly good-looking family. Because you know what it's like? You sort of go out somewhere with your sort of mum and dad, and then you see another family, and they just look perfect. And you all of a sudden realise that your life isn't perfect anymore, and your family, not as good. But this is a really good-looking family. And good for them, because they worked hard, and they've done everything right. But it's this Yorkshire farm. It's such a pleasing programme. Such a pleasing programme, so give it a whirl. It's on Channel 5, I think. Pixie says, I'm 63 today, so I'm going to send snowflakes into meltdown on Twitter by typing the following. ... That's what I like. And Dean says, I visited a lovely elderly lady called Shirley the other day. She listens to you every morning, so say hello to her. Thank you. Hello, Shirley. Steve, brilliant show. Bradley Walsh lives in Epping, says Garrett. Does he? We like Bradley. We like him. Victor has died. You know who Victor was? The oldest polar bear in Britain. He was living at Yorkshire Wildlife Park, and he had terminal kidney failure and became unexpectedly ill on Friday, so they put him to sleep. Or as we used to say in our house, S-L-E-E-P. You don't like to say it too loud in case the dog hears it. But this one was born in Germany, so he was 22. He fathered 13 cubs, so not like he didn't have a nice time. Not to talk about things like that. Also, anger at the cosmetic surgery cowboys. There are loads of people, and a little bit worrying. Here he is, Sean Connery, at the age of 90? He's never 90. Sean Connery's 90. Is he really? Can't be 90, can he really? But they have a picture of him here standing in a pair of Speedos. Because he used to be a model. You know when you go to these art colleges and they bring in a model. Wait a minute, let's have a look. 1946. He's 89, so give or take. Well, no, 25th of August. So in fact, in 2 days' time, he's 90. Blimey. That's some going, isn't it? I wonder what I'll be like at 90. Very grouchy. Very grouchy, I should imagine. But he used to do art classes. He used to pose as a physique model in a little pair of Speedos. Trying to persuade the team to do that, as usual, for the Christmas card, the annual Christmas card. You know, I think we should do something. You know, we could have Corey dressed up as sort of like a little, one of Santa's helpers under the tree. You know. Well, the presenters would be doing it, but I'd be having the main role as Father Christmas, and you'd just be one of Santa's helpers, perhaps kneeling in front of me with sort of a parcel with a big ribbon on it, as if sort of in homage, or something like that. Connie says, I wish I could be your producer. I'd love to work for you. That would be wonderful. Well, if only. Listen, it's all up for grabs, I'm telling you. I've had more producers. They like working on the programme, I think. You like working on the programme? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Can you try and say it with a little bit more conviction? Okay. Oh, yes, Steve. Really enjoy it. Thank you. You know, otherwise it makes me feel insecure and I get home in a dreadful depressive state. You know, and you know what I'm like when I'm in a depressive state. You know. I couldn't find my shoes this morning. I've just ordered some more pairs of shoes. And I couldn't find them, so I went back onto a pre-order I'd done with Amazon, found them, pre-ordered 2 pairs now. I couldn't find them on the site, though. I don't know whether or not it was something different. But, yeah, a lot of people dream, Connie, of being the producer on this programme. For what reason, I have no idea. I'm as curious as the next person. So, girls love guys with a strong Yorkshire accent. They all they can say is, wow, so, why I pet, you know, and stuff like that, and, where's me rabbit and stuff like that, you know. Let's go up to Dales, yeah, down pit with Canary, you know. It's always we never quite finish words. It's, you know, to this, you know, to Canary in cage. Oh, Canary died, you know. Going down pit, whip it out for walk, you know. It is Billy Elliot round here. It is. Sorry, bread and dripping. If you're lucky. You know, your dad would come home on a Friday and he'd say, here you are, mother. And he'd put his wages on the table. She'd take out what she needed, give him the rest, which wasn't a lot. And he'd then go to the pub. And that's all it was. But I loved Yorkshire. Every time I see Yorkshire on the television, I always think, God, that looks beautiful. It really does. There's some lovely places in this country and we never take full advantage of them. We don't. You know, you have sort of your holiday and we go, oh, let's go and lie on the beach and bake to a crisp, which isn't the most exciting thing. But, you know, if you decided to sort of take a canal boat, or you went to the Yorkshire Dales, or the Yorkshire Moors, or Ilkley Moor Bartat, or anywhere else you want to go to, you know, you can go and mix with real, down-to-earth people, salt of the earth. There they are, pillars of salt. And you can meet them, and you can go to northern towns, and you can have barn cake, and cup of tea, and you can just go and enjoy yourself, and you can have conversation with northern folk, like, and they'll go, where are you from? And we go, I'm from London, and they go, we don't talk to your type, you know, because they think we're all a bit wussy. They think we're wussy down here in London. We probably are, actually. We probably are. They had a house for sale. It was in Yorkshire. I can't remember where it was, and I looked around. This house was beautiful. I mean, it was, and I looked at it, I thought, God, this is amazing. And the couple who were buying it, they'd both been in the Navy. And so they were buying a house together. Well, I mean, they'd obviously been married, they had children. And this house was the most beautiful. And I looked at it, I thought, you try and work out values of places. If you live in London and work in London, and you try and buy a place in London, you know how expensive it is. This house, I looked at it, I'm going, if that was in London, that'd be 1.6 million, easy. £420,000. I mean, seriously, 400... I looked at it and I thought, you'd snap it up with a heartbeat. You'd be going, but the trouble is there's no work up there, is there? Unless you're down to mill, to shop, to whip it, to pit, to barm cake. You know. We love northern people. They're so funny. Many of them become comedians. I suppose you have to, really, otherwise you'd cry. So yeah, to comedian. And I'm trying to think, actually, the most famous northern comedians. Who would they be? People like Jimmy Tarbuck would be classed as a northern comedian. Oh, he's Manchester, isn't he, I think? Lee Mack. Peter Kay, he's Bolton, isn't he? He's Bolton. I don't find him funny at all. I don't know why, actually. It was the only thing I never quite got Peter Kay. I saw him on something, I thought, God, that's irritating. But there again, quite a few people were irritating before. I mean, I'm sort of, perhaps I'm a bit old-fashioned. I like sort of people who are naturally funny, but not funny stupid. You know, Lee Evans sweats a lot. He sweats a lot. I mean, within 10 minutes of being on stage, he's drenched. I've never known anything like it. I thought perhaps he's diabetic, because I used to sweat a lot. Now I'm cool as a cucumber. Yeah, Keith Lemon. So I don't find that sort of... if you were drunk in a pub, you would find that funny. But I just don't get it at all. It's just, if you want to be filthy and rude, I can be filthy and rude. I can tell, jokes about parts of the anatomy. Not this morning, obviously, because it's church time, and we don't do things like that. Down tut pit, tut church, tut barm cake, tut cup of tea. But it's so beautiful up there. It really is. There's certain part. I mean, the Cotswolds are beautiful, really beautiful. There's some beautiful. Do we go there? No. And yet, the moment they show it on the television, we go, "Oh, that's nice," like it's only just appeared. He says, a southerner who knows what a barm cake is. Andy says, Stan Boardman was good. Des O'Connor. Oh, Des. Love Des. He's getting on a bit now. Stan Boardman used to tell jokes about planes and things like that, which we couldn't talk about. You Southern Jessie, says Jane. Thank you. Nobody is funnier than Mickey Flanagan, says Helen. Actually, I've warmed to Mickey Flanagan. I've warmed. Jimmy Tarbuck is most definitely from Liverpool. You forgot about Sir Ken Dodd, says Jonathan. Actually, I didn't forget about Ken Dodd. It's just that... did you ever go to a Ken Dodd show? You would literally have to book a babysitter. You would seriously have to book a babysitter. It was just absolutely unbelievable. They would go forever and a day. There was a tribute to Sean Connery last night on the television. I think I saw a bit of it. I'm pretty certain, because he doesn't have a great reputation. He was the Bond that they thought was the best Bond, which I thought was interesting, because I don't know how you work out which is the best Bond. Steve, I love girls with Yorkshire accents and all British accents. I once knew a beautiful yellow-haired girl from Manchester with a strong accent, and absolutely loved it. I like accents. I'm a bit of a taskmaster when it comes to accents. I love listening to people's accents. I'm always I never know where they're from. I can't work anything out like that at all. I'm terrible. Somebody will do I can do, a Yorkshire accent, I think. And we do Newcastle. But, Brummie is, do you come from Birmingham? Is that a bit like that? Yeah. That's very, thank you. And, I'm here all week. Look, see you back. Yes. Scottish. I always fall down on Scottish because I can't do Scottish. I've always thought I could do. Can you do Scottish? Can you do Scottish? I don't think they talk like that unless they've had a few sherbets. How are you? No, that's Irish, isn't it? How are you? How's your man? Which I love. Which my friend Graham taught me to say that one, which was good. So every time we talked about anybody from Ireland, we'd, how are you? Because I was born on St Patrick's Day, so I feel as though I'm practically there anyway. Although I've never been. I've never been to it. People say you should go there, and I go, yeah, but it does seem to be the drinking culture. Now, I'm not saying I don't enjoy a drink, but I don't enjoy it in sort of crowded company. Do you know what I mean? If I'm going out with friends, like we did the other week, we went out and there were 6 of us, 7 of us, and that's nice. I can cope with that. I can keep up with conversations. If it's a load of people in a bar, I get this cacophony of noise, and I don't enjoy it. Some people do, but I'm not one. I get a bit funny about that, actually. Jimmy Tarbuck, talking of him, he's fighting prostate cancer with help from his pal Tom Jones, because they've been mates for donkey's years. When Jimmy used to host, what was it called? Live from Her Majesty's. That was the show that died on, the magician Tommy Cooper, and Tom Jones would always be a regular on that programme. Did you ever see that, with Tommy Cooper dying on stage? It was Live from Her Majesty's, and he comes on to do his act, and then halfway through the act, he just sort of slumps to the ground, and people in the audience thought it was part of the show, and they didn't realise, and so there was sort of, it went very quiet, then people started laughing, and then they had to go to the interval, and he died. It was as simple as that. But as everybody said, and I know it doesn't sort of give you any joy at all in any way, shape or form, but it's a case of he died doing something he loved doing. He died on the stage. I've always said, what would be your ultimate? To die in the middle of the programme. Not for you, but for me, absolutely. Die doing something you love doing. I mean, that's what it's all about. I'd hate to be sitting at home with a glass of Prosecco in one hand. What a dreadful waste of Prosecco. At least I'm sitting here with a cup of tea, which is quite nice. What was the other one? So Adam Woodyard. I wondered why we couldn't work out actually in the newsroom why Adam Woodyard had booked time off from EastEnders, and then of course it turns out to be this. He's left the wife, and not looking all very promising at the moment. Mel B's ex-husband, not very complimentary about her at all. In fact, he's branded her a crazy alcoholic drug user with a poisoned mind. It sounds like a Boy George song title, doesn't it, really? Church of the Poisoned Mind. The rain and wind set to batter Britain again, so be careful. Kevin the restaurateur says, Steve, bread and dripping, you were lucky. We got a piece of cardboard and leftover chip fat. Oh, dear. Do you know, I can't believe that people used to eat bread and dripping. I really can't. It sounds disgusting, doesn't it? But my mother had a frying pan with dripping in it, and when she would cook the bacon, then the bacon would add a little bit to it. So actually it started tasting quite nice, but we never had bread and dripping. That would, we were never that poor. Never that poor. Also, Russell Crowe, when he was filming Gladiator, I mean, this is such a... I watched it the other day. I went quite off the film. Not that I was ever on it. I was never a sort of a big fan of Russell Crowe's and Gladiator, because I realise now that they use this CGI and green screen and blue screen and everything else. And he said when he was fighting, I think, one of the tigers in it, it turned out that it was a giant cuddly toy. And you think, that kind of spoils it a bit. I wanted it to be a real tiger. Because well, of course you do, don't you? You want to go and make it a bit more edgy. But, a giant cuddly toy does not work for me at all. But there you go. So I think I've covered most of these, actually. Katie Price thinks she's got an infection. She's going to be milking this one for ages. She was the one who stupidly jumped over a wall without knowing what was on the other side of it. A huge drop. So, not the cleverest person. Also, criminals breaking into jails to deliver drugs. It's so easy to get drugs in jails now. They can get telephones. I showed you my little phone, didn't I? Did I show you my little phone? Yes, I think I brought it in a couple of weeks ago. Corey saw it, didn't you? My little phone. Little tiny phone. Did you see my little phone? I found another one the other day. I've had little phones coming out of everything. And another one here. So a lot of people talk about bread and dripping. Also, 6 million people have broken rules by doing what? Their jobs from home whilst on furlough. Because apparently they're not supposed to. Also, by the way, it is safe, I'll reiterate, it is safe to send your kiddies back to school. Please do that. Meghan ignored Camilla's advice on how to be a royal. Meghan had no intention of being a royal. She put no effort into it, did nothing at all. And no buts, B-U-T-T-S, cigarette makers told to clean up the UK's fag ends. They're everywhere. Everywhere you go, fag ends. Because people sort of smoke them and then they just stub... I mean, can't we have sort of proper cigarette bins where you just sort of throw it in there and it holds like 1 million or something like that? Because they're by the side of the road, it's everything. I mean, I'm not being precious because I'm a non-smoker. Because, I was a very heavy smoker, and I probably did exactly the same, but I try and be quite good about it. I mean, when I used to smoke, I was doing 60 a day. Can you imagine if I kept smoking 60 a day, what my voice would be like now? I'll be talking like that. It would have gone completely. But luckily, I'm able to sort of bring light and shade into my voice. That's my gift to the world. And other people could do gymnastics or do a rollover and a jump up or something. Yeah, but not me. But it would be... I'd be sounding like Doc Cotton. Seriously, if I was smoking as many cigarettes as I used to. So it's Harry. He's all over the place. Harry Maguire. Sister stabbed before brawl with cops on Holiday Island, Mykonos. Honestly, I bet they must be regretting the fact that footballers were ever allowed there. The Sunday Express. Top doctors boost Boris school plan. Chief medical officers. Pupils at greater risk of harm if they don't return. So that should be an incentive to kick the little darlings out of the house. Williamson's seaside jaunt and Minister's alpine break days before the exams fiasco, and it was a fiasco. Harry Maguire arrested in Mykonos after he allegedly lashed out in a fury. That's the trouble, isn't it, nowadays? You can never tell what people are going to be like. Harry Maguire could buy his way out of jail in a Greek brawl for about 90 grand, say the Sunday Mirror. And Coronation Street, Sally, I want to be on the cobbles in my 80s. Well, we want you to be there as well. I think that's just about it for today, actually. Oh, apart from Jake Quickendon said he was beaten up by his brother's ghost. Not really. And EastEnders Rita, my secret split from hubby. No secrets, Rita, as you know, my darling. No secrets at all. Listen, thank you very much indeed for your company today. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning provided we don't get too much rain. Doesn't make any difference, does it? But, we'll have a nice thing. Tommy Cooper and Tom Jones used to appear, Conrad, on the show all the time. Tommy Cooper was the one who died halfway through his magic act. Put a tweet out and said, if we don't raise a smile from you this morning, I'll give you your money back. So there you go. Also, the couple turned away by the campsites. They ended up sleeping on their car roof. Oh, well, they didn't sleep inside the car. It didn't make any sense, really. They actually tried various other places. They didn't want them either, so obviously something the matter with them. Steve, chilly, says Shane in Sydney. Well, I saw pictures of Australia. Snow. Australia, snow. You just don't believe it, do you? He said we had a light layering of snow 2 hours away west of Sydney in the Blue Mountains. In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, on the trail of the lonesome pine. Yeah, it's snow in Australia. I don't know why we don't think that sort of places like that ever get snow. India had a blanket of snow a short while ago, and you think, gosh, we didn't get any last year. Well, not that I remember. I mean, out in the countryside. I mean, there's a wallaby here walking on a blanket of snow. We're walking in the snow. We've got people falling over. Tie me kangaroo down. Whoops. There we go. And, of course, the bloke who fell over had to be called Barry. Oh, we've got the winter coat out, have we already? Look at that, honestly. By Jove, honestly. That millet stuff, it lasts well, doesn't it? Very good, I tell you. So, if you're going camping, you can go to Millets. You can buy a tent. You can buy some thick socks and an overcoat to see you through the winter. And all for under 20 quid, which is marvellous value. Marvellous value. Alfie Bow has left his wife. God, it's non-stop at the moment. Everybody's leaving their wives. Can't believe it. You know what it is? Lockdown. That's what it is. Lockdown has made people realise that they absolutely hate their other half. They cannot sort of do it because they're apparently spending too much time with each other, and they don't want to. So they get to the end of sort of semi-lockdown where they're allowed it, and they suddenly think, oh, thank God, I don't want to go back to that. And so they don't. I mean, I think Ian Beale from EastEnders, the real person, 22 years he's been with his wife. She had no inkling whatsoever, which could be the answer to the problem. Because if you don't know why your other half has walked out, you maybe don't have the marriage you thought you had. That's generally how I think it sort of runs, isn't it? It's like, parents, something happens to their child at school, and they go, oh, we had no idea, and you think, so you obviously didn't know your child at all. You're supposed to spot these signs. I mean, Ian Beale, of course, is the most married character in EastEnders. I mean, he's had 5 marriages to 4 women, and he still finds time to run a fish and chip shop. I mean, as I've said, that battered sausage has done the rounds, hasn't it? In there, and a portion of chips. He got married to Cindy, Mel, Laura, and twice to Jane. And there were 2 aborted engagements to Mandy and to Denise. And he's not exactly a looker, is he? Let's face it. If he can pull people, there's hope for everybody. You look at yourself in the mirror, and if you do not see a really stunning, attractive person out there, do not worry. Because Ian Beale's pulled about 5 times. Look at him. Little fat boy. Nothing the matter with being a little fat boy, but I mean, he's hardly the catch of the century, is he, in Easter? There's loads more people who you'd go for before you even looked at him. And some of the birds he's been with are a bit cracking, aren't they? Oh, I tell you, I'm tempted to go down to that place, that Albert Square myself, and have a little look around. There's got to be 1 or 2 down there for me. Unlikely, I think, but you never know. At least you can go down and have a look, can't you? Yeah, Doc Cotton, I'd walk out. Wow, Steve, I don't know. Come on, Doc, come on, put out. Goodness sake, honestly, all this hanging about. But it's funny, isn't it? They often, so all the romantic people, they're never good looking until they sort of rip their shirts off. Luckily, we've never had to put up with that. The very idea that he might want to take his shirt off in EastEnders, it's just not on at all, is it really? So Alfie Bow has left his wife, but he did actually say, I think it was because of lockdown, and people have not coped during lockdown. But, that's the way it is. And who in God's name is DJ Fat Tony? I'm assuming his name's Tony, and he's fat. I can't think of any other reason. He says it was jealousy that drove Harry and Meghan out of this country. Well, there's nothing you can say to that, is there? He also apparently is DJ for the Beckhams. I rest my case. DJ Fat Tony. Who is he? I've never even heard of him. Never even heard of him. And he's spouting his gob off in the papers today. You know, this is why Meghan and Harry aren't here anymore. Harry and Meghan can stay in America as long as they want. Seriously, if they're not strong enough to be a member of the royal family, you know, well, then that's their problem. Also, if you want to forget about your worries and your strife, you need to listen to a happy song. And apparently the happiest song is For All Those Bare Necessities, which means the bare necessity. Forget about your worries and your tribe. Yeah, man. I mean those bare necessities. And that apparently makes you feel happy. I felt thoroughly depressed after that song. I hated it. Baloo. I mean, it really wasn't interesting. They're cartoons. Bring Me Sunshine is a good one. Bring me sunshine in your smile. Bring me laughter all the while. In this... You played Baloo. Oh, lovely. Luke played Baloo in the school play. No makeup. All he did was just take his shirt off and there it was. A complete fur rug. Covered with it. Looked like Christina Onassis. Without the fur coat, he played Baloo. How can a bloke play Baloo? The whole idea is they're cartoon characters. You can't sort of... I mean, didn't you want to be Mowgli? Yeah? No. Did they give you a choice? You got... Yeah, the fat bear. You didn't go running around a field at school, did you, by any chance? You know, have you met Joe before? He used to go running... Well, I say you were running around the field. You didn't actually make it to the running stage. He did these sort of slow amble where the schoolmaster would say, "Come on, Joe!" You know, drag yourself along. Joe's going, "I've got a stitch." He says, "Yeah, but it doesn't matter, come on," you know. He only used to get there so he didn't have to go in the showers first. He could have beaten them, full stop. I mean, like a little exocet on the field. And so you played Baloo. Actually, the funny thing was, it was never one of my favourite films, The Jungle Book. I don't know why, everybody sort of raved about it and they went, "Oh, it's a great film, isn't it?" And I went, "Not really. I don't really have a favourite sort of film like that. One day my prince will come." No, I couldn't think of anything, actually. I couldn't think of it. I mean, out of all the Disney things, I mean, I like Toy Story. I thought that was good. That's apparently another song. You got a friend in me. That's isn't it not Pixar with Disney? Oh, all right. Whatever. Try and show me up on the programme. Honestly, we've only just started. It's only Monday morning and already I'm being embarrassed. Had a lovely day yesterday. Yesterday was a lovely day. Very nice day. Very nice day. I can't remember what I had for tea, though, which doesn't really help, does it? I don't think it was sausages yesterday. No, it wasn't chicken Kiev. No, I haven't had chicken Kiev for a while. Haven't had chicken Kiev for quite a while. I saw somebody making it on the television once. It looked delicious. It absolutely did. Yeah, once. Because you just go and buy them, don't you? You don't have to... Nobody wants to make these things. You have to cut a little pocket in this chicken. Do you think the chicken, when it's walking around in the farm, thinks, "I wonder what will happen to me in the future"? Well, they're going to chop your legs off, chop your head off, and then they're going to sort of shove garlic butter up your bottom. I mean, it's not that exciting, is it, when you think about it? Steve, your Dot Cotton impression almost made me spit my tea out. What other impressions can you do? I'm master of a million voices. That's what they say. Steve Allen. Yeah, I do so many people. So many people. It's almost embarrassing. Get out my pub, Barbara. And, I mean, it's uncanny, isn't it, really? No. Do I have a favourite? Charles was a bit sort of dithery. But my favourite was Michael Crawford. "I've had a bit of trouble." "Come on, Jessica. Little Jessica." Yeah, Christine Blakely. "Hi, you." That's it. That sums up her entire vocabulary. Man of 1,000 voices, every single one sounding like himself. Steve, I'm sat in bed with insomnia, says Amy. Good time to do it. Sit in bed. Why are you sitting in bed with it? So why don't you lie down? Lying down is helpful because that means that you're sort of one step away from sleepy buys, which I think was actually quite good. I've never had insomnia. I've never suffered with insomnia at all. Sickening, isn't it? If you suffer from insomnia, there's nothing worse than hearing somebody on the radio going, "I've never suffered from insomnia." I've never been that sort of person that can't get to sleep. Yesterday I was in bed. I don't know why I went to bed so early. Probably because I had a really busy day. I went to bed at 3:30. And the funny thing was, if you go to bed at 3:30 in the afternoon, which actually doesn't make any difference to me, because it still sound exactly the same on the programme, but when I woke up, it was still light outside, which kind of puts you off a little bit. You go, "Oh my God, it's still light outside." So I then sort of nodded off again, which is very good, actually. So thank God for LBC, says Amy. Can't you get something for you know what the trick of insomnia is? First of all, don't eat before you go to bed. Secondly, don't drink before you go to bed. Don't have coffee before you go to bed. You're supposed to, when you climb into bed at the end of the day, you're supposed to be tired. So if you've had all day where you've just been sitting at home, eating, watching television, smoking, drinking, you're never going to sleep. You're never going to sleep. In theory, you're supposed to go out for a walk or do some sort of exercise during the daytime to get some air in your lungs. And then when you eventually get back home, you will find yourself... I mean, I've nodded off in front of the television on countless occasions. Countless occasions. So never worry about things like that. But if you eat before you go to bed, if you're carrying weight, that's also another problem for sort of... I mean, smoking and carrying weight is a lot of problems for people who are insomniacs. I'm not looking at anybody in particular. I'm just sort of throwing it out there, into the arena of public debate. Oh, by the way, the erectile dysfunction of the sunflowers yesterday, which we had a bit of a problem with. The neighbours' kids have planted these sunflowers, and they're about 10 foot tall. Well, yesterday they're gone. I mean, they were so limp, and so I poured a bucket of water into the pot, thinking, please God, pull yourself back together. Well, blow me down. When I got home yesterday, up it was, rigid in the pot. So I thought, wait a minute, pour some more water on to keep it going. Because these things, I'd forgotten how much they drink. And it's not like they're in a small pot, they're in a big pot. But they drink water like there is no tomorrow. So big drinkers, gin and tonic, whiskey, Dubonnet, Cinzano, Fanta, the whole blooming lot. So before I came out, I gave them another full watering can of water. The tomatoes are so heavy now, they're bowed over because the weight of the tomato... I mean, seriously, it's turning into a nightmare. I'm turning into like a small greengrocer or Greggs. And so I've given the sunflowers some... And it's attempting to form a flower at the top. I thought, because the family are due back today and then they can blooming water them because it's driving me mad. So the sunflowers, yes, did recover. Hey, it's Monday morning, it's Steve Allen's Early Break. Well, I hope you had a good weekend. I mean, I really do hope you had a good weekend, because I keep reading about all these people and all these disasters and people saying, oh, this has gone sort of badly wrong. There's all these people at home, 6 million people who've been furloughed, but they carried on working from home, which apparently you're not supposed to do. I thought, well, what are you supposed to do then? I'm not at all surprised that people get very stressed because they've been stuck at home for any length of time, and that's why all these marriages are splitting up. I think it's because people are spending too much time with each other and they're not enjoying it, because it's different. You get up in the morning. If you're going off to work, then you're getting out the house. You're getting on a train. You might see different people at the railway station or whatever it happens to be, or the bus or something like that. But if you're then stuck at home all day and you've got nowhere to go, and you're with the same people, there is a limit to sort of how much entertainment you can come up with. And if you've got kids as well, the kids are bored. Everybody gets bored. That's the problem. Steve says, Conrad, lockdown has done the opposite. Leonore and I are closer. I don't get people busting up. We're currently both sides of the Atlantic, and that's tougher. But do love the Michael Crawford impersonation. Oh, thank you, Conrad. But for celebrities, perhaps it's different. I don't know. Jedward have made a reappearance. They were complaining about the man who's in the Cause, the Irish singing group, because he's anti-mask. And so Jedward have launched this astonishing attack on him. Jedward are now 28. Mental age about 15, I think, but playing age is sort of 28. And so they've sort of been criticising him, saying, no, you're wrong, you're this. Well, in fact, even stronger language than that, which I cannot tell you about. I told you yesterday, if you were listening to the programme yesterday, and if not, I hope you've podcasted. We do like you podcasting. In fact, it's very easy. You just go to the LBC website. You might be a new listener to the programme thinking, this sounds good. I think I'll podcast this and run it past a lawyer. And you sort of, you go to lbc.co.uk, and then you sort of learn how to podcast. You download the app, then you can download it. It doesn't cost you anything. It's all free. All free. So well worth going to the LBC website. It's all sorts of, you can get pictures of us. Unfortunately, I'm trying to think how old my picture is on the LBC website. Certainly taken a few years ago. I don't know. We haven't done an updated one for some time. This was. I mean, I really can't tell you how many years ago. I know I was done on the same day as Andrew Pearce. You won't hear that said in hushed company. It could have been 6 or 7 years ago, at least. At least we had to go to the other side of London, if I seem to remember. And I was booked... Oh. Yeah. And I was sort of booked in... I mean, I don't know. Do I look completely different from those days? Oh, I do. That's a bit depressing, isn't it? Do I really look different? No. Yeah. It's not, it's just jacket. And in fact, if you turned me round, it's pegged. It's pegged at the back to make the... That's what they do with sort of jackets, to make them look a bit more sort of casual. They did. They actually prompted the blue shirt. I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, it seemed to work, actually. It seemed to work. Look at Tom Swarbrick, honestly. Male model. Eddie Mayer, that's a very telling stance. Is it very serious stance? Have you noticed how many people fold their arms? Fold their arms when they're being photographed? I mean, isn't that amazing? Look, O'Brien does it. I've just got my hands in front of me. Nick's are behind his back. Sheilah's one behind her back and one by the side, very indecisive. And Darren Adam has also got the same thing. Isn't that funny? Look at Tom Swarbrick, honestly. So funny. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Do you know, and well, you won't be at all surprised because it's now been proven, that 1 in 4 child migrants tell lies about their age. Remember we had the boy the other day, they said he was 16, he'd drowned because what he and a friend had done is they'd gone and stolen a little rubber dinghy, like a kid's paddling pool type thing. And they attempted to row across the channel using 2 shovels. Well, the first ship that passed them, they got washed into the sea. One of them died, and the other one made it to the shore. And for some reason, and we still don't know the answer, they were saying he was 16. And it turned out he was 28. Because a lot of them, 1 in 4, tell lies, because they know if they come in as a child, they get treated differently. And we've had people... Well, in fact, Luke told us he had somebody in his class who was purporting to be 16 or something, and turned out to be how old? What was he? 28. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, but then I told you we saw a picture in the Daily Mail of another friend of this boy who claimed to be 16. He looked like a 30-year-old man. There's no way this bloke was 16 at all. They tell lies. People tell lies, and they're not all economic migrants. There's all sorts of people mixed up in there. Some are crooks, some are criminals, some are coming here to do us harm. And there are then the genuine people. But it's like trying to sort out on the streets of London people sitting by a cash point. Do you know if they're genuine or are they a crook? Are they sitting there with a dog because they get extra money because dog lovers go and give them money? We have people. I mean, if you go to Kingston, and Kingston's become quite bad for it, you'll find 4 people along the main drag. They're all from the same Bent family. They've all got the same sign, and they all arrive in a car. And they go and sit there all day, and all they're doing is holding out their hands, as if they were sort of praying or doing something like that. And they're basically people who are there. They're not here to do any good at all. They go homeless and hungry. They look very well fed. Very, very well fed. Because they're part of criminal gangs. It happens in London. You get people say, but how do you work out which one's genuine and which one's not genuine? You don't know. I always love it when you go to a cash point machine, there's always somebody sitting there with a blasted dog on a rug. And the dogs go to sleep with them. They don't go to... It's unbelievable. And they go, have you got any spare change? I thought, I'm standing at a cash point. What do you think? It's going to dispense pound coins or something? No. It dispenses... Well, if you're lucky, if you get a $5 out of one of these things. Very lucky. You can't find a cash point unless it's in a casino that dishes out 50s. In the Hippodrome, it dishes out 50s. You won't find any cash point on the high street that dishes out 50s. It's the one in Marylebone. Is it really? And it dishes out 50s. Wow. Do you have to ask for them or something? Or it just coughs up 50s? How lovely. Oh, do you not like them? Oh. I started a small collection. I've got 2. No holding me back. Steve Allen, the important one when it comes to sort of saving £50 notes. I never thought I'd find myself siding with Jedward, but Jim Core is an absolute plank, Steve. Well, I have to, but I didn't know that Jedward was still around. Still, now they're 28, they're beginning to look a bit nerdy. Mind you, they were a bit nerdy when they were on Big Brother. I mean, they got some very odd things on there. They were doing vajazzling and also really most peculiar, very odd. And I remember, do you remember the time when they represented Ireland for the Eurovision Song Contest? Ireland were horrified how they ever got there. And then they had another, got a lipstick and rodeo. I mean, the trouble is they couldn't sing and they couldn't dance. They couldn't just do anything. They were just irritating. Who's top of the cops? Top of the cops. Joe got it right, first of all, because they've done a list of all the police who they have on the television. And some of them you go, oh, gosh, yes, I remember them. You know, I remember that person, and I'll tell you a bit later on who is number one. The Magic Circle have just done very well. They've just added something to their collection, which, if you go... Oh, and by the way, the Magic Circle will be opening, I think, next month. I think they've decided that they can now open with socially distancing, but they sent me a thing the other day, because they've just acquired a book which is going to go on display in the library, and it's a book you might not have heard of. It was written a long time ago. In fact, it was written, I think, back in 1584, and it's a book called The Discovery of Witchcraft by Reginald Scott. And for 40 years, the Magic Circle have been waiting for this to come back again, and it basically shows you magic tricks, but from the 1500s. So it's a very, very rare book. They go for thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds. I think this one's worth about £10,000. But yes, I mean, it's funny actually, because the oldest trick in the world is the cups and balls. You know, and that's in Scott's Discovery of Witchcraft. And a number of people have actually got copies of it. But to find it now, you don't exactly find it on eBay, put it that way. But it's come back in, and then next month the Magic Circle is opening for business again. So I'm hoping that we can get a Magic Circle Christmas show in. Yeah, because we've done one every year. It'd be awful if we have to miss it this year. Because it's not a huge place, then... you know, I think we might do quite well with that. Well, we'll have to wait and see. What else have I got? I like the idea that Boris Johnson returns to work to take personal charge of getting the kids back to school. I'm telling you, yesterday they were queuing around the block for Stevenson's. It's a school outfitters in Twickenham, and obviously for some reason, all of a sudden they've got to have clothes, and so, but yet you can go to the supermarkets and you could get, what did they say? Was it a complete school outfit for something like a £5? It was something ridiculous. That was for a pair of trousers and 2 shirts. And I remember thinking, good God, who makes these things? And what's the profit margin? Profit margin must be absolutely minuscule. You know, in my day, you'd have to go and get your school uniforms. You've got to have 3 white shirts, 2 pairs of grey trousers, the belt, you've got to get the right shoes, then you've got to get your gym kit, and you've got to get a rugby shirt and a football shirt, and then you've got to have your vests, and I mean, oh, dear me. It was a list as long as your arm, and now they actually sell shirts in packs of 2 and stuff like that. We did have a cap, but I only realised on day one that nobody wore caps to school. Nobody. So I, of course, go down to the bus stop with my cap on, looking like a right little so-and-so. And the bus comes along, and there's all the school kids from my school on there. And I'm the only one wearing a cap, so I quickly sort of took it off. Yeah, secondary school. I mean, I don't know why, because they always sell in the outfit, you know, you need a cap. And so I sort of wore it. Not for very long. Don't want to get taken the mickey out of. Yeah, back to... I remember when my oldest goddaughter, she went to a local school. The school bus came along, and what did she do? She thought she'd be very clever. She went and sat right at the back of the bus. Well, that's where all the rough girls go. So, of course, at the next few bus stops, the back of the bus is filling up. She's like wedged into the corner. She's not having a good time at all. So on day 2, she decided to sit up the front with teacher. It was much better. Terrible. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. 5. Sorry to be so chirpy, but it's Monday morning, and I love a Monday morning. Yeah, I mean, even though I was on yesterday and the day before and the day before and the day before and the day before, I still love a Monday morning. It's good. I have a feeling, actually, that my friend Callum is still producing the breakfast show round the corner. I'm sure he said he was doing 2 weeks, but difficult to tell with him. He wanders. He wanders on some of his things. I'm sure that Callum Hyder said he was going to be... We'll soon know, because there'll be a text that'll come through. Roman's not there, is he? Oh, right, OK. Well, there's a very good chance it would be Callum. Bless him. He's holding out quite well, actually, considering how old he is now. I was quite surprised, actually. I saw him the other day, and I thought, he's still holding out, you know. Still. John Lewis have ditched their slogan. which actually they've had since 1925. This is Never Knowingly Undersold. And as I've pointed out to you on numerous occasions, I used to get really annoyed about this about 10 years ago. Then I kind of sort of grew up a little bit. And it was a case of Never Knowingly Undersold. Well, that's a lie. They were knowingly undersold, but because there's so much competition out there, it's not really worth their while to do it. I mean, I'm sure they must have had a special department. So if you went in there and you said, oh, I'd like to buy that television. How much is that? £640. Well, I've seen the exact same television down the road for £530. They then investigate and they then reduce their television to the price of the television you've just seen. Hence, Never Knowingly Undersold. Unfortunately, the moment you walk out with your television, their price on their television doesn't go down to that price I've just told you. It goes back up to their 640 quid again. So they are knowingly undersold. And I always thought it was a bit of a swizz. You know, surely, somebody's told you that your television is on sale a lot cheaper here. Then, and it's got to be exactly the same in every aspect. But, then you just put the price up. I only ever did it once, and it was such a blooming hassle. I can't tell you. I'm sort of quite grateful when the boss said, we're not going to be doing it anymore. But that's what they made their name on. But they also used to make their name on the fact they were called John Lewis or Waitrose. What are they called now? John Lewis and Partners. And we all hold hands and skip. Yes, we skip as they close yet more branches. And Waitrose and Partners. I mean, I never quite understood, but they then changed all the logos. They put up and Partners and everything else, and I couldn't quite work out what the benefit was. Oh, the Euro Millions jackpot up to tomorrow, £109 million. Don't buy a ticket. I've got the winning ones. Okay, I've had a word, and with sort of the Almighty, and he's spirited numbers down to me. Okay. One of them will be the number 3. Okay, there'll be a 3 in it somewhere. You watch, you'll be coming back to me on Wednesday morning going, Steve, how did you know that? And I go, because I'm psychic. I have the gift of extrasensory perception. I can lay my hands on things and heal them. I'm that good. I mean, admittedly, I cannot raise the dead, but I can bring things back if they've just had a small illness. So the number 3 will feature in that winning lineup of lottery. It'd be so funny if it did, wouldn't it? 33333. It's never likely to be that, is it? Do you know people still buy a lottery ticket number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? And of course there are millions of people who do that, but because there's so many other people, what's the point of doing that? You don't want to share it. You don't want to share the money. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. People think, I mean, you admittedly stand as much chance of them coming up as any of the other numbers. But why would you sort of bother doing that when you might be sharing with sort of 10,000 people, if ever it did come up, and it's never been anywhere near that. But it might. But then you imagine sharing it. Do you remember they used to do bingo games in all the newspapers, and everybody was collecting the bingo cards and crossing off the numbers until the Daily Mail made a big mistake. And they printed the winning numbers on the things, and I think it was 66,000 people phoned up going, I've won. And I thought they all ended up with some tiddly amount, like 10p. I used to give out bingo numbers. Yes, I did. There were so many papers running them. And it became the big thing for Fleet Street. And I think it was Derek Jameson who might have introduced bingo to Fleet Street. And the thing took off. I mean, one of our men on the door in Gough Square, Peter, would sit there with like 20 cards in front of him. The papers would come in and he'd be crossing off the numbers on all the sort of cards to get the thing. But I'm sure, pretty certain, it was the Daily Mail that made a big mistake and the numbers got printed in advance of them being released. And so consequently, loads of people won. Thousands of people won Daily Mail Lotto card. Don't know if that'll come up on Google. Have I ever won a competition? Constantly. Lucky Steve, they call me. Lucky Steve. I have won things before, yeah. Do you know what the first thing I won? I went out with a friend of mine. We went to a Wimpy bar, and you'll laugh at this because I laugh at it myself. And the competition was to win a radio shaped like a hamburger. And the questions were, put in order of preference, what makes a good radio presenter? And so I filled it in with all the bits. And I won. And I got the radio. I was very pleased, actually. I told you Callum was up. He's up already. Honestly. He's morning Lucky Steve, he says. And there's a picture of me wearing a Waitrose outfit. Do you know, Yeah, it's Saturday job. Do you know, actually, I wouldn't have any problem having a Saturday job if only I had the time to do it, or the energy. Thank you, Callum. Wonder what he's going to be wearing today. I wonder what he should... Because the trouble is, it's a bit cold for shorts. Little bit cold, but I bet he's... because, yes, as I said, today, Luke's come in wearing his anorak, and it's lovely. It suits him, really, because I never get tired of seeing it. And here it is again today, because obviously it was a little bit chilly yesterday. See, whereas I didn't come in with any jacket at all, because I decided that, just my Hawaiian-type shirt would do. I told you when I went in to buy this the other day, and I think I've already got it in another colour, and the woman said, if you buy another one, you get it for half price. Whoopie-doo. I said, well, actually, I've already got all the other ones, thank you. I don't want any more. I'm quite happy with this one. And it was £25, which I think is about enough to spend on a shirt. Any more than that, I have spent more on a shirt. But this is it's Marks and Spencer's, because it goes up to my size now. I'm very lucky to be blessed with a wholesome figure. I've filled it up. Might as well see if I get... medium, absolutely. What, you medium or me medium? No, you're not medium, definitely not. Are you still shopping in High and Mighty? Is that still popular? Getting some of those... Yeah, getting some of those fashionable clothes for the fuller figure. Rubenesque, they used to be. It's funny, actually, I can't remember when I started putting on weight. Yesterday, I think. And then somebody said to me, if you do insulin... You are prone to putting on weight. I thought, thank God for another excuse. I was so terribly worried in case there weren't going to be any more excuses, and it was just gluttony. But I'm going to have to explain to my doctor. I have a diabetic doctor. Well, he's not diabetic. He just deals with diabetes people, and I'm going to be shouted at. I know, because my blood sugars went over. But I've started reducing. I'm just going to have to blame it on lockdown. I'm going to have to say, listen, I'm terribly sorry. Lockdown. You do tend to eat because I was bored. When people said you can only go out unless it's absolutely necessary, I just have to start making excuses. And then somebody'd always write in, some snowflake, did you know you're not supposed to be going out? You're a diabetic. The nosy old bag will be sitting on the corner with the curtains twitching, Probably got a dog, or at very least a budgie. I quite like budgies, but have you noticed, did you ever see Bless This... I don't know why I thought about budgies then. Did you ever see Bless This House? It's a comedy series with loads of fantastic people in it. Anyway, including Sid James. But they had a budgie in the kitchen. But it wasn't real. It was in the... Why they never used a real one for the show, I've got no idea. It's a budgie sitting there, and it's obviously stuffed. And it's in the kitchen. So every time they walk into the kitchen in Bless This House, there's this stuffed budgie, which is... Oh, do you want the number again? Oh, here we go. We're never going to get this right. So just bear with us, OK? First number... Thank you. The next one down. Okay. Wait a minute. Then back to the first number again. Then double it. Yes. Then knock one off. Okay. And it is a bit like bingo. And then the last one. Yep. We have to do this, because I don't know why I do this, actually, because it doesn't make any difference at all to you, because you couldn't access my account if you tried. No, I told you, one of the lottery numbers has got a 3 in it. That's all I'm telling you. I don't want to go any further, because I'll be accused of people saying, you're using your witchcraft powers, Steve. Did you ever see Bewitched? Was that before you... Oh. No, not the band Bewitched. What was their big hit single? It was very annoying. C'est la vie. Oh, I'll tell you, they were about as annoying as Bananarama. They were very annoying. Never once did they ever sing live. Never once. Stop right now. Oh, no, that's the Spice Girls. Steve, the Sun printed the wrong numbers. There was around 8 pages of names of the winners. Are you sure it was the Sun? I thought it was I thought it was the Mail. I thought it was the Daily Mail. I'm pretty certain. I can't remember, but I know that they had a few things that had gone wrong. What do you think? Oh, just researching now. Steve, on Rice Match, the item has to be in stock as well as to get the match. Oh, Price Match, do you mean? You just can't spell. Price Match. Yeah, I mean, everything has to be exactly the same. But they'd had it since 1925. There you go. The Sun's Bingo Bungler is dead as 86. Instead of one winner, whether 3,000 readers thought they'd scoop the huge jackpot. I thought there was another one as well. Could be wrong. Interesting how Mr. Maguire, who's apparently a footballing... somebody, he's very well known, the one who's just left Mykonos, come back to this country because the Greek courts offer a great deal now. You can be the biggest crook under the sun, but if you pay them money, they just let you off. But everybody's come out to defend him. They weren't there. They're just all going, he's a great guy. And you think, well, how do you know? You weren't there. You don't know what went on. Goodness sake, honestly. Steve, people who ask you for any spare change don't actually want spare change. They expect at least a fiver or they'll mutter tightwad. Really? Oh, dear. It's not very good, is it, really? I mean, I very rarely give. In fact, almost never give. I don't think you're helping the situation by giving somebody the money who's sitting on a rug with a dog. I don't have change anyway. It's only notes. And I'm blowed if I'm going to be offering notes to people. It'd be followed down the street. That'd be terrible, wouldn't it? So in the papers for today, and I mean, today is as bad, really, as yesterday was. There was not. I mean, there are stories in the papers, but we're not exactly in a bundle of stories. We're still doing Boris. Vital we get the kids back into class, and Kylie is red hot. I think she's something to do with Kylie Jenner, which, I mean, most of you will have no idea. Also, lockdown dogs who are thrown out. People dump dogs. That's how sick we are in this country. Also, Sexy Time is back. What on earth is Sexy Time? Sexy Time. Oh, good Lord. Sacha Baron Cohen, the unfunniest man on the television. He's apparently making a comeback. Oh, dear. I do hope not. I do hope not. Kids paddling pools. Luke? Have been banned from outside homes on an estate as burglars might trip up and hurt themselves. Seriously. Residents on the housing estate were given 24 hours to get rid of the pools from communal lawns. Wait a minute. So, Dassos Christou from Silverhome says, our customer consultation raised concerns around the health and safety risk of leaving paddling pools unattended in communal areas that are used by lots of people. The pool given a 24-hour removal notice was unattended when we found it. Not everybody is happy with the idea of kids playing in a pool outside their home. Honestly, there's always somebody there, isn't there? You know, nick. Want to ruin it. So it's a hazard now. It comes from Silver Homes in Bracknell. Have you been to Bracknell? I rest my case. Also, an author has launched a crowdfunding campaign to settle a long-running legal dispute with Ricky Gervais. We like Ricky Gervais. I'll leave it with them because it's one of those sort of things. I mean, it could cost... Once people go to court, it starts costing you ages for these sort of... You know, it's like, I thought of this song. No, you didn't. I thought of it. No, I thought of this storyline. No, you didn't. I thought of it. And so it goes on backwards, and then you've just got to prove it. And so they take out these sort of court cases, but nobody wins. It's like the Colleen Rooney and Rebecca Vardy, who are sort of going to go to court. Big mistake. Big mistake. The only people who are going to win are going to be the lawyers. Steve, I won $50 the other day on a scratch lottery. The first time in ages. I'm not usually lucky. Yeah, but $50 Australian is, what, about 25, 30 quid? British? I mean, if you've never won anything, it's actually brilliant. It's brilliant. But I mean, to be honest with you, in the big scheme of things, 27 quid. What did I say? 25? Yeah. The story of the lockdown dogs has made me so angry. It's such a shame these people can't be put in the stocks in the high street. Oh, well, don't, for goodness sake, go onto YouTube then. They've got people in America who've left their dogs in cars in blazing sunshine. And then somebody will come out there and smash the windows or do something. And these other people go mad. You go, what are you doing that for? You go, because your dogs are dying in the car, okay? They die. It's as simple as that. You know, people are so stupid. They go, well, they were all right. There was enough air in the car. Are you mad? And the answer is, these people are mad. There were two people shopping in Marks & Spencer's yesterday. Young people. They looked a bit thick. And no masks. Nothing at all. And the girl who was looking after the automatic tills, no mask on either. Which was slightly disturbing as she was bumping into members of the public all over the place. But there you go. Can't have everything, can you? I suppose one of these days we'll get it right. So John Lewis will now sell less women's fashion because they have quite a lot of women's fashion there. They don't know. There is a men's section, but there's not sort of much of it. I think men get a real rough deal in department stores now. There's never exciting things in there. But they want to turn the chain around. And so explaining the change of direction, Chairman Dame Sharon White said shoppers are promiscuous and will buy clothes from TK Maxx, but also Zara and Selfridges, making it more difficult to make a profit. Well, it's finding what people want. That's why poor old Victoria Beckham is failing miserably. She has no idea what people want because, you know, that little shop of hers has never made a penny profit. Never made so far about 45 million in or something ridiculous. So she doesn't know what people want on the high street. What we're looking for is something that feels right, the material's quite nice, and it's at the right price. You know, so the shirt, as I said, I've got on is £25 in Marks and Spencer's. If it said 120 quid, I wouldn't touch it with a barge pole. I really wouldn't. I'm sort of looking for disposable clothing. So you wear something, if all of a sudden it gets dirty or whatever, well, then you can happily throw it away because it hasn't cost you an arm and a leg, has it, really? Other stories, if you want to climb a mountain, I think it's Ben Nevis. You have to book a parking space. Can you imagine? We're going climbing. Oh, right. Have you booked a space? No. Well, you can't climb, I'm afraid. You need to book a park. How long will you gone? Well, I've got no idea. We're climbing a mountain. I don't know. What, a day? Well, a day's $17.50. Okay. You get a discount for the week. Oh, okay. How much? Well, I can do you 20% off if you want to book for the week, because you might fall in a crevasse. Okay, there is that remote possibility, or sort of just not make it. Okay. What do you want? The whole week? Comes with a free cup of coffee. Just take this to your nearest Costa and they will exchange your voucher for a cup of coffee. Also, Maura Higgins spent an evening with Chris Taylor, returned with an overnight bag. Oh, God, how dull. She's about 95 and he's about 12, I think, or something. Ghastly. And The Secret, I never told you, did I? The secret behind David Beckham's good looks are revealed. He wears his wife's makeup. Well, let's face it, somebody's got to, because it ain't selling, is it? She's been on every show you can think of promoting it, and unfortunately people are not buying these ludicrous prices. One of them, a bronzer. Dave says he uses the bronzer. Just come back from holiday in Greece and he uses bronzer. Very inappropriate timing. But nothing that she's got is making any money at the moment. And so he says, I use the How much do you think the bronzer is? 90 quid. £90 for a bronzer. You do better off sticking your head in a bucket full of Bisto. £90. I couldn't believe it myself. I thought that was just a ridiculous amount of money. One of the other ones, a concealer or something like that, a little thing that looks like a glue drop bottle, and it was like 160 quid. Small wonder the stuff doesn't sell. Really. Trump's sister says he's a liar and a phony. Tell us something we don't know. And I did do very well the other day. I was talking about... Oh, blow off, throw me bits of paper. I was talking about a couple of things. First of all, Four in a Bed. And then I was talking about the Yorkshire Farm, which we love. And then I was talking about people who climb buildings. You know, the outside of buildings, but they don't have a rope. They just climb up with their bare hands. No, it's not... abseiling's coming down, you can't abseil up. Okay, you abseil down. But it's people who climb the outside of buildings, like the Shard, and they're clinging on to the outside of the building. You never seen them? It's called... climbing up. Well, it's like I talked about it the other day, saying I used to go sweaty. Have you never seen these? You must have seen these people. No, nothing. They're climbing the outside of a building. Type in Alain Robert, Alain Robert. He has climbed 170 of the world's tallest skyscrapers. Okay. Well, he's a rock climber, but he's not using anything that will help him climb up the outside. He is literally supporting his own weight with his own hands. So there'll be a ledge, he'll put his hands in there, but he's climbing skyscrapers. I mean, it's seriously dangerous. So I mentioned it the other day, saying I get quite weak looking at pictures of people climbing up the outside of buildings. And this guy, Alain Robert, is known as the French Spider-Man. Frankly, I feel ill even looking at a photograph of him climbing up some of these places where he will just he's clinging on with one hand. And there's no safety harness. Look at this. There's no safety harness. There's no nothing. He just I feel ill. It is absolutely unbelievable. He just climbs up the outside, and you think if he falls, look at that. Anyway, so I mentioned him the other day. So I get an email. Somebody said, you mentioned this guy who climbs the glass buildings, Steve. His name is Alain Robert. He's climbed 170 of the world's tallest skyscrapers. I am Alain's long-time global manager. He says he's phenomenal. Ranked in the top 100 athletes of all time alongside Maradona, Jesse Owens, Muhammad Ali. If you ever want to interview him, let me know. This is a guy called Brian. And Brian Newbury is the global manager of the French Spider-Man, Alain Robert. I feel, we were just looking at some pictures a minute ago. Seriously, I went all damp. It's really, it's, I don't know how people do things like that, but I suppose it's having no fear of heights. Because I'm terrified of, I mean, just supposing you slip, or failing that, you're clinging onto a piece of a window, and it comes away in your hand. And you, no! I've seen people climb into caves upside down, to the clinging to the ceiling, like Spider-Man, like this man here, upside down, with his fingers wedged into little crevices and stuff like that. I mean, it's no good for us here, is it? Because we couldn't support our own weight. I bet we couldn't even climb a tree. It would come away immediately. There'd be no chance. I mean, the idea of sitting there, we could be there for weeks, waiting for sort of Luke to actually get himself up onto the first branch. You know, that just would not be, it never happens. Never happened. Me, exactly the same. When I was younger, I could climb trees with ease, and you climb up, and then I used to get to the top and go, I need to come down again, I don't like it. Yeah, I used to get very frightened. But very interesting. Now, Justin, formerly of Dolly Still, I was talking the other day about Four in a Bed. Do you remember I told you about this? There's this couple on Four in a Bed, and they have a sort of bed and breakfast place, and they charge 340 quid for a room smaller than this studio here. Seriously. It was in London somewhere. To be honest with you, I'd have walked straight out. I would never have stayed in a million years in a place that looked that bad. Sorry? You could rent out this studio. Based on what they're doing, this studio is a palace. It was very, very plain, very plain. But everybody likes the episode. Channel 4 puts it on repeatedly, says Justin. He says, my father has a B&B next door. I bet it's a lot cheaper than that pile of old tat that we saw the other day. 340 quid for a bedsit kind of thing. Absolutely ridiculous. I would never spend that sort of money. You know, if you're sort of... what are we looking at? Oh, Laura. Oh, right. Why are we looking at Laura? Oh, Zora. Is she going? Oh, she just sort of popped her head in. Oh, that's sweet. She popped in to make sure we were ready for her. No, we're not. Be with you about 5 past. So we've got loads more of your text and email. But fancy that bloke, the man who climbs up the outside of buildings, and his global manager's listening. Oh, how cool is that? Do you know, I've seen people falling out of aircraft where they're strapped to somebody else, and you're strapped on the front of... Have you seen... No, skydiving. James Corden's doing it. Have you seen James Corden and Tom Cruise? Oh, watch it, because James Corden is obviously petrified, and they take him up in this aircraft, and they strap him to this other person, and then the front of the aircraft opens up, and he's standing there, and he goes... and then they just fall out, and he goes... fairly far, because then they pull the parachutes open, but by God, it was something worth watching, because after about the first couple of minutes, he seemed to quite like it. But at the time, he goes, oh my God. Have you noticed that people stop saying that on television programmes? I've seen loads of people on jewellery channels and things like that going, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We're not allowed to say, oh my... And yet you turn on comedy programmes on the television and they seem to use it all the time. Would you like to interview Kim Woodburn, says Martin? Done it. Been there, bought the T-shirt. With department stores, Steve, I've always wondered why the men's section is always upstairs. Why can't we be on the ground floor? Make the women take the steps, says Anthony. Well, that I've never even thought about. Never even thought about. Actually, in John Lewis in Kingston, the men's is on the ground floor. There's a reason, apparently. Not... Yeah, tell me afternoon. Oh, it's a big secret. We've got a big secret going on. Hooray! Hooray. Might you be thinking about the Hoover holiday competition disaster? No. I don't think I was, anyway. But, I mean, you can't tell when you get to my age. I mean, most definitely, you know. Remember that thing about, you know, the 3 old ladies got locked in the lavatory? Kind of similar situation. So, why are men's clothes always upstairs? You see, in John Lewis, they're not. You go... to the back of John Lewis in Kingston, then you go down the stairs, and that's the men's section. But anyway, that's where they're going wrong, you see. Apparently, the story is that men are usually going in to buy what they want and get out, while women browse a lot. And if they have to go upstairs to browse, they might spend longer and might buy more. Right. So, wait a minute. So, women usually browse a lot, and if they have to go upstairs to browse, they might spend longer and might buy more. But they're downstairs. All right. So, also, usually men never buy anything for their wives, girlfriends, daughters. So it makes no sense for them to have to walk past loads of racks of women's clothing. Whereas women sometimes do buy clothes for men, so it does make sense for them to walk past men's clothes. Well, in fact, if you go to... Marks and Spencer's in Richmond, to get out of the gentleman's section, you have to walk through the bra and underpants section. It's like, couldn't you put it somewhere else? I don't want to. I mean, I feel a bit icky. You know, there'd be women sort of looking at bras and holding up knickers and stuff, and I'm sort of walking through there, you know, I think, oh, God, yes, morning, hello, shop walker. And, terrible, really, isn't it? So that's why. So perhaps that's where John Lewis have gone wrong there with their women's clothing, because they're up the escalator to the first floor, and the men's are down at the back behind the washing machines and everything else. I always thought, though, that it's not really a place you go to for fashion. If you were sort of a fashionista young person around town, you would not be going to John Lewis, TK Maxx, you know, or anyone. I can't remember. Where would you go? Where would you go if you were a fashionista? Charity shops? No, we're on the wrong page completely with that. There are some vintage shops around here, actually, in London. There's some quite nice ones, but you just feel as though you're doing fancy dress, don't you? Buy online, yeah. Well, yeah, ASOS. What was ASOS? I don't know what ASOS is. Oh, right, okay, it's another secret we've got later on for you. Good Lord, 2 secrets in one programme. Honestly, I've never had anything like it before. So, ASOS. But you're right, actually, buying online is... The trouble is, you've got to make sure you know the company that you're buying from to make sure... Because sometimes photographs make stuff look really good. As we discovered the other day, there was a load of women's stuff being advertised online. The women were sending off their money, and it was basically they were getting tat back. It was not, you know... ASOS is a big company. But I would like to see, and I want to feel the quality. I wouldn't. The only thing I've ever bought online is Tommy Bahama shirts from the States, because I know that the quality is particularly good. And I mean it's particularly, even I'm surprised. I've had some of their shirts 10, 12 years, and they look as good now as they did the day I bought them. So, yes, all right. What I want to do, though, is I want to go to Vegas, go to the Tommy Bahama shop, buy up as many as I can buy, because also we're a size down over there. So if you're XXL over here, you're XL in America. Much better. Much better. So you go, I'm a slimmer person, I have lost weight, and they seem to fit all sorts of sizes. So you know, and it's very nice. Very good. Not cheap. You know, you can pay $120, $130 for a Tommy Bahama shirt. Victoria Beckham, I mean, she is seriously just sort of suffering at the moment. I don't know whether or not the shop's even open again. I suppose it must be, but who goes there? I've got no idea. And Stevie just reminded me of the episode of Father Ted when they got trapped in the lingerie section of a store. Yes, I think Dougal was over there, wasn't he? It was all a little bit embarrassing. 2 years ago on YouTube, there was a clip of a building climber who fell to his death. They had a camera placed at the top of the building which showed him missing the last ledge. Well, somebody fell off the Hilton in London some years ago. Do you remember? It was somebody supposed to be doing like a parachute jump. And I don't think it was planned or anything like that. I don't think he had permission to do it. And the parachute didn't open. I seem to remember that from some years ago. Because you get these people... I mean, have you ever seen these people who do these snowboarding things where they're literally jumping off a mountain and it's vertical and they zigzag side to side, because I'm presuming if you went straight down you'd kill yourself, so they zigzag and sort of crisscross the mountain. That frightens the life out of me. All of that sort of stuff does, but I was never meant to be an adventurer or anybody, you know. I mean, my father was a parachutist, and I could never do anything like that. Nothing. I mean, I'd probably be all right getting up there, but then the moment the doors open, I go, I'm sorry, I don't want to go. You look out there, looking out to nothing. They did a thing once, it was a programme about Luton Airport, and it was one of these, you know, fly-on-the-wall things. You know, why can't I get my flight out? You wait till I see Stelios and airline. It was so good, so good. But 2 of the girls there, one of them, they decided to do, I think it was either a bungee jump or something, from a cable car in Austria. So they took them up in the cable car, they were attached with the cables, they opened the door and they both burst into tears because they were so frightened, because they looked down and it was just all forest. And I've never wanted to... Just supposing you bungee jump and they've not worked your weight out, and it goes... As you hit the water, the thing snaps. And you... Because normally you sort of just skim the water with your bum and then up into the air again. You know, why you'd want to ever do that? They do it all the time. I've seen them doing it in Ibiza, but I think you've got to be drunk. And it's like... and you're sort of pulled on this rope, which then catapults you into the air. You get shot up into the air. And I wouldn't want to do that. In Vegas, they used to have a roller coaster going round one of the hotels, and another one where they shot you up to the top of a thing on top of the hotel and then came to, and then you could bungee jump from the hotel. Seriously, I mean, they opened a window and then you just dropped out. No, thank you. Not for me. I want to live a little bit longer. Other stories that are in the papers for today. Ant and Dec will be under attack from angry seagulls at the new I'm a Celebrity haunted castle. All right, let's get this in perspective. They're trying to drum up some interest in a dump of a place in Wales, whereas they've obviously got cheap, and it's falling apart, so they've had to sort of prop it up a bit. Nobody cares whether or not Ant and Dec are under attack from seagulls. Nobody cares about anything, OK? Solved that problem. Apparently, it's constantly under attack from greedy birds. Well, there's nothing to eat up there. It's Wales. OK, the region's been targeted by gulls. Conway Council confirmed we're getting more and more complaints of gulls mugging people. In some cases, this has led to physical injury. It's I'm a Celebrity, get me out of here. They won't have any food. They're mainly... I mean, can't remember who the names are that they put into it. Wasn't one of them Vernon Kay? You know, people have paid to see. Martin Kemp? Martin Kemp? Really? Oh, dear. I don't know why he wants to do that. That would be terrible. Yeah, all these rumours, aren't they? And also, Corrie bosses are celebrating after tying down Daniel Brocklebank in a new contract. Who? I don't know any of these people now. He's apparently a vicar. Daniel Brocklebank. He's a vicar called Billy Mayhew. He's been promised exciting and juicy plots. He's a vicar. Well, vicars have juicy plots. It's a play on words. Other stories which were in the papers for today. The World of Football backed Harry Maguire. He spent 2 nights in a cell for allegedly brawling with cops, but nobody was out there. You know, David Mailer was certain he was innocent. He says, I'm not having for 1 second Harry hit a policeman. I've known him for over 5 years. Richard Keys. Is that the man with the hairiest arms in the entire universe? He literally used to sit there and the hair would grow over his hands. He looked like somebody out of the Addams Family. He shaves them. Well, he'd have to. I've never seen anybody with hands as hairy. Seriously hairy. But he says he was trying to protect his sister. None of these people were there. They're just defending him based on what they know about him, which I suppose is quite plausible, but to be honest with you, if you don't know, there you go. Sports presenter has hair removed after werewolf chants. Oh, right. He's the first one to have makeup to ensure he stands up to the unforgiving scrutiny, because high-def television, I mean, he would sit there and, I mean, you were strangely drawn. In his latest appearance, his hands appeared to be remarkably smooth and bare. It was thought he's had them waxed or lasered. Good Lord. Because it used to go all the way to his knuckles. You've seriously never seen... Have you got a picture of his hairy hands? Try hairy hands. There you go, look. Unbelievable. I mean, seriously, it's like really, really hairy hands. It's just unbelievable, isn't it? Good Lord. That was Andy Gray on the television. Hairy hands. Well... What he? My friend Ian says, never mind Vegas, there's a Tommy Bahama shop near me. We can go there, and then we can go on to the Dallas South Fork Ranch. Have you ever seen Dallas? No. They're way too young round here, Ian. They've never seen anything like... They don't know anything about the poison dwarf, Lucy. They don't know anything about Miss Ellie. They don't know anything about Jock Ewing being killed in the plane crash. They don't know about JR. They don't know about the Bobby in the shower. They don't know anything. Wonder where they've gone to. I wonder where Bobby Ewing is now. Think he's still in the shower? His body must be a terrible state by now. He's been in that shower for donkey's years. Miss Ellie was the hilarious one, though. Oh, hello, Jock, go Miss Ellie. And we're all shouting to the television, he's dead, dear, he died in real life. And she used to say, oh, you'll be back Thursday. And I think, he's dead. Took ages for them to get round to acknowledge the fact that he had actually died. Noah says, have you ever presented your show from abroad? I'm in Leicester Square. Does that count? No, I don't think so. I'm trying to remember. I might have done, but I might not have done. I don't think I have done the show from abroad. I'm trying to think. No, I've never done from the Edinburgh Fringe. Well, that wouldn't be abroad. Honestly, hopeless. He said that I was talking about people climbing up the outside of these buildings. He said, is that abseiling? I said, no, abseiling's coming down. He needs to eat. The trouble is his mind's out dancing. It's wandered off all by itself. So still to come, the films that make you cry and the films that make you feel good. Oh, the Cops as well. I shall tell you all about the Cops and which are your favourites and which aren't. Do they know the Dallas reboot? Do they? No, they don't know anything like. Listen, they don't even know Bewitched, Ian. Seriously, isn't that amazing? He's in Dallas, America, and those texts come backwards and forwards within seconds. I mean, how incredible is that? Do you know? Am I facing the right way? Isn't that the most incredible? He's over there. Thousands of miles away. I send him something, it's almost instantaneous, and then it comes back again, and it's all spelt correctly. You would think in the air it would all be jumbled up, wouldn't it? And then it has to I'm obviously facing the wrong way this morning, I can tell. We're having one of those days. I bumped into my friend Callum. I was quite right. He is wearing shorts today. He is wearing shorts with his baseball cap on backwards. That's why I was late. I wasn't stuck in the toilet at all. I can only tell the truth. 5:15. I can tell we'll never know the end of the story, will we? Never. Just as I'm about to tell the most brilliant story in living memory, we come back onto the programme again. Did you ever watch Brookside? Says no. Yes. I mean, I've seen practically most things. Seriously, I've seen most things. I can't remember everything, but I always remember because it was unusual because they filmed in a close. Because Phil bought all the houses in this new little estate, and one of the houses was the control centre, one was the costume department, one was, makeup and hairdressing, and the other was the actors' resting place. And so they took, and then after the show finished, they then sold all the houses. But they used to feature every week, they would show you the aerial shot, but if they were real houses, they were built, as real houses. So he bought them, then they bought they bought 6 of them, I think. And then sold them all at the end. So, in fact, it actually turned out to be really good. It turned out to be a very good investment. But the programme was brilliant. I got to go out with a few of the cast members from Brookie, they used to call it. I used to like that. So William Shakespeare apparently was bisexual. Researchers who made the bold claim have studied his romantic sonnets and say 27 are addressed to men and 10 to women. So, yeah. I mean, in those days, I to be honest with you, I'm really not too familiar with what went on in those days of Shakespeare. But it was possible, I suppose, for people to sort of swing some roundabouts. There you go. That's the Brookside Close. That's it. 5 houses, I do beg your pardon. Oh, no, I think there's another one on the left. 6. I'm pretty certain there were 6 houses. But they were, I know, and they were used as everything, which is fantastic. Another one, can't stop watch Saving Mr. Banks without blubbing at the end, says John. Oh, grow up, for goodness sake, honestly, how pathetic. Wouldn't find me crying at movies. I watched again, I don't know, I've got to stop doing it, The Amazing Mr. Blunden. If I've watched it once, I've watched it 50 times. I just keep going back onto it again, because I keep thinking, Lynn Fredericks, who played the young girl in it, was a lot older, of course. Steve Love Brookside said Sally. And here we go. Anton Deck and the Giant Seagulls again. Which, I mean, to be honest, who cares? Who cares? Did you hear about this island off Kent called the Island of the Dead? They've been there. What happened years ago was a lot of sailors and people who were being exported to a place of execution drowned at sea, and they got buried on this island in wooden coffins. And over the years, the island has started throwing up, for want of a better description, there you go, Dead Man's Island. And it's leased to 2 people, but it means that all of the bodies have started coming up from the ground again. The floating prisons that were moored in the area about 200 years ago, originally buried in wooden coffins under 6 feet of mud. Coastal erosion means that the mud has now gone and exposed the remains, and they think the bones of about 200 people on this place, which you can see. They actually took a film crew there, and it's also an important nesting and breeding site for birds, which of course it would be, I suppose. But isn't that interesting that all these, the floating prison ships and the people who've been executed were all sort of buried on this island? They thought 6 feet down that'd be fine, of course, without realising 200 years later that it would be basically a lot of bodies all over the place, or bits of bodies, and it would have been men and boys. There, as far as I know, I don't think there were any women at all. So Jedward, John and Edward Grimes. I mean, as far as I don't even know what they're doing at the moment. Who knows? Who cares? And the snow, Struth, mate. We're snowed under. Yep, down under. They've got ice and all sorts of things. And September will be a washout for you, I'm afraid, because it's vortex, which is going to storm into the UK. I mean, but I don't mind. Does it really make any difference? You're not going to sort of lose sleep over it, are you? I hope not, anyway. I do hope not. More of your texts and emails that came in. So we've done the French Spider-Man, Alain Robert, which frankly still frightens the life out of me. I couldn't even do that. And Noreen says, I'm glad you liked Yorkshire Farm. We love it. 9 children. They're all able to do jobs around the farm. We really enjoyed Emmy, 4, who can round sheep up, anything. Sadly, it's the last one this week. Hopefully it'll be back soon. Well, it's a bit of normality. I'd love to have grown up on a farm. I really would have done. Thomas in Edinburgh says, have you seen the Twitter and Instagram accounts for Karen called Karen's Gone Wild? I didn't realise the scale of the issue until you were pointing at the daily new cases in Costco. Oh, dreadful people. Absolutely vile. One woman, and mainly it appears to be racist. Out and out racist. There was one in this country. Somebody posted one the other day, and it's a woman on a bike. And she's got the usual helmet on, you know, neck, 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 neck. And there's a young black man who is emptying his car out. She thinks he's stealing. So I'm going to call the police, and he starts being very abusive to us, basically saying it to off. And he said, you're a racist. He said, you're a racist. He said, it's my car. I live here, okay? I live here. And she's going, well, we've had a lot of spate of car break... you're a racist woman. And I was watching that the other day. Peter Noon. Remember Peter... Oh, you won't know Peter Noon at all, will you? Do you know Peter Noon? Herman's Hermits, well done. You won't know Herman's Hermits, will you? No milk today, my lover's gone away. The company was gay, tonight and today. As music... No. God knows what sort of music you ever listen to. But anyway, 2 of my favourite songs. A couple of pictures, which Noreen sent me, of Wayne Fontana and Peter Noon. No Milk Today and Pamela, Pamela. Pamela, Pamela, remember that... You remember that song? How come you remember that if you don't remember No Milk Today? No Milk Today was bigger. No Milk Today was bigger. Yeah. Woke up this morning feeling fine. I think I'm quite a good singer. Do you not think? I tell you, I'm very musical at this time of the morning. I did say if you didn't find a smile on the programme, we'd give you your money back. I've decided I'm not giving money back at all to nobody. So thank you, Noreen, very much indeed. I trust you're all well. I'm still waiting for all these restaurants to open. We're still, you know, we haven't returned to normal, except in, was it Manchester the other day or Birmingham, where they closed down so many street parties? Are these people thick? Answer, yes, of course they are. Have you met the actor Hugh Grant? Of course. No, I'm Steve Allen. Of course I've met Hugh Grant. But you won't believe who I met shopping in Waitrose the other day. I was sort of wandering around, pushing my little trolley. I bought some meatballs. Oh, that's what I had yesterday. I couldn't remember what I'd had to eat. Meatballs. And why not? It's my life. And so I have meatballs with onion and sweet corn. I picked up there must be a shortage of sweet corn. I picked the last tin of sweet corn up off the shelf. Ho, 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 green giant. And it was a big tin, because I've got an appetite. And, yeah, and I'm pushing my sort of trolley about, which actually wasn't a trolley, it's a basket. I was just holding it to the level, so it could have been on wheels. And I saw this sort of bloke, and I thought, he's shoplifting. I was totally convinced. I was watching him like a hawk. And I looked, and I suddenly realised I knew him. Nick Ferrari. And I was thinking to myself, good, of all the people to bump into in all of the places, you go into a supermarket, and there he is in his shorts with his flip-flops on, the bandana around the head, the dark glasses, but I knew him. I think he's still hankering. Well, I didn't see what he was buying. They did have a trolley between the two of them, and there was tons of stuff in it. Tons of stuff. Because I only just had a little basket. There wasn't very much stuff in my thing. Apart from the meatballs, the tin of sweet corn. I wonder if there's a shortage of sweet corn. Can't be, can there, really? There's loads of corn on the cob, but I just prefer it in the tin. I've forgotten how much I like sweet corn. It was really, really nice. Very, very nice. And, what? What's the matter now? What? Oh, good Lord, you said something. Something important? Yes. Oh, really? There was a shortage of sweet corn. Oh, there you go. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to be careful. Please don't start going out and buying it. I don't want to be accused of starting a bit of a riot on these sweet corn. But it did amaze me that there was only the one tin there, so I grabbed it with both hands. I thought, you're not having that. Time to hop it. That's the snow that they've had. 3.5 feet of snow in alpine regions. Unbelievable. Also, the last fight of the proms. The BBC's being urged to drop Rule Britannia and Land of Hope and Glory from last night at the proms in light of the Black Lives Matter movement. Apparently, the lyrics of the songs, sung every year by Union flag-waving audiences at the Albert Hall, have been blasted as nationalistic and embarrassing. I mean, Piers Morgan, quite rightly, said the acting is ridiculous. I bet you Nick Ferrari talks about this morning. This would be just the sort of thing. Councillor Susan Hall, leader of the Greater London Council Authority, says potentially ditching the songs due to a perceived association with colonialism and slavery was nonsense. Trade Minister Ranil Jayawardena says this is a chance for BBC bosses to prove they've ventured outside the M25. I think not. Thank you very much indeed. In light of the British involvement with the slave trade, some lyrics to Rule Britannia, a James Thompson poem set to music by Thomas Arne in 1740, have been deemed problematic. My God, you're going to go outside your front door very shortly. Dreadful. It's interesting that Jan Young, head of BBC Music TV Commissioning, said issues around how many instruments can perform may mean Rule Britannia is out. There may be problems performing Auld Lang Syne because I saw something the other day. What did I see? Was it motor racing? There was nobody in the stands. Bit of a pointless exercise. What's the point of doing something? Football, exactly. But who cares? I mean, nobody watches football anyway. Watched by morons, isn't it? Oh, football. I mean, apart from Up the Aston, which we're big fans of, as you know. Up the Aston. Whee! 54 today, says John in Cambridge. Shane says, I always start blubbing when I watch Steel Magnolias. Yes, I can understand that. It's got a very sad bit in it. The best bit, though, in Schindler's List is the end of the film, where, you know, if you didn't know anything about the list before and about the people that were saved, you would have no idea, and they brought them back. The people who were saved, the people that Oskar Schindler saved, and they said, this is the original members of Schindler's List. Some of them are very old, very frail, and it was amazing. They also had Oskar Schindler's widow, and they all came and put a little stone on his grave. Absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable film. Really is. Nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Do you buy cheaper furniture to replace our older quality pieces, says Bob, who could be Dave. Always older quality pieces. Always. Never new. I mean, I think the only thing I've ever bought new would be a sort of a settee or something like that. But no, the rest of it would be old stuff, definitely. Mark Spence has died after the chimney of a neighbouring property crashed to his roof in high winds. Because the winds were high, believe you me. You're going to be needing to lash down, I think, because we're going to go back for the rain and the wind and everything else. Bit of an embarrassment, but we just have to get used to it. Because that's what happens. You get different weather. So imagine in some place, I mean, if you go to, which country is it where they have the monsoon season and people have been booked in for their weddings and stuff like that. And then, you know, for sort of 6 days, they have the monsoon season and they go, but I mean, did you not check beforehand? I mean, in this country, it's every season in one day. If they can have snow in Australia, we can have snow as well. You know, I don't mind things like that. I will tell you the 25 best TV detectives. Some you might know, some you might not know. And I whizzed through the list. I know most of them, actually. I know most of them. Might be just one or two that I'm not too sure of. But the number one is very interesting because he was going from 1992 till 2010. Seems to suit him as well. At number 25, Scott and Bailey. Janet Scott and Rachel Bailey. And they're sort of modern-day Cagney and Laces, which is good. 24's Line of Duty. The pair who make Dirty Cops tremble. Luther is at number 23, which I don't think I've ever seen, actually. That's John Luther, Idris Elba's award-winning turn. 22, DCS Foyle, Christopher Foyle in Foyle's War, written by Anthony Horowitz. The Bridge, number 21, Saga Norén, but the Swedish actress Sophia Helin plays an emotionally detached Saga in this Danish-Swedish Skandoir. I've never seen that one either, actually. Vera Stanhope, Brenda Blethyn's Ill-Tempered Vera. See, I love Brenda Blethyn. I think she's fab in that. That's number 20. I think she's on the list. Number 19, Jonathan Creek. Alan Davis. I'm sure that he was a consultant to a stage magician in this, and they used to bring magic into it, which was very good. Rebus is D.I. Rebus, which is John Hannah. Number 18. 17, Jessica Fletcher. Murder, She Wrote. You seen Murder, She Wrote? There you go. Good one. Run till 96. Cagney and Lacey, Christine and Mary Beth. They had 8 years. And I interviewed both of them for In Conversation. They were over here doing something, I think separately, I'm pretty certain. Jim Taggart at number 15. Columbo at number 14. He did 60 to 68 and then 68 to 2003. I mean, first played by Bert Freed, the character, but then Peter Falk made Columbo his own and was nothing short of brilliant. And they always show them on a Sunday afternoon, and I always watch them. Even if I've seen them before, I watch them again. 13 is DCI Barnaby in Midsummer Murders. Sherlock Holmes, 12. Miss Marple, number 11. Cormoran's Strike, number 10 from Strike. Cracker, Robbie Coltrane's Fitz was a genius criminal psychologist. That's number 9. 8, Lewis. We like Lewis. That's Kevin Whatley. Hercule Poirot at number 7 from 1931 up to present day, practically. Inspector Morse. I do like John Thaw very much indeed. He's number 6. Number 5, Hardy and Miller from Broadchurch. Alec Hardy and Ellie Miller. Thomas Magnum from Magnum P.I. And very good it is too, Perdita. Inspector George Gently, which is good as well. We like that. Martin Shaw. And that ran till 2017. Jane Tennyson, DCI Jane Tennyson from Prime Suspect. I loved Prime Suspect. I think it's brilliant. And the number 1, Touch of Frost. 8 years did Jack Frost do. David Jason. He was an old school but emphatic detective. He was always, the inspector will come and see you now, and he was always right. It's like, I've said to you before, Jessica Fletcher. I don't know why they ever doubted her. Every single episode, she knew exactly who the murderer was. She told the police. The police were totally inept. Totally inept. No. Jessica Fletcher was only an author. She just wrote about things. So, no, she wasn't even a cop. She was just nosy, and also murders seemed to occur around her. But this way, if Jessica Fletcher went, I'm going to stay in Florida, avoid the hell out of Florida, because there'll be a murder. Within a matter of hours, somebody will be killed in their hotel room. But no, she was an author. She's a jink. They did a Columbo the other day, and it was a woman who wrote crime, and she killed. She was a little actress, little woman, and she locked him in the safe, and he suffocated. But he was able to indicate on something in the safe that he'd been murdered. In fact, he'd crossed out, so and so, and put "I was murdered." And so that's how Columbo... But it was on a box. Let's turn a box around. But Columbo was always the same. He goes, yeah, thank you very much. And you get halfway out the door and you go, and another thing. And you think, oh, so good. So good. It was, some of them were just sort of double twists. And those were the Columbos that we loved. And he did it so well. If you want to see him, privately in action, still as Columbo, he does a roast in America. They have big roasts over there, which is like a Showbiz Variety Club launch. And he then goes there and takes the mickey, and this time it was Frank Sinatra. They've obviously known each other for donkey's years, and it was amazing. Absolutely amazing. He's very funny. Sinatra absolutely loves it, and that's what it was all about. You'd love Luther, Steve, says John. Well worth a watch. Thank you. And the film that always gets me is the original Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Yes. I've got about 5 versions of Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Everybody from Martin Clunes to Stephen Fry. Still a great film. I love it. I'm back, Steve, from a trip to check if Scotland still exists. Happy to announce that Edinburgh and Loch Lomond are in place as always. Cannot report about other parts as midgets from Loch Lomond chased it. You mean midges, not midgets. It wouldn't be midges, would it? So we're back. Monica, your adventurous favourite Jewish multitasker. Yeah, the good news is, actually, and just as you mentioned that, they've reduced the lockdown for Aberdeen. So Thomas must be delighted, because that was a bit of a problem. And a friend of mine is up on the Isle of Mull at the moment. She said there's no phone signal. There's no phone signal up here. She said, I can get internet connection, but no phone signal. Isn't that typical? She has listened to the show, yes. Yeah. I've known her for about 35 years. Of course she's listened to the show. Even people who know me listen to the show just to find out what I'm up to. Surprised Wycliffe, starring Jack Shepherd, wasn't on the list, says Joseph. Yeah, also no Eddie Shoestring. I love the way you can always pick out the ones that weren't on the list. Do you remember Eddie Shoestring? Oh, you'd have liked Eddie Shoestring because it was set in a radio station in Bristol. And he was a radio presenter who solved crimes. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I mean, I did. Well, they did use an actual radio station. I think it was Radio West or something, whatever. I can't remember what it was at the time. But yes. Yeah, was I right? It's unbelievable. Here all week. Seats at all prices. Please buy a ticket. Thank you. Hill Street Blues was very good. There you go. Eddie Shoestring. Oh, it's out. You can get them. So it was repeated on terrestrial 22. There you go. Radio West, a local radio station. Do you know Bergerac's not on the list as well? I used to try and pick up what he was saying. Oh, my name is Jim Bergerac from Bureau des Étrangers. And I used to think, oh, so exciting. That's like saying Bookham Dano. Yeah, there was nobody. Hawaii Five-0, you didn't get them in there as well. So there you go. There's loads of them, aren't there? Loads of them, and I'm glad that you remember most of them, which is very nice. Hill Street Blues, very good. And then it says, have you ever taken part in any wacky traditional British challenges? I think not, no. A radio presenter. I'm not some comedy act. Do you see that Gemma Collins in the... Oh, you won't have seen it, because I've got the papers here. Gemma Collins has managed to come up with yet a usual piece of tat. She's decided she's scared of clowns. Now, that's what happens when you put your makeup on and look in a mirror. That's what happens. You know, it's going to frighten you first time round. Now you know where we feel, or how we feel. Stephen in Birkenhead, he said, I completely agree about loving Columbo. Earlier today, I watched the episode where he came to London. Yes, the late, great Honor Blackman starred in it. Yes, she was a big actress, and they were playing at the Royal Court Theatre. Do you remember? And it was raining, and an umbrella, and all sorts. Yes, Columbo, the first one that he made in this country, I think, and it showed him going around Buckingham Palace outside and looking at the traffic and all the rest of it. But they, of course, weren't used to an American detective, because he was like any one of these offbeat detectives. He did it his own way. He bumbled through, and you thought he's never going to solve this one. And you think, but he's solved it every week up until now, just like Frost. Frost does exactly the same. He'll be going, but this, and he'll sit there and try and work it out. One of my favourite was the two university graduates who had murdered their master because he refused to let them have a day off. And Columbo was called in just to give a talk about what he did as a police officer and all the rest of it. And these lads had killed their master, but they'd killed him by putting a gun into their car downstairs and triggering it remotely from the lecture room when they were in there. And they thought that he was just a silly little policeman who didn't know anything, whereas basically he was dragging out of them the fact that they did it, and all he had to do was prove that it was done. It was such a beautiful twist at the end. And the other one said, "My father's a High Court judge. He's going to make sure this never happens." And you could see Columbo going, "You're going to prison. You're going to prison. I got you. Got your bang to rides." Sometimes he actually liked the people. There was a woman who tried to poison him once on there. And he sort of forgave her, but he knew what was going on, and he pretended that he was sort of going under and all the rest of it. And she went, "Oh," and he said, "But of course, I never drank this, did I?" He said, "It's over there. This is the one." And then another one where he put fingerprints. They're so brilliant. They were so good, really good. But you're right, Eddie Shoestring should have been on there, but I can't off the top of my mind remember everything about it. Because it was his wife, who was Sharon Morn, who went on to do the coffee adverts on the television. Do you remember she used to do... she used to do Nescafe. She'd end up sort of borrowing coffee off the next-door neighbour or something. He was great, though. I always wanted to interview him. I never got to interview him. But never mind, one of these days. You never know. I was taken by an item on the front of the Eye, which is the next generation of ham broadcasters. It's radio hams. You know, people who have call signs, and they sit there and they talk to... you know, people in Russia and things like that. They've got a call sign, and that's what the book Mr. Popper's Penguins was based on. Do you remember Mr. Popper's Penguins? No. Okay, well, you know, Mr. Popper's Penguins. And he was a radio ham, and he used to talk to Captain Scott in the Antarctic, and they were talking backwards and forwards. It was turned into a film with Jim Carrey. It was about a man who... Well, you just talk about everything. It's just like CB radio. Basically, stuff and nonsense, you know, you might as well... I mean, of course, in those days, you couldn't pick up the telephone, so they were radio hams. And everybody had their own call sign, like, you know, XV2750 Alan, you know, whatever it happened to be. And you could talk to people in other countries. And in the book, Mr. Popper's Penguins, Captain Scott in the Antarctic, hello, Mr. Popper, nice to talk to you. And he was over here. He said, I'm sending you a present. And he sent him a pair of penguins. They arrived in a packing case. Never happened nowadays, but it was made into a film with Jim Carrey because they couldn't get British backing for it. So it happened to be American money. I thought I'd mention that, you know. Just telling you, actually, you know, just how experienced I am at remembering the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever heard of. Also, Taggart, Dixon of Dock Green, Heartbeat, says Sue. Oh, Lord. Yes, and do you remember Cannon? I do remember Cannon. Apparently, the other one was Ironside. Ironside was very good. I loved Ironside. Also, somebody says, how did Jack Frost get into the police force? Did he lie about his height? No, I think if you're a detective, I think height doesn't come into it. I don't think so. You have to be police... Do you? Oh, I don't know. You policeman first and then you go into... I don't know. Also, can't believe you forgot to mention Death in Paradise, says Chris. Especially after hearing your in-conversation with him. Yes, I should have thought about that, actually. And do you remember an Australian cop show called Bluey? No. I should imagine there must be loads of Australian shows. Steve, I'm a radio ham. How dare you liken it to CB Radio? We have to take the exams. My call is 2EODYQ. It's easy to call you Paul, isn't it, really? Hello, is that Paul? It was like, I could never understand... On CB Radio, you know, people call themselves different names on CB, and you think, why don't you just say, hello, my name's Bruce? You know, make it a lot easier. Hello, this is Steve. Oh, hello, Steve. This is Bruce. Hello, Bruce, Steve. As opposed to, hello, Powder Puff, typewriter here. You know, everybody sort of came up with these, because that's what it was. I was typewriter. And it was all the people who were trucking through the night. And then there was a record that came out, Convoy, because we are the man of the convoy. And they all used to talk, break a break for a copy. I used to hate it. The only way to become a police detective is to work as a police officer, pass a test and earn promotion to detective through the department. How in God's name he ever became it then you're right. You're right. How on earth would he ever have become that? I mean, A, he wasn't tall enough, and B, he never struck me as being the sort of person who could ever sort of do the beat. At all. Mind you don't see anybody doing the beat now, do you, really? So, John, thank you for raising that one. We think that's very good. Also, Endeavour, says Max. Young Morse. Don't remember that. The next one was Anthony Head, says Helen in Epping. Steve, I can't remember. Did they ever show Mrs. Columbo? Yes, they did. It appears on the box set. If you buy the box set of Columbo, there is one Mrs. Columbo. And they were hoping that could... Yeah, they were hoping it could be a spin-off series. Yeah, it was the wife, yes. But she didn't look anything like you expected the wife to look. I promise you, I expected her to look completely different. But Mrs. Columbo, I think... I forget how many there were. There might have only been a few of them. There you go. Number of episodes, 13 of Mrs. Columbo. It wasn't as good, though. I mean, nothing could top Peter Falk. From... Angela in Herne Hill. Oh, somebody says Hill Street Blues. Yep, Hill Street Blues. And Martin in Margate. Oh, seriously, there's not really somebody called Martin in Margate, I ask you. He says, I'm with you on Gemma Collins. And lovely show, you put a smile on my face. Thank you. Well, that's what we like. And somebody else talked about Ironside as well, which was very, very, very popular. In fact, actually, sort of Ironside at one time... No, Perry Mason was in the court, wasn't he? Then he became Ironside, and he magically became in a wheelchair. And of course, everybody thought he was in a wheelchair, but he wasn't. That was part of the sort of the thing, I suppose. A great pity Law and Order was left off the list. Bradley Walsh fitted his role as DS Ronnie Brooks like a glove, says Patrick. Yes, I mean, I saw one of them the other day, actually, and I liked it. I like a lot of those sort of things. They're really good. I like the Prime Suspect stuff. I think they're really good. Anything to do with forensic science. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not into the sort of the autopsies and stuff like that, but I just thought the whole concept was good. How old do you think Limahl is? Here we go. Well, first we'll have to find people who know who Limahl is. He was the lead singer of Kajagoogoo. Well done. Congratulations. You'll like this story, actually. This will suit you, Luke, because he got paid £9,000 for doing a spam advert despite being vegetarian. So there you go. He was famed for singing on Too Shy Shy, Hush Hush, Shine Away. And he pocketed the cash after answering a pal's plea. He called me up and says, our session singer hasn't turned up, I need a vocal. We'll pay you £100, but if the commercial gets used, you get a fee every time it's aired. He said, I earned £9,000 in the year. It's not bad for doing a bit of singing, isn't it? We were talking earlier on about, how much people make, the cast of Only Fools and Horses and stuff like that. Do they earn money on it? Absolutely. If you've got a good agent and you do a deal, it means that you make money every time it's shown. I mean, I remember the makers of Hi-de-Hi. Was it Hi-de-Hi? One of them. They did quite a number of shows. When they wrote them for peanuts. When they were shown again, 20 grand a time. So all of a sudden, things that you'd think, you wouldn't make much out of, they make money out of. So there you go. Fabian of the Yard. Fabian of the Yard. Heart to Heart was very good, Mark in Shoreham. Very good. And Miami Vice. I didn't do Miami Vice. You know what was unusual about Miami Vice? Because I spoke to the producer about it, and somebody was in the show as well. And the fact that it did so well is because the cameras were mounted on the cameramen's bodies, so they were able to take you into the action. So when they had the cars spinning round, the cameraman was there, and he could do all the bit, and that's why it looked really, really good and quite cutting edge and dangerous, so it's good. Lovely, isn't it? Thank you for all the jokes about Ironside. But as I say, he lived on an island. He bought an island with his boyfriend, I seem to remember. I did love Bergerac, though. I thought he was very good. I thought it was wonderful. I liked all the people in Bergerac. I could watch that again. But some of them, when you see them in the morning, you suddenly realise that they look a bit dated. They look a bit dated. I like Minders back on in the morning. You get it on sort of various channels, and it does look a little bit dated, but still good. Still good. Do you remember Hetty Wainthropp Investigates? We were talking about that the other day, because I loved Hetty Wainthropp Investigates. I thought it was brilliant. Rockford Files, James Garner. Yes, Vera was mentioned. She's on the list, Joni. Don't worry, she's on the list. But James Garner used to pick it up because Dale used to do his answer phone. Hi, this is Dale. I'm not here at the moment. Leave your message after the tone. Which was very good. What else we got? Oh, we got 5 to 6. Sorry to mention the time, but we have to do it at this time of the morning, and the reason we have to do it is because some of you might have to catch trains or buses, which is sort of great, except if you're in California, they're really suffering. Million acres of California is ablaze at the moment. Hundreds of homes and ancient forests have been razed in what's the second largest blaze in Napa County. 600 fires yesterday. Donald Trump's declared it a major disaster. I never understand. You know when they bring the planes in and they seem to drop all this water? It never looks like very much water for a plane that's up there. You think they sort of, you might as well have emptied a cup out of the window or something for all the good it seems to. Tens of thousands of people have fled their homes, and the smoke now blankets nearly all of California and Nevada. And the fires have doubled in size after starting in Napa County, which is the wine region, last week. That's not very good, is it? I sometimes think, actually, we always go, oh, wouldn't it be lovely to live by the river? And then I keep thinking, but the rivers flood. That's what worries me a little bit. You think, oh, and there was all those poor people down the road from me in Walton, and they got flooded when all the rains came down up north. Took about 3 or 4 days, and then all the water that was up north comes down here, and it flooded all the people who, they've got the river at the end of the garden. It's lovely and it's all really nice. And then they cleared it all up. There was one lad, he's only just bought his house, cleared it all up, no insurance. 2 weeks later, they get another flood, and back comes the mud, and that's the worst thing. Jane says, morning. Excuse me. Toasted tea cake and a nice cup of tea for me this morning. I had crumpets yesterday, and why not? It's my life. Do you know what Columbo's first name was? Yes, we do. and it was, I can't remember now. We did it Frank, doesn't quite sound right, does it, actually? Frank Columbo. But yeah, I didn't even know. I've learnt something new this morning. They did 13 episodes of Mrs. Columbo. I thought they only did the one, but it was 13 episodes. But mind you, they also did Mrs. Christmas with Angela Lansbury playing Mrs. Christmas. And she's still around, isn't she, Angela Lansbury? She's in her 90s. David Jason is just coming up 80. Which is, he's been 80. Coming up 81. There you go, in the brief moment that we popped him in on the programme. Oh, I found a lovely thing for you. If you're a follower of history, then you'll like this. The last D-Day tank landing craft has been saved. They're going to put it in a museum. She was a nightclub. She's been just about everything, and here she is, partly submerged in Birkenhead, and she's ready to go to the National Museum of the Royal Navy. I mean, you can only imagine what it must have been like. This is T-7074, who was there for D-Day, unloading the tanks and the men. And she's going to be... Well, she's now on a barge at Portsmouth Naval Base. How fabulous. You will be able to visit the ship from October. So there'll be lots of people listening going, that's where we're going. So that's the National Museum of the Royal Navy. This music means that we're heading... I can't believe we're heading towards the news at 6. It only seems like we've just early breakfast. It's nice to have your company. I hope you're well. And, or as well as can be expected, because I've discovered loads of people at the moment are not coping with the weather. Because one minute you get blazing hot sunshine, the next day, and I know this to my cost, you know, you've got plants that are dying left, right and centre, and then you sort of start, I mean, at the moment, today, high 21 degrees, okay? Light rain and a gentle breeze. See, I never understand light rain. Is that just sort of what I call piddly rain, where it's sort of it's enough just to every so often turn the windscreen wipers on, and that's the only it's well, I don't know. So I mean, this week, well, you've got a mixture this week. So, tomorrow you've got rain, 21 degrees. Wednesday you've got sunshine but cloudy, 21 degrees. Thursday you've got rain, not as much rain as on Tuesday. And today there is less rain than so tomorrow heavier rain. Friday you've got sunshine and rain. Saturday you've got cloud and sunshine. Sunday cloud and sunshine. But the temperature's dropped 17 degrees by that time. And then you get round to Monday the 31st, which I believe is a bank holiday. And that's 18 degrees. So that's week today is the bank holiday. And you're all going, good. Because we never know what to do on a bank holiday, do we? But the temperature doesn't look great. Even though it's cloudy, sunshine, 18 degrees. Not enough to go sit on a beach. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, anybody mention the horse riding cop McLeod? Yes, he was, nobody's mentioned him, actually. You're the first one who's mentioned him. I remember McLeod, but I can't remember anything about it. Can't remember anything about him at all. So thank you, Monsi, very much indeed. Magnum PI, of course. And Ad Kojak. Yeah, he was good. He employed most of the family, didn't they? His brother worked on the programme as well, which was very good. So Bojo's going to sort out the schools. Yeah, whatever. He returns to work today to take personal charge of getting schools reopened in September, but the unions are demanding more cash. What for? I'm assuming, that's right, Unison want more cash for cleaning schools. Well, I mean, that should be absolute paramount. Of course there should be. You know, each desk should be issued with a set of wet wipes and the kids can wipe their own desks. I mean, surely they can manage that. Goodness sake, they don't have to do very much together, do they? Sorry, or the hand. I mean, all of this should be supplied as normal for the school, shouldn't it? It should be absolutely everywhere. We have alcohol gel hand rub with moisturiser, because I think after a while your hands must go completely rough. But we have it all over the place. All over the place. It's in every single studio, every kitchen, every desk. I mean, I wouldn't like to imagine how much money the company has spent on hand gels and wipes and all sorts of things. But it's lovely. I mean, sorry, the desks are all spaced out. I mean, we're so far ahead of it. It's a blooming miracle. We've had spacing out for ages, which means that every other chair is locked in. You can't move it. And the computer's disappeared from that particular spot. So you can imagine how many of us there used to be out there. I mean, they're, you know, inside, you can come in the front door, you stand in front of a machine, it will tell you your temperature, which I like to do on a regular basis, just to see if my sort of temperature is what I think it is, which is 36.5. I think that's what what it's supposed to be. Celsius, yeah, opposed to what? Fahrenheit, you imagine. I've got a thing I stick in my ear. My little... Because I've tried the thermometers before where you sort of... I can't get those to work at all. I'm just rubbish with things like that. But the one in the ear is brilliant. You just put it in your ear, you push a little button, it goes beep, take it out, and it's got a little reading, which goes 36.2, 36.5. Never goes any more than that. Never goes any more than that. And that's what we're all supposed to be. ITV bosses have banned the new spitting image from flashing Prime Minister Boris's Tiny Johnson. I don't think I've seen spitting image, actually. But apparently... I know what they are, but I haven't seen this new series. I've not really been sort of particularly interested. ITV source says, we told them to take no prisoners with the trailer, and they certainly didn't, because they had the Prime Minister Boris Johnson wrestling naked in a sauna with puppets of the US and Russian presidents, Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. I mean, they've given Boris and Trump tiny little whatsits, and Putin's is monstrous. So glad I've never seen it. Imagine the things they get. Mind you, that's nothing, of course. I mean, to what you get away with on television nowadays, a lot more. Steve, remember Moonlighting with Bruce Willis and Sybil Shepherd? The only reason I remember that, Mark, is because they hated each other. Absolutely hated each other. I don't think they ever liked each other at all. Petrocelli, played by Barry Newman. Vandervalk. God, I've forgotten how many there are, actually. With Barry Foster. Starsky and Hutch, of course. And Zed Cars from the late 60s. Dennis Weaver was MacLeod. Rock Hudson in Macmillan and Wife, says Mike in Bromley. So, do you know, I've forgotten how many there were. There were like hundreds of them, and you seem to remember most of them. But it's funny, once you sort of reminded me, then the old Alan brain ticks into gear, and you go, tick, 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 tick. Oh, I remember that. Simon Cowell has been seen out. He's been seen out. He was driven to hospital to check up on his back. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, he's done remarkably, but he's been given a tricycle. This is a man who's got about 250 million quid, and he was given a tricycle by comedian Howie Mandel. And I like tricycles. I wouldn't mind a tricycle. I've seen some motorised things, which are... Sorry? I could come to work on a tricycle, but I don't think they go very fast, do they? I don't... Yeah, but you're not going to fall over. I could do fast. Little legs going like that. Little legs. But, no, I've seen some... Perhaps you could have them electrified. You know, you could have it sort of a little motor on it, so you could speed up a bit. I'm watching this soapbox challenge. Have you seen that, where they have to go down a soapbox something, you know, where they sort of dress up perambulators as different, like go-karts with different things. Am I talking to myself? Red Bull, yeah. Well, I had to get round to that to tell you it was Red Bull. Yeah, have you seen that? It's a good little programme, actually. I love it when they crash. That's always the best bit, especially if they crash into the side and it take out a few spectators at the same time. Jonathan at Tower Hill says, great for the kids to go back to school, according to the government, till they find out that it didn't go as well as they were hoping to. I don't repeat the other bit, Jonathan. Thought it was in bad taste. Jason King, very good indeed. We love Jason King. Shoestring, yes, we've done that, Richard, thank you. And did you ever see Follyfoot? Says Paul. Yeah, but that wasn't a cop thing, was it, really? But I did see Follyfoot, because I think the theme tune went down... Oh, no, it was Lightning Tree. Lightning Tree. What was Follyfoot's theme tune? Perhaps it was Down in the Meadow when the wind free. Wind comes free. Blow, blow, the lightning tree. Never could think of you and me. Yeah, a lot of singing on the programme today, isn't there? You know, I'm obviously hoping to sort of, you know, be signed up by a mega mogul to go, listen, I heard that voice on the radio. That's the voice we want. That's the voice we want. We're going to, we get like Lamal, yeah. I don't want to advertise spam, but I'm listening for 9,000 quid. Of course, I'll advertise spam and embrace it with both arms. I love it. But no, I wonder if there's somebody listening going, that's definitely the voice of the future. You know, because there's loads of other people. Richard Spur sent me... I've lost it now. He sent me an image, because apparently his sister's ex-boyfriend used to direct Boone. Do you remember Boone? Hi-ho, Silver, got me Lone Ranger. More singing, it's getting better. Yeah, lots of it shot in Nottingham. Michael Elphick, who then went on to EastEnders. But I used to love Boone. No, just me again. Hopeless. Yeah, cop show. Yeah, he was. I think he was a cop or he's an ex. Oh, put your jacket on. Don't want to catch cold, do you, Luke? In there. Yeah, he's going to watch Boone. So, Love Island's Maura Higgins spent an evening out with Chris Taylor, then returned to his home with an overnight bag. Tacky. The Irish Beauty. It's all fake, though, isn't it? It's all fake, I'm afraid. Was seen going inside at 11:15 after he drove her home so she could collect her things. She was on Dancing on Ice earlier this year, and this is how desperate the publicity is for her. They spent the evening ice skating and 10-pin bowling at Queensway. They then had dinner together before she was later seen with Chris heading back into his home. Well, payback time, I think. Come on, She says, I feel like I'm ready to be with somebody. She's 29. I mean, you ask yourself, don't you, whether or not these people are in the real world or in sort of Tinky-Taily, what's it? Limahl is a Wigan lad, says Paul in... I don't know, still about that. Limahl's a Wigan lad. What's that got to do with it? Well, you're not allowed to sing Too Shy, Shy, Hush, Hush, Shy, do I? Well, yeah. I'm sure the people of Wigan are going, great, one of ours. We bought that Catch-A-Goo-Goo stuff. Love that. That were good pop music, that were, I tell you. Mill. Also, the Champions. Love the Champions. Because you know why I like the Champions? Because they all have special powers. They could transmit their thoughts to each other. I do the same, but it's with a microphone. I was never a champion, though. It's not working at all, is it? I do my best. I can't help it. Some days it doesn't work. Also, says Deborah in Cheshire, the Big Valley. I don't remember the Big Valley at all. But it sounds fabulous, and we're willing to go for it. We love everybody this morning. It's Monday. You cannot love everybody on a Monday, because if you're going to work miserable today, your week is going to be a total disaster. Teresa says, what about the Heartbeat music? Well, that was sung by Nick Berry. Heartbeat, why do you... I've never heard so much singing on a programme. Honestly, you'd seriously believe I was on one of our classical efforts. But Richardsburg said he was a private detective. That was Boone. Did you never see it? It was really, really good. Well, I don't think it's... Not that I've noted. Mind you, it could be on... There's so many channels. I've got so many channels on my television now. I'm like an international space station. I've got everything going on. This channel and that channel, and then this is a period... I don't know where to begin. Streets of San Francisco. Do you know why I remember that? Because of that one line. A Quinn Martin production. That's what they used to say at the end of it. That big butch voiceover. Have you mentioned the Chinese detective? Says Albert. No, I haven't, but I interviewed the Chinese detective. He's looking even better now than he did in those days. Steve, the streets of San Francisco, Motor 6 tricycle is shortly a Motability scooter. No. I mean, when I was little, I had that. I had a tricycle. That was what and then I had a bicycle with stabilisers on, and then the rest, as they say, is history. We do remember Banachek. Thank you, Dale, in Birmingham. Let's get a check on that. Psst. Chips as in California Highway Patrol. That's what it was. With Eric Estrada, and I can't remember the name of the other one. But mind the first time round, Steve, says Martin in Margate. Yeah. The Boone theme, thank you for sending that in. And Steve, apparently you can buy electrified tricycles. There you go. There's always good news. And somebody says, Steve, you'd hate to be a friend of Jonathan and Jennifer Hart. In Heart to Heart, they had at least 2 friends murdered every week. Wasn't Boone also with Neil Morrissey and tight bike leathers, says Jonathan? I believe so. I can only remember Michael Elphick, but you might be right, actually. You might be right. So I like the idea that you can have an electrified trike. I'm all in favour of that. So Colleen Rooney, looking toned and tanned. Well, she should be. She's just come back from holiday, which is what she does most of the year. And she went out with Wayne. I'll tell you, must be the most time they've ever spent together. And she was wearing sort of a pair of jeans, like shorts. They went to the Ivy in Manchester. Obviously, they don't have a dress code anymore. And they've also found 40 puppies in a van. 40 puppies. The cops think they're stolen. A 24-year-old man was arrested after, remember, the public saw him loading them into the back of the vehicle. Police stopped the van, and the man was arrested on suspicion of puppy theft. 40. I mean, it is disgusting. I can't... Seriously, I mean, there's some things that really turn your stomach. But these people who will steal other people's property... You want to go around and steal their place, don't you? You want to ransack it. So when they go home, go, oh, look, somebody's broken in. You go, oh, what a shame. What a shame. Also... There's links in murder-suicide cases. They've got lots of cases here of people who are fragile. That's the only way I can describe them. They've been discovered all over the country. Well, Greater Manchester seems to be fairly popular, and Cheshire, and they think that there's a maniac out there who has targeted these particular people, because there seems to be a link between all of them. There's been 2 in Wilmslow, 3 in Didsbury, 4 Davyhulme, 5 Kendal. So, why suspicious? Excessive use of violence, inconsistent with their belief in dying with dignity. One here, why suspicious, for another couple, I won't tell you the couple's names. Out of character, no history of violence, method of attack. Another one, why suspicious, looming anniversary, out of character, method of attack, no domestic abuse history. And there was a lot of abuse in these particular murders. So they now think that there's a serial killer out there. Also, the other story, apparently future generations of posh pigs, can live in style after 2 pigsties were put on a building preservation list. Both were given Grade 2 status, which means they cannot legally be pulled down. See, there's all these buildings throughout the countryside, and you see them, and you suddenly go, oh, wow, that's nice, isn't it? I quite like that idea of keeping all these things. Phil Vickery, big fan of Jim Rockford. I could see Phil Vickery being Jim Rockford. Hi, this is Phil. Leave your name and number after the tone. I'll get back to you. Sausages today. It'll be something interesting. No, he can't be doing this morning, can he? He can't be doing this. He's up too late. He's normally up at the crack of dawn for these things. Jim Rockford. See, all of that stuff, I tell you, when you actually get to sort of put your feet up at home, if you're one of those people who's lucky enough to have some time, you do tend to find yourself watching all these box sets and all these things. And, I just sit down and just go through them. And you think, I think I need a cinema. Nowhere to put it, but I think I need a cinema. That's what I need, definitely. Ollie Murs. I wonder why all of a sudden we're reading about Ollie Murs. He was speaking on a podcast the other... He can't get anything else, but I thought he was doing the V Festival, which I think I saw a bit of the other day. And I found it a little bit unnerving because there was nobody there. Do you know what I mean? There were people there, but they were sort of part of a very small audience for the V Festival, which it's a virtual reality thing, isn't it? Phil's, am I allowed to say that, Phil? I'm not sure I'm allowed to say that. I should say it anyway, then I'll get into trouble. He says, might be living in a trailer soon. Ooh, don't say that. Don't say that. Goodness sake, honestly. Mind you, we'll still be here. We'll still be here for you, which I think is nice. Steve, the CSI was the expert, yes. What about Randall and Hopkirk? Yeah, yes, he is, to a certain extent. Yeah, Quincy. I liked Quincy. I think he was very good, actually. Bookham Dano. Nurse Karen says I used to fancy the Bookham Dano. Steve Margaret, like mad. Which one was he? It was Steve somebody. Do you remember Chip? Yeah, we've done Chips, haven't we? I've just remembered, actually. And somebody says, what about NYPD Blues? Yep, NYPD Blues, I can go for. The A-Team, but they weren't sort of officially police officers, were they? They were sort of people who'd absconded from the army. They were sort of vigilantes. I thought they were good. I liked the A-Team, except that V. Baracus. Trying to get him on board a plane they had to knock him out, didn't they? Mr. T, yeah. He turned up over here, and he was quite small, actually. He was a lot smaller than you imagine. He did pantomime, I think, in Wimbledon. But he was a giant. No. Oh, was he? Oh, no, because he wasn't blessed with height. I'm always surprised when I finally see people. And they never turn out to be as big as I want them to be. Steve, remember when you said Christmas could be cancelled? I know. Well, I'm not sure what we're going to have. I don't think you're going to have pantomimes. In fact, I'm almost 100% certain you won't get pantomimes. I'm not even sure we're going to get Winter Wonderland this year, which will be a big blow because a lot of people rely on things like this, especially pantomime. Good God, more pantomime than anything else. All the people who are there. Mr. T is 5'8". See, that's... You'd think he'd be a 6 foot something, but no. And he's 68, like Luke. Luke's exactly the same. Luke is another one, Oh, I'm 6'2", and we go, no, you're not. Yeah, 5'8". And that's pushing it. That's in heels if he stands on tippy toe. He's got to stand on tippy toe and lean forward to make himself look a bit taller. And so whenever he's photographed, they photograph him from sort of lying on their back, taking a picture, so it makes him look taller. You know, the mountain we have to scale. But 5'8". Steve, have you mentioned Macmillan and wife, says Chris? No, because I can't remember who it was. Oh, who was the wife? Was it Sally somebody? I think Sally somebody. Phil Vickery says, I think my DB radio should work off a car battery. Oh, God. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Don't ruin our Monday. We want a nice Monday. We want a nice Monday, please. Cagney and Lacey, yeah, we've done Cagney and Lacey. But, so Christmas could be cancelled. Well, I mean, if we don't get the pantomimes, and if you don't get Winter Wonderland, I still think you're going to get the tree in Trafalgar Square. There's no reason why that shouldn't come over here at all. And I think also, you'll get the Christmas lights in Oxford Street, because people have put them up there to try and, because they want you to go out and do shopping. They were probably no switch on. I'm beginning to wonder who's going to be the first person to bring out a face mask with little lights all the way around it. Thought I'd mention that now, in case any of our Chinese suppliers are listening. Those little tiny LED, little miniature LED things, and you can have them threaded through into your mask. I've got some. You can get about 10 quid, about 20, and you could study them all the way around. You've got a little solar panel. It's going to look a bit silly, isn't it, on your chest? But anyway, I think a mask with definitely lights around it. Yeah, I should do that, actually. Richard Spur says, does Phil Vickery remember going fishing for bass with me on a beach at Mother Ivy's Bay in Cornwall about 25 years ago? Oh, blimey, talk about clutching at straws. Does he remember 25? He can't remember last Thursday. What is the point of asking 25 years ago? So there you go, Phil Vickery. Do you remember? It's like two-way family favourites. Do you remember going fishing with Richard Spur for bass on a beach at Mother Ivy's Bay in Cornwall about 25 years ago? I'll try and relay the message on when it comes through. It's unbelievable, isn't it? I tell you, the things we get asked to do on this programme, which is good. They've got another picture of this man. You know that he went barefoot. He did a 700-mile charity walk barefooted, which, to be honest with you, the amount of glass and nails and everything else that there is just dreadful. Wait a minute. So Richard Spur doing that. And Phil Vickery says, yes, indeed. And we didn't get any. There you go. So they stood on the beach. Like a joke, isn't it? The boys stood on the burning bridge. I don't know the rest of that. So they didn't get any, but I can't see Richard as being somebody who fishes for bass on the beach at Mother Ivy's Bay in Cornwall 25 years ago, but you didn't catch any. So there you go. Susan St. James, there you go. That was the name I was looking for. And Rock Hudson in Macmillan and wife. Thank you, Dale. Dixon and Doc Green. Yes. Now, him I did meet once. Jack Warner. Marcus Welby, MD. But he was a doctor, wasn't he? I think MD is doctor. Public Eye with Alfred Burke or Hill Street Blues. I've got Public Eye on DVD. And Alan in Beckenham. Yeah, we already added Z-Cars to the list. But by gosh, you've got some memories, haven't you, on these things? 6 minutes to them. Richard says, I love the fact that Phil Vickery remembers. I know. It's good, isn't it? He thinks it was 21 years. Though, you actually thought 25. He thinks 21. But you're quite right. You didn't catch anything. What a waste of an experience that was, honestly. I wouldn't be any good at doing things like that. So actually on a beach. So that's sea fishing, isn't it? I mean, I thought bass was something you found in the river. I had no idea that you find them on a beach. Well, actually, I really got no idea. And also, I mean, how many fish are there out there swimming around? Oh, thank you very much indeed. Well, you go swimming and something brushing up against your leg. It's like being in the cinema around my way. Oh, it's horrible. Don't like it at all. So Alfie Boe has left his wife and he's joined a dating app. Did you know that there was a dating app, a sort of a celebrity-based dating app called Raya? Raya. I've never even heard it. I mean, I've never heard of these things. I've never needed a dating app. Never really wanted to. And he's been messaging women. They married in 2000... No, now they're all checking out the dating app, aren't they? Raya. What is it? Do you have to pay to join these things? Or are they sort of... Apparently, they've been used by the likes of Cara Delevingne, Kelly Osbourne and Drew Barrymore. I rest my case. Alfie Boe, what are you doing? I think if you're famous, I don't think you can join a dating app. I don't think, unless it's rare, but I don't think people should, because the trouble is, if you're famous, I mean, surely, you know, you're at risk anyway from sort of people discovering. It's like sort of people cruising bars and things like that. And, you know, you'd never really want to do it in case somebody goes, oh, I know who you are. I can tell you some very funny stories about Dale, which are... Roman Kemp's on it? Oh, he's not. They've just made that up. He's got a girlfriend. We've seen her. We've seen her. Do you think he's sort of... I mean... They've split, have they? Nobody tells me anything. I'll have to check that later. But I think what they do is put people's names on there and people go, oh, right, so perhaps I'll meet somebody like him. And it turns out you won't. Steve Allen's on there. So bitter, so bitter. But apparently he wants to keep things amicable. He lives in the Cotswolds, but he's been looking for love in London on the app. Oh, dear. I mean, is it absolutely necessary? Do people have to go from one relationship to another? Is that... You can't what? No, you can't. But the trouble is, if you are famous, though, you can't go and stand in a bar anyway. I mean, you're really... I know it seems a bit ridiculous, but I told you, Sue Pollard, best advice I was ever given. She said, only go out with anybody who's got as much to lose as you have, because if you're famous and they're not, at some point they're going to sell you down the river. Sure as God made Little Apple. It happens on you know, more than, you know, one occasion. It happens where people sort of say, oh, I went out with so-and-so. They weren't at all like their television image or something like that, which I think is absolutely dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. The Bare Necessities, as I say, the most uplifting song on the Disney service. Mary Poppins was the film that made audiences most nostalgic. You won't leave us, Mary Poppins, will you? Spitspot. You will stay with us, Mary Poppins. Spitspot now. You never loved those children, did you? Says the umbrella, as she stands on the doorway, prepares to be lifted off by two wires which nearly break her legs. And she, let's go fly a kite. Father left an opening in the bank. He died laughing. You know, very happy indeed. So, left a vacancy for a new partner. Oh, thank you, Mr. Dawes. I can do the entire show. Seriously. Yeah, we're on till 7. I could do the entire show in about 10 minutes if you pushed it. But also, Hakuna Matata is the most cheerful song. But you've got to be between the ages of 16 to 34. Hakuna Matata for the rest of your days. I don't think it was that happy at all. Sung by a warthog or something else. You're welcome, and How Far I'll Go from Moana. Unfortunately, we don't know these. It's obviously some cheap plug, isn't it, for them? But also, it was You Got a Friend. You Got a Friend in Me from Toy Story. You Got a Friend in Me. Thank you. And Hakuna Matata and Mowgli and Baloo. Got 40% of the choices. It was a Radio Times thing. They do some quite good little surveys, actually, Radio Times, including, you know, the most popular radio presenter in living memory. Who? I can't remember. I can never remember who won that one, honestly. Might have been called Steve. I don't know. I've never really followed it myself. So funny. Oh, look, here's a picture of Joe Wicks. Oh, no, it's Louis Theroux, who's become a paid-up member of the cult of Joe Wicks. I'm a bit bored with Joe Wicks. Actually, turned up to everything, didn't he, really? Also, you'll like this one, actually. Women have always suspected they're made of sterner stuff than men, and Channel 4's out to prove it. One-off documentary, Are Women the Fitter Sex, will look at why various diseases, including COVID, hit men harder before addressing the problem of females being misdiagnosed more often. There you go. There you go. Captain Tom Moore's in the paper today, and he's received his knighthood. He doesn't think things can get any better than getting a knighthood from the Queen. But an even bigger honour's been bestowed upon the lockdown hero, an invite to sit down with Piers Morgan. So he's going to do life stories. The people who've done it, Burt Reynolds, Cliff Richard, Sir Elton John, Barbara Windsor, the Dame. She's done it as well. It's always nice to see those sort of things. I'm a big fan, as you know, of Piers Morgan. I love the way that, of course, there are people who aren't big fans of Piers Morgan, and that always makes me laugh. Because I always think the old... Did you read the other day? Oh, I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. I knew I was going to mention something on the programme, because the problem with trolls on the internet sometimes crosses that big line. You know, nobody particularly bothers if somebody sort of says to you, I don't think you're very good, nobody cares about them. They don't have any friends, these people. They really are sort of life's losers, but the only thing they've got is by writing to somebody thinking they make a difference. Whereas, of course, we just block. Doesn't make any difference. But there was one the other day. She comes from, I think, the country's biggest family. I think there are 22 children in this family. They did a documentary on them. They don't claim benefits. They work. They're the most organised family you'll ever see. And you know me, I love a big family. Anyway, one of the daughters is pregnant. She's expecting her first child. She's been trolled already from people going, you're too young to have a baby, which was the mild one, to, I hope your baby dies. Now, people like that, you have to get them, arrested, you have to put them into court, and we have to just throw them away and throw the key away at the same time. These people don't even deserve the chance to live. Seriously, it's just an awful thing. She's had loads of these sort of things, mainly from sick people. Why would you ever, in a million years, ever want to write anything like that? But we've seen it time and time again. Steve, your singing's cracking me up. What does that mean? I'm a little bit hurt by that. A little bit worried about the fact that people didn't respect my singing. See, I'll have you know I'm a trained chorister. Well, when I say a trained chorister, I mean I sang in a choir, but I'm not. In exactly the same way that sort of Thomas is sort of a trained chorister, sort of. We've got Speedy Gonzales taking me home again this morning. This is the G-force. I do laugh, actually, 'cause sometimes I get home, even before we've left here, which is quite amazing. I sort of... They were showing that... What did they say the other day? Did somebody say that they were going to bring back Concorde or something? Because I always remember I'm old enough to remember when Concorde used to take off and land down the road from me at Heathrow, and you knew when Concorde was... You could hear it. Oh, it was absolutely unbelievable. The noise that Concorde made. And I never went in it. Never went in it, any sort of time. I was very disappointed. Very, very disappointed. The top of the cops we've done. Also, the Maguire crisis talks after the arrest. This is the England Star. Jets back to the UK for a showdown because we don't know what it is he's been charged with. And we don't know what but apparently he doesn't have to be there, which is sort of some odd ruling that they have, and you can, if you're found guilty at the end of it, you can pay, so you don't have to go to prison. I suppose it's based on the fact that if you earn a lot of money, you're all right. Somebody sent me the link to the happy song from Moana. Is it a new film then, Disney? Are they plugging Moana, or is it an old film? Not that new. Oh, okay. 5-10 years. Oh, right. Quite old. Rod Stewart is in Venice on holiday, and don't we know it, he's having loads of pictures taken, and Penny is taking the pic. They're both wearing their masks, which is quite sweet. Rod is 75 now, and she's 49, and they say it's one of our favourite cities of love. Creepy. Also, trouble in store for Joan Collins. She went to an IKEA, failed to wear a face mask, and she was looking at smoked salmon in a French branch when she came under fire. What, in IKEA? They do smoke salmon. I don't know. It just says face mask in IKEA. Yeah, she was on holiday in Saint-Tropez. She wore a plastic visor as she found breathing in the mask difficult. Shop staff were unimpressed. And she was mulling over the benefits of IKEA's Gravelax versus its smoked salmon. We just do meatballs here, don't we? We don't do anything very exciting at all. Gesticulating in Gallic fashion, this gendarme yelled at me to put on a proper mask because visors aren't legal. Oh, dear. How old do you think Dame Joan is? Go on. 87. 87. Amazing, isn't it? She tried a plastic mask, but it doesn't work. So she says, I felt like I was escaping from jail when we managed to get to the south of France. Imagine you're in IKEA and Joan Collins is in there. I mean, and they don't like these visors, which a lot of our hairdressers use in this country. Thank you very much indeed. And Ruby says they're celebrities, not famous people. Yeah, I mean, put it this way, we have media celebrities now, which is basically people with no talent whatsoever, but they've been on a reality show and they sort of go, what do you do, darling? Model. What do you do before? Worked on, counter a shop. Something like that. Nobody's ever had any interesting jobs. and they're sort of media fodder. Basically, you know, you sort of have them there for about 6 months and then you just chuck them away because there's another load that pop up. Then you get people who are in soap operas, which means that they are mildly famous, but they should never believe that because otherwise their career is over. The moment they start doing stories in the newspapers is the day that their cards are written and marked and they're out. It happens very quickly. And then they discover, once they're on the outside, that nobody's really interested in them. You know, you have to generate your own publicity. Before, if you're in a soap, the soap, big wheel will grind into action. The PR department, they'll write up stories about you, feed stories to the press. The moment you leave the programme, you're nobody, as half of them discover. You know, it's a bit sad, really. Have you mentioned 77 Sunset Strip? I certainly have not, but I do remember it very well. Lowry says, IKEA smoked salmon is delicious. Are we the only... Do we get smoked salmon here? We're a little bit confused by this one, Chris. Because every time I've been... I thought we just did meatballs in R1. Do they have a shop that they sell smoked salmon in? I mean, to be honest with you, I see no reason why Sweden shouldn't produce some of the best smoked salmon available. We'll just have a quick look. So, do they have a... Is there a shop? Restaurant, store, locator. No, they do lovely things, don't they? Strawberry soft ice. Sounds nice. Cold platter starters. Do they have a shop, though, where they sell onions for hot dogs? Veggie. They do a veggie hot dog. How lovely. All sorts of different hot dog dressing, hot dog ketchups, hot dog... Oh, a ring donut. Pink and white donut. We can't find smoked salmon, so perhaps it's only something that's available in different... Because it's obviously available in the south of France and in Spain, because that's where Chris Lowry is. So I wonder whether or not that's what it is. It's available... Perhaps there's some sort of shop where you can buy smoked salmon and meatballs and things like that. There you go. There you go. So, £109 million. That is not the highest. It's been on the lottery. Not the highest. The highest was won in 2011 by Colin and Chris Weir. They got £161 million. £161 million. We found Gravelax, but it's not... so, there's no salmon, not in our one. Chips are £1.10 a portion. Love a good portion of chips. Fish and chips, £4. It's very cheap, isn't it? Very cheap in IKEA. Look, you get 15 Swedish meatballs for £5, served with mashed potato, cream sauce and jam. I mean, for £5, for that many... God blimey, it's worth going overweight. Isn't it, really? Prawn and egg canapé, which seems quite... A sweet potato tart. In the Malaga store, says Chris, there is a shop. It's an awful long way to go for some smoked salmon. I've got Costco down the road. I've got a big pack of smoked salmon, which is quite nice, actually. 148 million, scooped by Adrian and Gillian Bayford from Suffolk. But £109 million. I mean, put it this way, that'd sort out a few problems, wouldn't it? By the time you sort of helped out some family and friends and things like that, you know, you wouldn't have to work for the rest of your life. Well, I mean, actually, even on less than a third of that. Selling lots of Nordic food. That's what the shop does over there, lots of Nordic food. It's very cheap, though, to eat in there. Fish and chips, £4 something. I think that's very reasonable. And I like the idea of mashed potato and meatballs. Never thought about that before. I normally sort of do mashed potatoes with broccoli and some sort of sauce or something, or beef gravy or something. But mashed potato sounds better. I bet they do really good mashed potato. Apparently in Croydon... Says John in Wimbledon, they do smoked salmon with salad. Yeah, what we're looking for is a shop. We're a shop. And some of the ones abroad, they've got shops and they sell smoked salmon. Jackie says, Harry and Meghan are going to do a show on feminism and racism. And seem to have something to do with Corbyn, says Jackie. Listen, it's just a pie-in-the-sky idea. They've got no idea what they're doing. They have no idea. They're like the blind leading the blind. What does he know about anything? Seriously. I mean, you know, they're trading on the fact that they used to be in the royal family. We've got a big IKEA food shop at the front of our local IKEA in Charlton. They sell all sorts, frozen, fresh food, salmon. Oh, right, here we go. So we found some frozen crayfish. Take it away. Cured cold smoked salmon. That sounds quite nice. Salmon fillets, $7.75. Cod roast spread. Ugh. I don't think I'd be very good in Sweden, actually. It's an awful lot of fish. Fish not being my favourite thing. But they do all sorts of things. The meatballs, though, look lovely, don't they? They really do look nice. And are they big into hot dogs? You wouldn't have thought out. Look at the size of that sausage. Yeah, small sausage. Frozen sausages, which is apparently called korv. Korv. And köttbullar med potatis. Anyway, it's potatoes, I believe. Meatballs with mashed potatoes frozen. God, that sounds even more exciting. You can actually go and buy it frozen, just chuck it into a pan. Cool, that's me sorted out today. Definitely, I'm going to go and get some more meatballs, and I'm going to get some other little bits and pieces as well. Other stories in the papers today. Trump's sister, he's a cruel, lying phony. She blasts her brother in recordings made by the niece. Well, listen, everybody falls out. Everybody falls out, don't they? Apparently there's a food store in the Glasgow IKEA, and most IKEAs have a shop with fridges and freezer section. The one at Lakeside is by the till, says Richard. Oh. IKEA does have a shop, Steve, next to the cafe and does chocolate meatballs. Chocolate meatballs? That sounds a bit disgusting. Apparently, IKEA in Leeds sells smoked salmon in the restaurant. Plus, in the shop, they have freezers where you can buy salmon, says Anne. And they sell smoked salmon and packet mash. Packet mash is everywhere. Is it as good, though, as Iceland's packet mash? Frozen packet. Oh, that's delicious. Pound. Big bag. I might go and buy some today, actually. So, thank you for telling me about that. I'm now up to speed with IKEA, which is always good news. 5 to 7. Love Island star Ovi Socko. I've no idea who this person is. No idea at all. He's been on Love Island. The warning to avoid a career in reality TV came from Mario Falcone, who became suicidal after feeling overwhelmed by his glamorous life. Because Socko is now mulling over whether to reject reality TV and return to top-class basketball. Well, let me tell you this. Top-class basketball will last a lot longer than reality TV. You know, somebody will sell a story on you, career, over, finished. You know, they're very disposable. The girls all have to get their boobs out and pretend they're in relationships, and the boys don't really do anything, actually. They just sort of faff around, you know, and go to nightclubs and go, and get some more tattoos done. Fat Tony is in one of the papers today. 2 years ago, spinning the decks at Frogmore House for Harry and his new wife Meghan's intimate wedding reception. I've never heard of him. I mean, we're not supposed to have heard of it, but there's all sorts of people I've never heard of. He'd be one of them. And he says, God forbid they wanted to live their own life. Well, you're biased, aren't you? You want to get another booking mate. That's what you're saying it for, because apparently he's DJ'd for the Beckhams. Well, keep that under your hat. Were they all dancing? Can you imagine, actually, that Dave can't dance for Toffee? And Victoria does it, girly, girly dance, girly, girly dance, girly, girly dance, girly, girly dance. The Costa Posher. They're actually trying to upmarket Benidorm. No chance. No chance. They need to say goodbye to their boozy beach bars and head up market, says one of the top hoteliers. Each year, Brits make up to 7 million of the Spanish resort's 16.2 million tourists until the pandemic hit the trade. Now they've got to self-isolate, but unfortunately all they're stuck with is boozy Brits. And unless you get rid of them, you're going to be stuck with boozy Brits. And it's like Malaga, isn't it? You know, Malaga's got a reputation for being tragic. You know, and any of these sort of places where Ibiza used to be such a pretty little place, you know, little sort of fishing port, and people loved it and they went there. Now it's just yobbos who want to get drunk and they go out on these booze cruise. I mean, honestly, in my day, a booze cruise would be somebody giving you cheap Fanta. You know, it certainly wouldn't be anything else. But that's all it is now. It just becomes alcohol-based and fuelled. Steve says, Dev, how about smoked salmon with a slice of cheddar cheese and gherkin? Ugh, not gherkins. Absolutely no thank you. I wouldn't touch a gherkin. I have to have them removed from the burgers at McDonald's. I'm sorry, you don't put one of those ghastly... Honestly, and the Americans like gherkins. It's not for British people. We don't do gherkins. We do sort of a squirt of salad cream or something. You don't want to... Or a pickled onion. But I mean, a gherkin. Ugh, how naff. Front pages of the papers. Kids. Back to school. Lots of the papers talking about that. And Bojo's going to sort it all out. And Simon's first trip out since the crash. This is Simon Cowell. And I'm a celeb. Peck me out of here, because they're still trying to drum up interest in this programme, yet there's nobody appearing as far as we know. Today, on my free Little Bit Extra podcast, Ant McPartlin takes a photographer for another walk with the dogs. Dave Beckham's been roped in to flog his wife's makeup. And Leonardo DiCaprio's been spotted looking pretty ancient on the beach. You can to celebrate Only Fools and Horses, there is a David Jason teddy bear from Stife at 275 quid. It'll sell out immediately, and then they go up in value. Anything that's got the word Stife written on it seems to do very well indeed. Also, because of the appalling weather, there's going to be a shortage of corn, which means there's going to be a shortage of flour, which means there's going to be a shortage of bread, which means the prices are going to rise. But I'm not going into panic mode, because, to be honest with you, it's bad for you anyway. You shouldn't bother with it. You know, if you can't live it... Oh, some people like that, aren't they? They get to that stage where they go, I really love bread. You know, I'm addicted to bread. I mean, I could easily go the rest of my life without bread. You eat flatbreads. Right. I don't know what flatbreads are. What are flatbreads? Oh, right. Like the Warburton Pockets, but not. Like a pita bread. Oh, right. Pita bread. Pita bread. Oh, right. OK. So what do you do with that? Bit more health rubbish. There's an article about vegans, actually, in one of the papers today, surprisingly. As you know, we have one on the programme. He's managed to escape. And we also have a poem of the day, being Tuesday. And what else have we got? We've got the cycle lane installed, but the people who actually put it in, it goes inside a bus shelter. I mean, you know, obviously really dumb council officials. Mary Berry says she used to sleep with piglets. And Amazon have put curbs on reviews of Harry and Meghan's book. They see an orchestrated campaign to push it further up the list. So they've stopped them, because it's very easy for people to cheat on these things and try and make out that something's really phenomenally popular, you know, because they are the nearest thing to the almighty. Sadly not. CC Steve, oh yes, who was talking about the other day? Everybody was talking about God, weren't they? That was yesterday morning. Everybody talking about God, and I thought, I don't know, are we a religious country anymore? I don't think we are, really. I mean, at school, we used to have school prayers, but I thought that was just standard in any school when I was younger, and we sung a hymn, but most of the people didn't sing the blooming things. But, I mean, I quite enjoyed that side of it, and I did go to church for a period of time. I wasn't sure if I believed in it. I've never really thought about that side of it. You know, you speak to people and they go, oh, I'm an atheist. You think, well, you've obviously thought about it. But I'd never thought about it, whether or not I believed or whether I didn't believe. Sometimes you ask yourself if there is a God because of things that happen. And then there's other people who sort of believe that God did create us. But we only sort of came along from the Garden of Gethsemane, whereas in fact we all know that the Earth is billions of years older than that, or younger than that, depending on which way you look at it. So you believe what you want to believe. You know, as long as you do it yourself, it's fine. It's fine. As long as you don't inflict your views on somebody else, it makes no difference at all. I couldn't care less. I really couldn't care less. But, I mean, and there are all sorts of lovely churches. I've always wanted to buy a church. If I win tonight 109 million, I'm going to buy a church. I've decided, nearer thy God. I mean, Wales, there's some loads of places in Wales which are really, really lovely. The old chapels that have been converted into, some of them, stunning family homes. Stunning. And I just think it must be quite nice to be fairly near to God, you know, just in case you need him on one of those sort of odd days. So, and some of you look at them, they've actually put floors in, and lots of natural light. Well, churches had lots of light because of all the stained glass windows. But no, beautiful places. Even around my way, actually, we have people who've converted churches and sold them on to people. And I remember I didn't go to one, I was watching it on a television programme. And you sit there and, you know, you become engrossed in it. And this one, you went in and it was the most beautiful polished wood everywhere. They hadn't sort of skimped or, you know, screwed, you know, sort of didn't want to spend any money. They'd spent a lot of money. And so it was beautiful wooden floorboards which shone like mirrors. The kitchen was all wood and beautiful with chrome. And I remember looking at it thinking, bloody hell. The only downside, if there would be a downside, is that it still had the graveyard. It came with the graveyard. Now, after I forget how many years it is, you can have the ground deconsecrated and you can move the graves if they're above a certain age. We have a children's playground in Twickenham, which used to be a graveyard, and they've moved all the gravestones around the wall. I mean, you can't read any of them, so, you know, the family are not going to be coming back from 1760 and things like that. But that's what you do, and so you can move the gravestones, and if there's anything in the ground that needs moving, then they will move that at the same time. And so, but I mean, I've seen people who've had houses in graveyards, and somebody says, are you not bothered by it? And somebody said, well, they're not going to come out and hurt you, are they? You know, it must be the best place to get the best sleep that you've ever had, I should imagine. Anyway, nice. So we've seen some nice pictures of churches. We found a taxidermist who sold rhino horn to the Chinese mafia, and I think we've sent him to prison. So what was the other one I quite liked? Oh, poppy sellers to hang up their collection tins. It's too dangerous out there. People actually thieve. Do you know there is a supermarket in Preston? They've had to put everything into lockdown boxes so people can't steal. It's the most steal from shop, if there is such a word. And they're basically druggies and junkies. And they just go in there, they spit, they sit up. They don't do anything. They just say, I walked past Richmond the other day and there's a woman and a man. And up until then, I thought they looked perfectly normal until it turned out she was swigging. This is at 9 o'clock in the morning from a can of Stella. And I'm thinking, you know, it doesn't bode well for the future, does it really? But there seem to be more and more people like that. I have to be honest, I don't think I could ever become an alcoholic. Although I read a review of somebody who was saying why they thought they'd put on weight in the last 5 months is because they thought they'd turned into an alcoholic because they were drinking more alcohol. And you ask people during COVID, not that we've moved out of it, we're still in it, but have you found yourself drinking more? Have you found yourself because you're bored? You sort of think, well, I'll have a gin and tonic, and then one gin and tonic leads to another, and then you think, oh, this is quite nice. And before you know where you are, you're doing it on a regular basis. I used to have a producer who was an alcoholic. And the alcohol, I mean, he was a serious alcoholic. The alcohol became his food. So if you went out for dinner, he didn't eat anything. He would order the food, and he'd just move it around the plate. Occasionally, he might put sort of a little piece of meat in his mouth. That would be it. It's the booze he wanted. And he would get through 20 pints in a day without too much trouble at all. But he didn't really need the food. And that's, I suppose, the indicator of... Because you very rarely see people who are on the streets with a load of food around them. You'll see a can of booze or a bottle of wine. I've got a bottle of Prosecco, actually, which is very nice indeed, from the charities, saying thank you for last Sunday, which was good. And then I got a packet of Payne's Poppets sent in. Payne's Poppets. Well, these are mint creams covered in dark chocolate. Not for you, Luke. Not for you. Are they vegan? No, I shouldn't think so at all, no. But it's from Marnie in Glasgow, who says, when I saw these sweets, I remember you'd mentioned them, so I got you a few boxes. Well, I only got one here, Marnie, so I don't know how many you sent down there, because somebody's obviously nicked the rest of them. Oh, dear, else it's getting worse and worse, isn't it? Worse and worse. But nice to think that Andrew in Saltburn is wishing us all a happy Christmas. Do you know, I love it. Do you know, the one thing you can get, if you really want to wind up the snowflakes and the trolls, just tell them how much you look forward to Christmas. It guarantees them. Seriously, it's the most hilarious thing you could ever do. How dare you talk about these things? You know, we lost my grandmother the other week, you know. We took her down to the beach, put her on a lilo, and she disappeared into the distance. You know, and they're all sort of going on about, oh, you can't do Christmas. Some people will be suffering. Listen, people suffer every day of the year, but we don't worry about snowflakes, curtain twitchers. We love it. We love it because they don't have anything else, so you have to wind them up, because then it gives them something to worry about, which I quite like. Monica says, looks like I'm going to Scotland today. Judging by the time I'm supposed to start, 4:30, we'll end up in Southampton probably, though. Will you? Well, going to Scotland? Why would you end up in Southampton? I mean, I don't know. Actually, I've got to go down... Where am I going to? Oh, I'm going to see my godchildren on Saturday. Then on Monday... Oh, I can't tell you what I'm doing Monday, actually. But I'm going to be doing that. Monica's my favourite Jewish multitasker. So, Scotland today. That's a drive and a half, isn't it? That is a drive and a half. But Merry Christmas to everybody. Woo! You know. Have I been to Scotland? Yes, I've been to Scotland. I've been to Glasgow. I've been to Edinburgh. Into the islands? No, a friend of mine is actually up on the Isle of Mull at the moment. She's up there. They have no phone signal at all. It's very embarrassing. She said she can do all these other things, but I don't have these other things, like Instagram and something else, Facebook or something. I have no idea. I have no idea what she'd do, Twitter. She did the other week, but I don't think she'd reached the Isle of Mull. But they went to Tobermory. She'd never heard of Tobermory. And I sang her the song. What's the problem in Balamory, wouldn't you like to know? Well, she didn't know, she took a boat trip over there, and they had a little walk around. She said it was nice. Very nice indeed. You all right, Corey? Good. Soon put an end to that. So, what's it called? Suede. Corduroy. It's a corduroy shirt. That's a charity shop number if ever I saw one, isn't it? Some old man somewhere of about 83 is going, oh, I got a corduroy shirt, Steve. I bet you never bought that. I bet you got that in a charity shop. Go on, tell the truth. Did you get in a charity shop? That's been somebody else's shirt. I'm the only one not wearing corduroy. You don't know. You haven't seen my pants. Can you imagine corduroy pants? Great thing. So, also we found a nice house which somebody else bought. If I'd won the 109 million, I'd have probably bought it. No, I wouldn't have done. Yes, I would have done, because it used to be owned by Judy Garland. And, don't get any camper than that, do you? How showbiz are you? Monica says, useless planners. Oh, aren't they the worst? There's a woman on YouTube this morning, I was watching it. She's sitting in the back of an Uber, and she's given him the wrong address. And so he's taken her to what he thinks is the address she wants to go to. And she gets there and goes, this isn't it. Take me somewhere else. He says, I'm not taking you somewhere else. So do you get out of the car? She said, I'm not getting out of the car. And so there enlists a standoff. And of course, she's one of those compulsive liars. He's hitting me. They had another woman, she lied through her teeth, but made herself look a complete buffoon. I wonder if these people ever get any comeback on YouTube in America. The Karens who've shouted obscenities and claimed to be following the Bible. One woman, she used every F word under the sun and then claimed that, Jesus Christ was going to send you straight to hell. I thought, good. Well, if that's what you want to believe, you believe it. It's fantastic. So what else have we got today? Well, apart from the bad weather, not very much. There isn't a great deal in the news, apart from you are going back to school, and if you don't, you're going to be fined 120 quid. 16,000 people will find jobs at Tesco's. Their online stuff's gone mad, so they're very pleased about it. The man who recovered from coronavirus has now been reinfected. He's got it again. I thought you could only get it the once, but apparently not. And a caring nurse put outside her house apples, box of apples, obviously from her trees, and said, help yourself. The council fined her for fly tipping. I'm going to tell you the council are. They've since apologised. I mean, quite clearly, they've got an idiot on the council who thought that because she put apples outside and said, help yourself, that was fly tipping. A really stupid, immature, pathetic member of council. We'll find out which one it is and why you should not be there. Also, what was the other one? Oh, yes. A woman stole 5,000 quid from the account of a vulnerable child that was put into her care. And so this girl had access to, I think, about £12,000 in her account. And this woman stole £5,000 worth of it. She hasn't got anything to show for it now. She's got rid of it all. So she's been fined a fiver. I mean, to be honest with you, the woman should be in prison. In prison. Chained up to the wall. Like hanging there like that, And that dreadful, stealing off a vulnerable child. Can't bear something like that. Carol says Christmas is actually only 4 months from today. Is it September, October, November, December? Yeah, but whatever. I mean, who cares? And hanging by the arms. Yeah, that's what they do on chains. They put you in chains, and so you're not hanging. It's just that your arms are sort of up in the air. Have you ever seen that? Oh, yeah, that's what they do. They hang you up by your arms on the side, and then they used to flay you with like having the cane at school. Only I don't think you emerge from this one with any grace at the end of the day, because you can't do anything to protect yourself because you're chained up with your arms. Have you never? Well, I don't think anybody's got any castles where they chain people up to the walls. But if you find any, for God's sake, let me know. 84850. Talking of Christmas in Wales, one year I spent my time with an ex-girlfriend, Anglesey. Says Matthew, never been so, but there's nothing in Anglesey. Is there anything there? There's probably a road in and a road out. But I'm not really Anglesey. Isn't that just sort of religious? I think there's a little church on Anglesey. Isn't Anglesey near Iona? Might be completely off. I get sometimes texts for other people, and I start reading them, thinking, when does that come into my programme? And it turns out it's not for me at all. It's something that's been thrown back from maybe yesterday or something like that. There's a horrible picture in the paper today. Horrid picture. I laugh, but sort of inwardly I cry. And it's of a seagull. And seagulls, as you know, will dive bomb people. They'll take your ice cream cones, your fish and chips. They'll take just about everything that they can get their hands on. But this is a case of a mother duck and her two little ducklings. And the seagull just swoops in, picks up a duckling. And, of course, the mother duck can't do anything about it. She just goes, wah, 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 wah. And the little duck is pictured in the paper hanging out of the beak. It's still alive. It's still alive as it's sort of taken up into the air by the seagull, who will then take it back to its nest and feed it to the young while it's alive. I mean, it's horrid, isn't it? But that's nature. Apparently you're not allowed to do anything else. You know, you aren't supposed to interfere. Because I used to complain bitterly years ago, before I knew better, about the David Attenborough things. I think there they are in the Serengeti or in the Masai Mara, and you're watching lions and they're separating wildebeest from their calves. And you think, couldn't the film crew interfere? And you think, no, because that's how the lions feed. There are millions of wildebeest, and they are the thickest animals under the sun, I promise you. They really are dumb. And, of course, all the lions do is they just separate the calf, and then to them, a calf is a snack. You know, it really is. It's nothing more than that. And we sit there in horror and we watch it. It's terrible. Perhaps we could have a fizzy water. We could have a fizzy water day. Yeah, I don't want that one. You put your hands around it. I don't know. No, I don't want one now. I'll go and get one myself. It's all right. I can go and get it. You know, I can get friends of mine who work round there to get it for me. Yeah, well, I've got friends. I've got friends in this place. Yeah, I know the producer of the Breakfast Show. Yeah, I know them. They're there. They'll be round there later. My friend Callum. He'll be round there later. Well, we hope so, anyway. Do you know, I found a little film of him the other day, dancing in his pants. He spends most of his time like that and kicking a football round in the garden. Apparently he supports some football team that I've never heard of. Steve, only 8 sleeps till Christmas if you're an insomniac. Oh, that is so cruel. Actually, I don't like to think that anybody who listens to the radio at this time is an insomniac, because most people are getting up, aren't they? Oh, do you know what I've got to do today? I've got a slow puncture. So I've got to go and get the tyre done. So I went up yesterday to just get a price. I think I know roughly what it's going to be. And I go up to Gray's Tyres. They've got a big sort of premises up the road from me. And I went in there and I didn't recognise anybody in there, which I thought was slightly odd. Anyway, turns out it's under new management, but it's not Gray's anymore. But they've still kept all the signage up there. So he sort of quoted me a price which seemed way too cheap for my tyre. He didn't seem to particularly know about whether this was is this a Pirelli tyre or is this something else and all that. So I've got to get another tyre put on today. So how are we going to manage that? I don't know. It might be a place in Richmond where they'll do my tyres, because I don't want to take it in there and then have to bring it back and then take it back in again. I want them to do it there and again. Sean Connery is 90 today, says Nella. Happy birthday to him. Happy birthday to him. Steve, you and Darren were so right on the handover. Christmas is a time to remember things and people as they were. Of course it's sad. But would those who have gone want us to be sad? No, of course not. So get the Ray Conniff CD on and turn it up and join in with Jolly Old St. Nicholas. It's true, though. I mean, I remember getting an email from one of these, the snowflakes, going, you know, lots of people lost people. It's a sad time at Christmas. It's always a sad time. It doesn't make any difference whether it's Christmas or the following day. You know, they obviously, they're always the people who think they're writing for everybody else, but not really. And so you celebrate. You have Christmas. You celebrate them. Never forget them. That's how it works. Goodness sake. Listen, believe you me, I've been there many, many times. And I thought long and hard about Corey's corduroy shirt and fancied buying one, says Matthew. Maybe Uniglow in Kingston. I think it came from a charity shop. What do you think of the colour? What colour is it? Is it chocolate brown? It's maroon, is it? Oh, right. Oh, it's maroon. I don't know. How much did you pay for it? Not very much. They're really for a charity shop. You're going to be walking down the road one day and somebody's going to go, "That's my shirt. That was my shirt." Oh, dear. So, Steve, on Fridays, says Deb, most of us get tucked into fish and chips. How about steamed sea bass mixed with red chilies, garlic ginger and a slice of tomato and coriander? No, not... You see, you can't tempt me with fish. You really, because I'm not a fish person at all. It just doesn't do a thing for me at all. Anglesey is an island off North Wales. All right, everybody's clever, aren't they? But there's nothing there, though, is there? I mean, is there anything there? What would you go to Anglesey? Oh, it's near the Menai Straits. Iona's in the North Sea, says Keith. Ha, ha, ha. I love when you can whine, but I knew where it was. I was just testing. You know, you have to test people all the time. So, nice house. Oh, there it is. Look, but Anglesey, island in Wales, known for its beaches. And, oh, look, it's got some bed and breakfast. and it's got forestry, and Beaumaris Castle, a medieval stronghold. Not anymore, it's not. And there's a jail you can go to, some hidden gardens. Bored already? So there's nothing that's tempted me to go to Anglesey, ladies and gentlemen, but I bet you a lot of you listening you'll be saying to yourselves, Steve, we've been to Anglesey. It's quite nice. You want to get in touch with yourself. You know, you go there and you just sit there staring at, because there is more things in heaven and earth than a shop and a Costco and a garage for putting petrol in and a charity shop for buying your shirts in and things like that. There's loads of things out there. And it's sort of, you look at you just basically go back to basics. You know, I could quite happily live in a static caravan, you know, with sort of a limited amount of clothes. So you'd sort of wash them out every sort of couple of days and things like that. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Not sure if I want puffins and everything, seagulls coming in all the time, but I quite fancy the idea of sort of getting a bit lost in the, and then I quite fancy being on one of these boats that just does, you know, all the different, you know, Lake Windermere and everything else like that. I quite fancy being on one of those, or just driving it backwards and forwards with a cup of tea, talking to people. I've done that before when I've taken the riverboat up from Richmond to Hampton Court Palace. You get tourists on there, and I generally get talking to them, because I'm one of these sort of people, and you can hear them sort of saying, oh, I wonder, that is over there, and of course I know what they all are. So I always sort of chip in as if I'm some free guide. I go, well, actually, this boat, years ago, you know, they would come up from London to go to Hampton Court Palace. It was a 2-day journey for Henry VIII. They'd all sit there, they'd be knackered rowing these boats up there, which are all very pretty. Yeah, woo, love you fat so-and-so. Yeah, who you marrying today? And so it goes on, and he would sort of go up there. And so I always tell people the history of it and where we are at any particular moment. I'm quite good, actually. Quite good at doing things like that. But I've not been on one of the boats for yonks. Got to do the tyre today, so we'll be doing that early this morning. Anglesey is off North Wales, Steve. It's where Paulinus defeated the Druids before going on to defeat Boudica, or Boadicea. Boadicea. I wonder what she would have been like as a guest for In Conversation. She'd have been quite scary. Quite scary. But I don't mind that. Another one here, which says, if Scotland left the UK, Anglesey could be a suitable place to relocate the fleet of Trident nuclear subs. Well, there you go. There you go. That sounds quite good. Aliens, they say in the paper today, would fly home immediately due to our response to COVID-19. Due to our response. So there you go. And also, where to live in this fair land of ours if you want to hang on to your car. The car crooks are out there. You know, people who will go out, nick somebody's car, and then they rebadge it and they change the colour of it, and then they sell it on. Once they've sold it on, you know, you're kind of up a gum tree, I'm afraid, on that one. Also, the Pablo Escobar, he was a drug smuggler, by the way, of egg smugglers, wants to stay in the UK. He smuggles eggs. He thieves them from nests. And we don't really want him, but let's sort of make sure we get him into prison as soon as possible. There's a naturist resort in France sees a COVID-19 spike. You ever been to a naturist resort? No. Have you ever thought about going to? Yes, taking all your clothes off. Everything. I don't know. Well, I don't know why. What do you mean, why? I don't know. What a daft question. Why do they take their clothes off? But they're too hot. I don't know. No, they just feel, you know, the need to have the sun on your body. Not just in a big group over in France, in Cap d'Agde. It's in a complete town. A complete town. I mean, you try pushing a trolley around. It's not easy in the supermarket. Very dangerous. Got to be very careful with those bars. Lord knows. I mean, the only person who's got clothes on is the person sitting at the till. You know, you just sort of have to stand there trying to sort of, you know, sort of think about anything apart from getting your willy caught in the trolley. But yeah, it's a whole town. It's families, grandpas, mothers, you know, pregnant women, men who are... They're all ugly. Everybody's ugly. Nobody's good looking on Nature Resort because they've all got the clothes off, which kind of is a leveller, isn't it? You know, but that was what Larry Hagman used to do. Larry Hagman, who was JR in Dallas, used to have all his business meetings in a hot tub. He said, because once people have got their clothes off, there's no more secrets. You're laid bare to the world. Corey looking slightly green around the gills. But never mind. Probably giving your girlfriend a few ideas. Or we could go to a naturist resort. Here's us on the seafront of Bridlington. Everybody throwing up. Oh, those horrible Southerners have come up. Oh, sorry, no. They're from Yorkshire. Yorkshire. Do you think there are Yorkshire naturist clubs? I bet there are, It's the sort of place that would have them. Definitely. She had the balmiest conversations, all of a sudden Luke goes, I'm going to Anglesey. I said, well, go. I was remotely bothered, and he said, I thought you'd be interested. I thought, think again. Why would I be interested? He's going to Anglesey. What do you think I'm going to do? Phone you and go, the bingo numbers are in, okay, I've got 3 and 2. What have you got? 2 little ducks, 2 fat ladies. Oh, you can't say that now, can you? They're not 2 fat ladies. They're 2 ladies who've eaten a lot of food. Okay, and they've got bigger glands than everybody else. And he thinks, he said, I'm going to Anglesey. I mean, he's that bored, he thinks I'm interested. Well, I mean, have a chat about Anglesey. Oh, dear, honestly. I'd rather eat dead prunes. I love a dead prune. Yeah, prunes. I don't know why, actually. We used to eat prunes all the time. My mother used to say it's to make you regular. And I was thinking, oh, that's quite a nice idea. I had no idea what she was talking about. No idea at all. But I ate my prunes, which was good. Shane says, I'm very sorry. I'm late. I mean, for goodness sake, you know what time? The show starts at 4, okay? 4 o'clock is when it starts. You know that at 5 past or 10 past 5, we have the poem of the morning. Plus, we do all your texts and emails. And we try and put a smile on your face because there ain't a lot to smile about. I mean, the fact that Luke's going as far away as he can be, I think is possibly reason to celebrate on the programme this morning. So the very idea that he's going to Anglesey, we can only wish a pox on Anglesey, the kind of place that has no idea what they've let themselves in for. Oh, Southern Jessies will be coming up here today. I was listening to that Steve Allen show. See, my Scottish accent is as bad as I always thought it was. I wish they were Wales. It would make it so much easier if they were Welsh. And so he's going to go to... He doesn't know what's there. Have you booked in somewhere? Have you booked a B&B? Near the Menai Bridge. How lovely. Already I'm bored. So you're going to be looking... So the view from your bedroom window in this Airbnb place is at the Menai Bridge, is it? Which crosses the Menai Straits, I assume. You're going to go to... Snowdonia. How lovely. It's a national park, I know, that'll be lovely. You could really lose yourself there, couldn't you? With a bit of luck. And then don't bother taking your phone. You'll never get a signal. Be pointless trying to call somebody like the Forest Rangers to come and rescue you, I don't even know what's in the Snowdonia National Park. I mean, are there bears? Betsy Croyd. Oh, right, that sounds delightful. I'm glad you're going. And the rest of us... And if anybody else is thinking of going, cancel. Because he's going to be up there. Yeah, wait a minute. I'm just having a look at... I mean, I've always said... I know I joke about it, but I've always said we live in a most beautiful country. And look, all these pictures, all these places, and nobody walking about or anything like that. You could be the only one up... Oh, look, there's some people. Snowdonia National Park. There's places where... I mean, it is beautiful, isn't it? Oh, look, there's a railway. Thank God for that. You don't have to walk. Oh, I couldn't bear it if you get there and they go, the railway's broken. I took back in the car. It's an old steam train. Well, it's a ratchet, isn't it? A ratchet and... Isn't it? Do you know what I'm talking about? No. It's like... actually, it might actually not be. You know when you go on a roller coaster, as you go up, it goes click, 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 click. That's so it doesn't roll back down again. There's a brake on it. So... It's like a chain link, click, 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 till you get to the top, then you click, 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 and then you fall off the other end, which was great. No, it's very pretty, the Snowdonia National Park. I mean, it's not for me. It's not for... I mean, I do not mind having, the railway there, because that... I mean, I'm quite happy doing railways. Callum's superimposed a picture of me standing by the sign, "Welcome to Anglesey." That's sweet. He does play it. I told you he understood what we were talking about. Tried to explain to the team before, because they say, oh, which one is he? And I go, he's the slim, good-looking one. Who'll be in shorts again today, as we head into the depths of winter. Callum will be the only one wearing shorts. Actually, I quite like this. I like the flat cap and everything else. And me saying, welcome to the Isle of Anglesey, which is, I can't pronounce it because I don't do Welsh. Chryso Inismon. There's Welsh people everywhere going, what is he attempting to say? No idea. That means welcome to the Isle of Anglesey. Well, it would do if I could speak the language. Steve, do people still eat rhubarb and custard? Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Rhubarb and... Are you serious? Cold rhubarb with custard? Or cold rhubarb with sour cream? Or double cream. In fact, any sort of cream at all. Sounds lovely. Apparently, Anglesey Island is bigger than the Isle of Wight. The main town is Holyhead. Wow. Well, you see, we learn something new every day. Apparently, that's where the Duke of Cambridge lived. Oh, right. Thank you very much indeed. It's also got a ferry port for Northern Ireland, says David. I'm more preferring where Paulinos defeated the Druids for going on to defeat Boudica. Or Boadicea. Doesn't make any difference, does it, really? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, I'd love to guess what was in your tin by the sound again. The tin... Oh, you mean poppets? Was that the sound you were worried about? Poppets. And these ones are mint creams covered in dark chocolate, but I suspect the Ian Dale programme's been at them. No, Corey told me that. Corey said, the Ian Dale... Yes, you did. Yes, you did so. I've got it recorded on here. Can't come back to me and start throwing that one back in my lap. They gave you them. Yeah. What, just the one box? Well, in the card, it says there were a few. Who's producing Ian Dale this week? Scottish Boy. And who's nicked them? Scottish Boy. And Corey told me that. Corey said that Thomas would definitely nick them, he said, because Steve wouldn't mind. That's what I heard. I've got that recorded onto here now. Try and deny it with me, pal, I'm telling you. Another one says, say hello to my mother, Kitty. She's 91, and she's now the proud owner of an iPad. Oh, Lord. And she can even work the apps. Listen, I've always said it's easy to work the app. You just click on things. It works very well. And Matthew says, tell Luke not to go to Anglesey. It's a pointless trip. No, he wants to go. He really wants. But in fact, he keeps throwing out various ideas. I mean, because we started off on the basics, Legoland, and then we kind of took it up a little bit. You know, perhaps I could go to SeaWorld or go to Florida. I couldn't go. That's where you go to. Just go, make it soon, and make sure it's far, far away. And Tony in Sheffield says it's called Rack and Pinion. That's it, Rack and Pinion. Thank you very much indeed. Rack and Pinion. I still want to go on it. I quite like these sort of railways that sort of go up the side of mountains, and you get up there. I don't want to do anything when I get there. I just want to have a cup of tea and find where my Payne's poppets have gone to. You know, I don't want to make a big deal about it, but if Thomas has been there beforehand, he's probably buried them. Some little joke that he has at my expense. Oh, there's the railway. Look at that. It comes in... See, I think that's lovely. I think that's lovely. You must go on that. You must take a video. Look at it. It's nearly falling off the edge. And it's got a steam train. Woo, woo. I think that's great. I love that. That scenery is stunning. No, you must let us know when you're going. I'll inform customs. Somebody better check you. Will you be? Are you staying in a B&B? You've got Airbnb. Lovely. What's that called? Called the Mountain Retreat. How exciting, honestly. So you're basically sleeping on the train. Front two seats reserved for you two. Will you have a little tent and stuff like that? How sweet, honestly. It's lovely, isn't it, really? I love it when the staff go away on holiday. I don't like it when they come back, but I quite like it when they go away. It's always a bit of a treat for me. Because then I get loads of different people, and God knows, I've had so many different people over the past 6 months and 5 months, because there's people moving around and going on to different programmes, and there's Thomas eating my Payne's poppets, and because Corey said so, and because he would do that, yeah. Yeah, you did say it. Well, why'd you deny it? Don't deny it. I've recorded everything. Hello? I've seen Judge Judy. I know what goes on. I've got you now, mate. You did say it. Luke will back me up. He said it, didn't he, Luke? Thank you, you see? Yeah, Luke was here. You just didn't see him. But he was there. He was there all the time. And I was going to give you a bottle of Prosecco this morning, and I thought, no. Whistle. All right, we know you can whistle, but, I mean, you know... Whistle while you work. That's probably another joke that goes along with that one. Anyway, so Judy Garland's one-time home in the Hollywood Hills, 4.7 million. I mean, it is lovely. It's with loads of other houses, I'm afraid, but then that's the way that Hollywood land has been built up. And it's 5,000 square feet. It's got beautiful panoramic views over Sunset Strip. And you could sit out. Oh, it's got lovely. There's a courtyard for get-togethers. I mean, really, really lovely. And one-time resident Sammy Davis Jr. installed a pool house. It's quite big, actually. Quite big. And it was meant to be a chic space. It's nice inside. Little bit dated, because Sammy Davis Jr. moved in 1955. So Judy Garland had it. And it is nice, actually. You would pay for this. You would pay for this because it's a nice looking house, but you get a lot more for your money. They were showing some houses in, where was it, California or something like that. It's people who won the lottery. They want to buy a house, but they've only won a small amount, like $1 million, which it's a lot of money if you don't have $1 million. But you've got $1 million, it's nothing. And they had a lovely house, and it was 4-bedroom. It was beautifully done, and it was only £370,000. You get so much more for your bucks over there than you do over here. I mean, unless you're going, up north or something like that, and the further you get. Anglesey, I wouldn't like to imagine how much property costs in Anglesey, so I'm sure the producer would like to find out. So we can sort of give a rough idea of a 4-bedroom, semi-detached house, nice sized garden. That's what I'm looking for. So 6. I would think 4 to 6 bedrooms. I'm not too fussy. And here we go. This is very nice. This is from Purple Bricks. Okay, this is a 4-bedroom detached house on a good-sized plot, okay, which has got 2 living rooms, kitchen, breakfast room, bathroom, shower room, garage, and it's got a large driveway. How much? £240,000. You can't buy a flat. Mind you, I'm liking the one underneath. This is a 4-bedroom detached house for sale in Anglesey. And it's got amazing views of the countryside. It's got a swimming pool, but it is over £1 million. It's £1,195,000. It's still lovely though, isn't it? They say it's a unique home. Looks unique. Looks really nice. And I like the one underneath, a 4-bedroom detached house by the Menai Bridge. And this one's just £1 million. But there's loads of other places. I mean, 240,000, you get a 4-bedroom house. I mean, there obviously are some more expensive houses. I suppose because people are paying for the sort of the space that you get up there. Very nice indeed. I'd love to live there, but would you get... Imagine if you didn't like your neighbours. Imagine if you hated your neighbours and all of a sudden you're kind of stuck in this place and there's sort of hardly any shops. Because when I was talking to my friend Helena, she was telling me where they are on the Isle of Mull, and, you don't literally have a shop on the next corner. You've got to drive to the shop so that you can go and get supplies and stuff like that. And she said, but it is beautiful up there. Absolutely beautiful. She said, you look out the window and you go, oh my goodness, it's quite nice. So she likes it. So and that's the Isle of Mull, and they've been on the ferry and done everything else. I don't think actually Luke is planning on spending too much money. I mean, I should imagine the railway trip alone could cost him, a shift and a half. But you'll like it. I mean, you must take loads of. Do you take loads of pictures when you go on holiday? Selfies. I've got a friend who takes loads of selfies of himself. I think he must have more pictures of himself than me. In fact, I would guess, actually, that was probably very, very accurate. I don't take as many pictures as I should do. But I quite like it that when you go somewhere, you've got those memories, and then you should be able to sort of sort them. I just take pictures of hanging baskets. Anybody sort of finding my phone after I've gone is going to be in for a slight disappointment. Any chance of finding me on the nudist beach at Brighton is going to be out the window straight away. Although there might be one of Corey poring over a magazine called sort of Naturist Health and Clubs to Visit. Just in case, you just imagine. Because they did that on a carry-on, didn't they? They went to somewhere that they thought was a naturist camp, and it turned out not to be. They were all clothed, and I think Sid James was sort of there, and he was sort of saying, but they've all got their clothes on. And the man who owned the site, Peter Butterworth, said, well, of course, we wouldn't have it any other way. So they thought they'd gone to the wrong place. Imagine you go there on that first day. Because I think they went to the cinema and there was a film about a naturist camp and people playing tennis and everything else. And that's where you got the infamous Barbara Windsor bra coming off. Always worth doing. Somebody says, why do people view properties when they haven't even sold their own? Well, that's what happened to my to the family of my godchildren. I mean, how they got their house was a sheer miracle because it dragged on for ages and ages, and they then had sold their house and they hadn't moved into the new one because the people were still in it. So they had to move in to like an Airbnb, which seemed to go for ages and ages, and there were a lot of them in a very small space. And then magically it all came together. Magic. But they always say what you should really do, if you are seriously thinking of moving, sell your house You know, get the money all sort of put to one side, put your stuff into storage and move into a rented property. Because otherwise trying to link 2 up together, or 3 or 10 or 15 is an absolute nightmare. So always start as if you're starting from basics. It'll save you a lot of hassle and heartache. Early breakfast. 'Tis Tuesday morning and you might have been paid. You might have been paid. You might have been lucky enough to have been paid, because we get paid end of the month. And we've been paid. Yes. Have we? Oh, you got paid today. Oh, did we? Good Lord above. All of us got paid. Unbelievable. What, do you know everybody? Have you checked with everybody? Make sure they've all been paid? I mean, have you checked Rich? He's on his way home to, I mean, he might not have been paid. I don't know. Have you been paid, Corey? You been paid? You've already checked? Okay, that's great. That'll take you to Anglesey. So perhaps the both of you could go. You get a discount. Discount on the railway. You could go. The 4 of you could go, couldn't you? You could sort of like be chums. No, I can't. I'm busy, actually. I'm sort of washing the cat that day. I haven't got a cat, so I'm going to go and get one. Steve, I spent Christmas Day and Boxing Day in Anglesey and was meant to stay until the New Year, but was so bored, cut it short, train back to London on the 27th. The trouble, it depends if you... I mean, I always think it's like restaurants. Somebody said to me, what makes a good restaurant? I said, well, service is very good and food is very good, but the best part of it is the people you're with. That's what makes a good meal. If you're with a load of really dull, boring dullards, and you're stuck with them for lunch, then it's pretty boring. But if you're with people and you have a good laugh with them and you can sort of, let your hair down, well, to any sort of extent. And, all right, that's because I don't have much hair. Do we need to pick on the poor, fat, balding man, who might be diabetic with a heart complaint? You'll miss me when I don't turn up on the train to Anglesey. And so, I forgot where I was going, actually, with this conversation. But whatever it is, it doesn't make any difference. Go on holiday, do a holiday, and never complain about anything. I never complain, as you know. That would be sort of churlish. I just like to sort of put sort of people into a particular sort of scenario. But if you do get bored on Anglesey, I mean, but if you're with somebody who you've been with before, if it's your girlfriend or your boyfriend or something like that, then you're enjoying it, because there'll be things to look at, like the sky and a bit of water. Not that we think you've seen water in the sky before, but this will be different. This will be different water and sky. And then apparently it's so dark up there, when it goes dark in the evening, when the sun moves around the other side of the earth, it goes fairly dark, and then you can see all the stars in the sky. Bored already? Bored? I tell you, not surprised people drink. They sort of go, where are you going? Anglesey. You'll drink. You'll come back. That used to be the thing, didn't it? You go to the airport and you couldn't wait to push your trolley around duty free. You'd be grabbing your favourite drinks. Oh, look, they do 1.5 litres of voddy. Way! That one went in the trolley straight away. And we'll have 200 cigarettes. And then there was always somebody who bought that big bar of chocolate at the airport, and they'd be the ones who go, now they don't, I don't think they even have duty free at the airports anymore. Are you going to be driving to Anglesey in the little car? Oh, that's lovely. You must get it serviced before you go. Well, no, you don't want to get halfway up and the thing breaks down. Otherwise, you'll be spending most of your time by the side of a motorway, which isn't... Stop off in Liverpool. Yeah. That'll be nice, yeah. That'll be good. You can do that. You could do ferry cross the Mersey. You could do the ferry. Have you ever done the beat? I don't think the cavern is open at the moment. There was some problem about it, I believe, a short while ago. They weren't sure if it was going to open ever again. And I'm not sure if it's the real cavern or it's a reconstruction in the same place. I got a bit confused by that some years ago, and somebody said, no, it's the real cavern. I said, are you absolutely sure? I thought that was filled in and became a car park, but there you go. Vicky and Colin, love listening every morning, which is good. Dean says, I feel lucky as I get paid weekly, every Thursday. Isn't that odd? You are the only person I have met in ages and ages who gets paid weekly. Most people get paid monthly. But it's interesting. Steve, what's best? Ivor the engine or Thomas the tank engine? Oh, Ivor's the best. I mean, I know Thomas is very, very popular, but for me, Ivor, definitely. And Steve, I'm cranky. Train is going through the city underground. The reception cuts out. Is it the same in the UK? I don't know. Can you use your phone on the underground? Does it work on the underground? The phone? Your mobile phone, does it work? Well, not really, no. I don't think it does. You can get Wi-Fi at stations, but I think if you're actually on the train, travelling through, I don't think it works. Oh, right, you don't get a signal. I just downloaded my new software for my phone. iPhone, whatever I'm up to, I don't know. I'm way behind on this thing. I haven't had a new phone for years. Mainly because I buy the blooming things. So, somebody else says, in some American cities, it's still possible to buy property in the wrong part of town for under 20,000. Which, excuse me, I can show you houses in Liverpool, £1. £1. You've got to take a whole street, and they're all completely dilapidated, but you've got to do them all up. But, because, they almost give them away. Apparently there's a lovely old church on Anglesey called St. Fluin, dating back to 660 AD. We visited a few years ago, and, wait a minute, I've lost the blooming thing. We visited a few years ago. Wait a minute. This thing jumps around, says Glynis. There's probably a family connection. We visited because the paternal family name is Fluin. And there's probably a family... How lovely. Oh, Glynis, that sounds nice. I like old churches. There's something about them when they're in sort of parts of the country where you think, it's not really changed at all. It really hasn't. And, Steve, you'll get a flood of texts now, says Ian the Skip. I also get paid weekly. No. Really? Is that odd? Odd. I remember when I used to be when I worked in a shop, I used to get paid weekly, and you get a little brown pay packet, and you could see a note inside it with some change. I remember thinking, this is quite exciting, but I was always rubbish with it, always terribly, terribly rubbish. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter now, because now I'm sort of grown up. Still can't believe Sean Connery is 90. 90 today. There's a woman in the papers. We just sent her to prison. Why? She's a drunk, and she coughs over police officers. She coughed, and they weren't very happy about that, so they put her in court, and she's gone to prison, which is good. Plastic alert on packs of sandwiches. What did I'm trying to think what I had to eat yesterday. I've had a couple of sort of odd meals where I didn't really know what to have to eat, and I can't remember what I had yesterday. I had meatballs on Saturday. That was quite nice. And then I had... Do you know, it's awful when you cannot remember what you had to eat. Oh, dear. No, it wasn't fishy. I used to like that thing, you will have a fishy on a little dishy, you will have a fishy when the boat comes in. Dance to your daddy, done. What the dickens did I have to eat yesterday? Oh, it might have been some Italian. I've started going through an Italian phase. Might have been Italian. Might have been sort of pasta with something. But it was very nice, whatever it was. And I was going to have a pudding, and I really wanted a pudding. And I didn't have one. I used to like yoghurt, and then somebody said yoghurt is really fattening. And I went, but I did phone the doctor, and I've got an appointment for Thursday to be shouted at by the diabetic doctor. I put it down as being shouted at. She said, he can do early. I thought, oh, God, even worse. He's going to be grumpy at the same time. Steve, I've got a new crush, says Matthew. It's Moira Higgins. Beats my boyhood crush, Anthea Turner. Oh, God, Anthea Turner. Princess Tippy Toes. Definitely not. Dawn French was born at Holyhead, Anglesey. Was she? Dawn French. Oh. Producer Corey, 2 stars. And he will now tell... I couldn't remember where I thought she was born. I remember their very first appearance, which was on Terry Wogan's show. It was very good. Dawn French, British actress, here you go, blah, 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 blah. And she was born, was in and out of North Wales quicker, so around Anglesey. Born in Holyhead, Anglesey in 1957. Wow! Oh, there you go. Her father was a member of the Royal Air Force. One of our girls. We love Dawn French. We love Dawn French. I tell you, somebody else who's lost a bit of weight. It's another radio presenter. Radio presenters, look, Vanessa Feltz has lost 3.5 stone, apparently. It's an awful lot of weight, isn't it? Trying to find out the 25th of August. And you're in for the bad weather. It's going to rain, and it's going to be very windy, and it's going to be very, very miserable. But that's okay. We're used to things like that. We don't particularly worry about bad weather because we know it's going to change, don't we? We got a poem. We had a very good poem the other day. I can't remember which one it was that went down very well. Bit of a tongue twister one. This one is by Ken Nesbitt. Ken with 2 N's. I thought Ken was always 1 N, but it's 2 N's. We've had him before, have we? He's obviously very popular. He's come back again for a second visit with My Cat Knows Karate. My cat knows karate. My frog knows kung fu. My poodle knows judo. My turtle does too. They all became black belts by watching TV, some Chuck Norris movies and films with Bruce Lee. They liked learning lessons from Jean-Claude Van Damme and acting like action film star Jackie Chan. They practiced their punches, their blocks and their kicks until they were masters of martial arts tricks. You'd think they'd be good now at guarding our house, but yesterday morning they ran from my mouse. My mouse is a crack-up. I laughed at his prank. Do you think it's weird that my mouse drives a tank? Slightly odd at the end, but, you know, very good one. The boys like that a lot. Luke's still doubled up in laughter. I think that's the funniest thing he's ever read. Honestly, he must be so easily pleased at school, mustn't he, really? You know, the cat sat on the mat. Oh! Did you ever go and see... Who was the comedian? Oh, Eddie Izzard, who used to talk about the monkey up a tree. In French, he did it, and I can't remember what it was, something, dans l'âge, or something. He used to do this. I can't remember what his catchphrase was, but it was very funny. Luke would have, he'd have wet himself. It would have been so funny. So, England's Nations League squad, according to the Sun, has been hit by a COVID-19 crisis. Raheem Sterling and Harry Maguire both caught up in the virus scares. Is that Harry Maguire who's due back in court in Greece very shortly, or he can do it all on the end of a telephone? Stars of EastEnders will snog through clear plastic sheets to get around... Well, how are they going to manage that one? Why don't they just not snog? You better... Oh, look, another attention-seeking picture of Summer Montes Fulham, otherwise known as a barmaid. No discernible talent apart from that. And it's now a year since she split with Paul Hollywood, because up until then, nobody knew who she was. And we're still hoping it will go back to that. Thank you very much indeed. Also, England scare and Sister Daisy. Well, there you go. And also, Alfie Boe. You're going to read loads of these stories now. Every time somebody splits up, there's going to be a bit of dirt and a bit of washing that comes with it. And in the case of Alfie Boe, he took a woman on secret dates while married, invited her to his show at the Royal Albert Hall, and then left her feeling worthless by dedicating a song to his wife. I mean, seriously, and you know why all this has come about? We did tell you the other day that it's because people were in lockdown. And people in lockdown, although my lot seem to be okay, you know, they've been sort of semi-lockdown, we wish, and they all their relationships seem to be going fine, sort of. Still going on holiday, still talking to each other. So why is it some people can't make it last? Is it because if you become famous, all of a sudden the world becomes your oyster? Mario Franconi, or whatever his name was, from The Only Way is Essex, said that he almost had a breakdown with this fame where you go out there and you sort of embrace it, but you don't realise that there's a downside to fame, and also fame costs. And that's what they used to tell you in the show Fame. They'd say, you know, fame costs. Everybody craves it, but right here's where you start paying for it. And if you do... That's right. Le singe est sur la branche. Is singe monkey? Oh, right. So the monkey is on the branch. Is it could be up the tree? What would up the tree be? Because I think it's up the tree. I don't think it's on a branch. I think it's up the tree. I'm pretty certain. I think that's what he used to say. I can't remember. Le singe est dans l'arbre. Yes, because there was a song in Eurovision. On a bouche, on Accelerator. And I think it was Séverine with un banche, un arbre, un roux. I think it was a tree or something in the middle of the road or something. I can't remember what it was, but it was very popular. Anyway, back to Alfie Boe, which we've moved away from momentarily. And so, unfortunately, all these people who split up, it doesn't matter who it is, they're all human. They're all human. They aren't anybody different from anybody else. It's like the royal family are human. I know sometimes we don't think they are, but I promise you they are. And so Alfie Boe, you know, was this, and so he has confirmed. It's nice to actually get a quote from somebody, because most people go, you know, we did reach out to X, Y, or Z, but he says his separation after 16 years of marriage said that everything is amicable. You know, which is all you can hope, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how many of you have had relationships and then you split up with the person, are you still friends with them? You know, is it possible to remain friends with somebody that you've been out with, even though you might have a new partner? Sort of thing Clive Bull could probably deal with, I should imagine, you know, on his programme, because we don't do a phone-in, so I don't know what the answer is, actually, to it. Do a phone-in? I think not, no. I think not. Not unless you want to go to Anglesey this afternoon. We could have you sent there on a rocket. Excuse me, we have to... Oh, delicious. Oh, they've got loads of puddings in the paper today, like banana splits and things with iced cream in tall glasses. Woo, woo, woo. Like Knickerbocker Glories. Love stuff like that. But Eton Mess, all there. But the banana float is a big float. It looks like four bananas, and it's got 2 flavours of ice cream and cherries on sticks and crushed nuts. Woo! And dribbly sauce over the top. Sounds brilliant, doesn't it? We love it. I could eat that now. I don't think there's ever a time. It's funny, we must be the only country in the world who only eat ice cream in the summer. You go to Italy and Austria and all these East European countries, they eat ice cream all year round. I'll find it for you. No, you're not going to read it now, okay? Read it just because it's something about, you know, making sort of chocolate puddings and everything else. I can't find which paper it's in, actually. I'll find it in a minute. Because it was quite a nice little piece, actually. So I remember thinking, as you know me, I'm not particularly bothered about ice cream and stuff like that because I'm on a permanent diet. My body is a temple, you know, and the vicar doesn't serve ice cream, so there you go. But here we go. It's in the Mirror. Look at Peach Melba, strawberry shortcake sundae, lemon meringue sundae, fizzy pop floats, and chocolate brownie sundae, strawberry shortcake sundae. Oh, the crushed nuts on this. It's got whipped cream on it as well. Whipped cream on the banana split. Choose your favourite. Toasted almonds and a cherry, or vanilla, chocolate and strawberry. But you can have whatever you want. You just basically shove it in your mouth, don't you? So it sounds quite nice. I like the idea. Knickerbocker Glory is very nice. But you need the tall glasses. A cherry at the bottom of a glass, then tin fruit cocktail, scoop of ice cream, ready-made strawberry or raspberry sauce, another scoop of ice cream and more sauce, and then finally a big dollop of cream. Oh, how delicious. Sunday should be hassle-free and fun, because today is Happy Banana Split Day. That's what it is. Happy Banana Split Day. Yeah. So, peach Melba, strawberry shortcake sundae, fizzy pop floats, Mornington Crescent. Yeah, it works for all of them. And Happy Banana Split Day. Na 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 na. 1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4, 5. So it goes on. What do you look at? You all look very guilty in there. Oh, you didn't know? Well, I didn't expect you to. I knew your finger wasn't on the pulse. Somebody says you're. Well, that was a bit feeble, wasn't it, really? Your body is a temple, it's a ruin. It's not very nice, is it? We don't like that kind of talk. Oh, this time of the morning. You know, I've made an effort to get out of bed and sort of bounce in here with my little boxes of fruit, but of course they've got so much fruit at home that, you couldn't eat any more fruit, Steve. You know, so really mamby-pamby this morning. We're really getting the whole 5 yards of it. Oh, dear, no, couldn't eat any more fruit, Steve. Oh, no, do you want a chocolate? Oh, I'll have a chocolate biscuit. Oh, I don't want you to have a chocolate biscuit. We don't want the fruit. We've got loads of fruit at home, Steve, you know. Got fruit coming out of our ears. Thinking of opening a fruit shop. You have no idea what I have to put up with. Seriously. I go home exhausted. Seriously. And also thinking of therapy. Thinking most days, I'm thinking, who can I talk to? And, you know, many of the places I've tried before, like sort of, they're not interested. Friends see my number come up, they never bother. Am I more of a dessert or a starter kind of guy? What, dessert before the main course? Would I rather have a starter and a main, or a main and a dessert? I'd probably... well, I wouldn't rather have anything, actually. I tend not to have starters, because my capacity is only little. Only little. I know it looks as though basically I'm sporting a giant wardrobe down here, but I promise you. No, so I'll always wait for the main course. I'll have a main course, and then I like a bit of a dessert, because sometimes I fancy an ice cream, just sort of a couple of scoops of vanilla or chocolate or something like that, or Neapolitan, so one of each, and sometimes I don't have that at all. I like a little apple pie, perhaps with a bit of custard or something like that. That's quite nice. All of this I could eat right now. There is no problem here, ladies and gentlemen, with deciding. I'm not one of these sort of people who works on the assumption that for breakfast you've got to have sausages, bacon, eggs, beans and tomatoes. No, why would you have to have that? Why can't you have a box of After Eight mints? So what are you, Luke? Are you more a sort of... I see you more as one of everything, I should imagine. If not two. And so you have a starter and a main. Bread to start. Oh, garlic bread to start. Okay. And Corey, here we go. This is where we order the junior menu. Normally dessert. You like Italian starters. What would be an Italian starter? Like bruschetta or some... Oh, right, something like that. Okay, they did some on the television the other day, which looked really nice. But they look as though when I pick it up, it would all fall off. Everything would fall off it, because it's all sorts of little bits. I mean, some of them look lovely. And you make your own. How marvellous, honestly. You really are a credit to veganism. You really are. Although there is a story about you, not you in particular. I was trying to get them to do it, but they said they weren't interested. So I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out what it's about. Interesting that they say that dictator Kim Jong-un has been in a coma for weeks, and his recent appearances have been faked, says a former diplomat. I mean, because he's not been seen in public, or rarely this year, they think that that he's dead. Because, of course, I mean, that could sort of tumble the economy and all sorts of things. He was supposedly pictured at a government meeting last week, but they're not totally convinced it was him. Isn't it funny how in this day and age people sort of, pretend, that somebody's still alive, so they can sort of keep it all going. I think it could be the sister who takes over, but I'm sure we've heard that rumour before. Have we not? And it's 4 degrees in Sydney. Have you still got snow? They had snow the other day in Australia. We had pictures of it, and I remember thinking, goodness sake, honestly, I mean, it's almost unbelievable. I was longing for it. We haven't had really bad snow in this country for a long while. I do like it. I don't like it for driving in, but I do like it, full stop. Very bad for travel, yes. Yeah. Okay. I see, subtle hint. Oh, very bad for travel. Oh, you haven't done the travel. It's like being at school, honestly. I'll be going to stand in the corner in a minute for 5 minutes, and then I'll have to go and report to the headmaster. God help us all. So let's have a check on the road and the rail, shall we? Let's go diet. It's worse than meat eaters. Vegans consume more unhealthy processed foods than anybody else. Factory-made products linked to heart disease, cancer and type 2 diabetes make up 39% of their energy intake. Vegetarians weren't much better, at 37%, with meat eaters consuming the least at 33%. There's now 600,000 of you in this country, vegans. In 2014, only 6 years ago, there was 150,000. So it's amazing how many people you managed to convince that it's spreading, isn't it? Spreading, certainly is. But they say scientists found people on vegan diets often swap meat and dairy products for microwave meals, savoury snacks, fizzy drinks, instant noodles and puddings. Say yay to all of those, Luke. All of those are on his thing. French researchers said popular meat substitutes are filled with flavouring agents, colourings and other chemicals. They say that vegetarians preferred unhealthy products to healthy products. Well, there you go. I mean, I have no idea exactly why they say that. But there's 600,000 of them now, so there's I mean, how many vegetarian restaurants are there? Are there very many? Yeah, well, what, 10, 3? I don't know. What do you think? Quite a bit. What, double figures, treble figures? What do you reckon? Are they full most nights, or just full maybe one night of the week? And people go out going, that was the best food I've ever eaten, but I don't know what it was. It was some sort of pulses or something, or lentils or something interesting. Nut roast. No, it's not all that. I realise that's being very sarcastic. And having sort of worked with a vegan who's permanently fasting, I see no benefits in this whatsoever. Although he does laugh a lot, but I suspect it's probably gas. I don't think it's anything we've said that's remotely funny on the programme. Steve, I took my son to Brighton last Friday. He wanted to go to the fair on the pier. I was walking along the seafront from the quay, said, Dad, is that man okay? Turned to look and it was the nudist beach. Oh, you'd walked that far up, had you? And an elderly gent was dancing with his tickle-tackle out. Took some explaining. What? Presumably your son's got something like that. I'm only guessing, of course. But you must have walked quite a way up, because the nude beach is halfway to the marina. You didn't deliberately go there, did you? Were you deliberately there? I don't know. Slightly disturbing. Seeking fame, Steve, is motivating, but managing it is vital to a blissful feel-good factor. Yeah, it's like winning the lottery. It's like winning an awful lot of money, isn't it? You know, and then somebody's saying, oh, do you think you can handle it? And you go, of course. I've rehearsed it for goodness knows how long. Harry Maguire's brother is expected to stand trial alongside him over his Greek brawl. Well, if they're now saying that they think he's actually got coronavirus, it's all looking a bit bad, isn't it, really? There's no chance he has to go back there, but I believe under the Greek law you don't need to go back there. They just tell you what the fine is and you just send them money. And that seems to cover it. Also, wait a minute, let's find something here. This seagull diving down to sort of pick up this poor little, it's a bit of a shame really, actually, because this poor little duck, there is no escape. It's just really dreadful. I can't even bear to talk about it. Horrible. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Also, a gold coin dated 1553, found by a metal detectorist, is set to sell for $15,000, unearthed on farmland in Leicestershire. Wow. And a cruel 4x4 driver who mowed down a field of sheep is being hunted. This is at Blandford Forum in Dorset. Police have appealed for witness. They'll find him. 6 of the animals died in the attack. What sort of sicko does that? Let's do that to him, shall we? Let's put him in a field and everybody drive at him with 4x4s. It's just, these people are so sick, it's almost embarrassing. And also, a would-be robber tried to hold up a post office with a water pistol. Callum Stewart put a black bag over his hand whilst holding the toy and threatened to shoot, but he fled empty-handed after staff told him police had been called and was tracked down soon after the botched raid in Whitstable. He got 32 months jail. I mean, obviously, not one of the brightest pennies in the box. So well done, Callum Stewart. And Top of the Pop shows featuring, wait for this one, Elvis Presley, Elton John and other stars at the height of their fame have come to light 50 years after the BBC wiped them. The footage was thought to have been lost forever after the BBC disposed of a huge chunk of its archive. Recordings going back to the early 70s show over 150 performances, including Rod Stewart, Status Quo and Sweet. It was one Welsh music fan secretly taping the shows every week. Bob Monkhouse used to do the same. And it was one of the first video recorders, a Sony CV2000, one of the first video cassette recorders made for home use. They've got 34 videos sold. They reckon they could go between £5,000 and £8,000, but with no copyright. So, I don't know how that works, but you've got them to look at, haven't you? I mean, that's quite a nice something. Quite a nice something. I approve of people recording these things and hanging on to them, because it must be quite difficult. Another one here. Talking of food, says Matthew, and he says it's cheap and great value. I think you have to look for brand labels in there. I won't buy anything with Iceland's name on it, but I'll buy the branding. So if it's Bird's Eye or something like that, which is good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Everything read out on the programme. We don't miss anything out at all. We're very good like that. And if you think we've missed you out, it probably means that your text has not got through, which is even more embarrassing because it means that you don't have any friends at all now. Who do you write to? Must be difficult. So you're just waiting for the call from the police. Somebody else was saying, Fame, we're going to live forever. Do you know, they're thinking of bringing it back. Did you know that? There's going to be a Fame reunion of you know, all the kids who were on it, the kids of Fame. And I thought, well, that's a good idea. Definitely go for something like that. Do you know, by the end of October, they think you can get on a train in London and go straight to Amsterdam. So that'll be Eurostar, won't it? Will that be Eurostar? Gosh, I do hope so. What a brilliant idea. All the way to Amsterdam. So you could go to Amsterdam, which is only like an hour and a bit away, and you could go there, you could have lunch in Amsterdam, take in a show, and then come back. Be quite nice, isn't it? You could come back with sort of some cheese, and some clogs, and a picture of you with your finger in a dike, and you could sort of have and the windmill and all the rest. It'd be quite nice, actually. A windmill in old Amsterdam. Could bring some tulips back and souvenirs from Amsterdam. Spliff, half a ton of drugs. So they have cafes where you can go and smoke drugs. Did you know that? Oh, you knew? How did you know that? You just shook your head. That's twice this morning. No, shaking from the side to side means no. Up and down is yes. You knew about all these cafes selling marijuana stuff. A documentary. A documentary. What? You were watching a documentary on a marijuana cafe. People in their sploffs and everything else. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Sitting there puffing away, watching the table dissolve in a corner. I never quite understand the whole thing, actually, because we used to have a girl who used to smoke herbal cigarettes, and they used to smell slightly dodgy. So if she was in the pub in Fleet Street, somebody go, I think somebody's smoking a sploff. And it turned out to be her. And it was because they were herbal cigarettes. I used to want to smoke. Did you ever smoke French cigarettes? Gitan. They were very good. Gauloise. They were good. Small wonder, all the French. Small wonder. I mean, you have to. By the time you smoke one of these cigarettes, they will take the roof of your throat off. Absolutely unbelievable. But I used to love the smell of French cigarettes. There was something nice about French cigarettes. Mary Berry, who looks fantastic. She's 85. She looks amazing. And she says, cuddling piglets was a perk of my childhood. Aren't piglets cute? They're so functional. So functional, because not only, you look after them, and then eventually you have to... See, I couldn't get rid of them. I really, really couldn't get rid of them at all, actually, because I think they're so cute. So when people say, oh, do you not sort of, fatten them up and then you take them to market? I went, no, I don't think so. Definitely not. She says, Dad was very hands-on. We'd have the carcasses back and he'd cut it up. We even made sausages. No, it's not the same. So Amazon have put curbs on reviews of the Harry and Meghan book because they think it's a campaign to boost its ratings. Yes, I'm sure they have one or two fans, not very many of them at all, really. And somebody says, a friend drove from Spain to France and flew Ryanair from Biarritz to Stansted. No mention anywhere of any quarantine on the flights or the airport. Are you having to quarantine on I don't know where you're quarantining from at the moment. I get very confused by the whole thing. There were sort of certain countries they were going, oh, this would be, sort of a country you need to do too. How do they find out? In the same way, they've said that if you do not put your child in school when they go back, you are going to be fined. Okay? And you're going to be fined quite a bit of money for not putting your child to... How are they going to enforce that? In the same way, the shops, the supermarkets are saying at the moment, well, today, especially in the papers, they're saying they cannot enforce the masks. Well, in fact, they're lying because they can, because it's private property. They don't have to have you on their property. You don't have a mask on. I'm amazed how many people appear to be asthmatic. Seem to be a great sort of year for asthmatics. It's amazing. 84850 Steve. Apparently, Roger says some of the cafes in Amsterdam give you a menu of all the different stuff offered. Do you know that, Corey? Do you know you can have a menu in these restaurants? Did you not know that? Well, how much of the documentary did you watch on these cafes selling marijuana? And what did you glean from it? Quite clearly, nothing. You did not know they give you a menu. How did it start? Here's Marion. Marion's smoking a sploff. Marion's a bit... Well, there's no point in talking to her. You might as well talk to the teapot. And so how far into the documentary did they mention the menus in these cafes? Were they... They didn't mention it at all, did they? Not on the programme you watched, because yours wasn't on the cafes. Yours was just on a cafe down in Brighton that served tea and tea cakes. It was nothing at all to do with sploffs or the marijuana or people with beads, sitting there sort of twirling them. In fact, you didn't watch any programme on drugs at all, did you? Why even bothered making a contribution? I thought it was already possible to go direct to Amsterdam by Eurostar, but not possible to come back without changing. Well, that's the bit that's changing. That's the bit that's changing. It comes back. You can come back as well. I quite fancy that. I don't know. I wonder how long that would take, actually. Must have a word with my girls down at Eurostar. They'd know these sort of things. They really would. Let's have the news head. Nice to have your company. It amazes me, says Dave, The number of people who state they can't wear a mask, so why don't they wear a face shield? It's just as effective. Well, actually, I'm not totally convinced you're right. I've seen people in the face shields, and they seem to be, it's the kind of thing you'd see on a Doctor Who programme, isn't it, really? They seem to be fairly big. But, I mean, I thought the mask seems to be better. But then you get people, I mean, as I say, I'm never cease to be amazed by how many asthmatics we appear to have, or people who just can't wear a mask and they can't seem to enforce it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So somebody could be sitting on a bus and they could have lied about being an asthmatic or somebody who didn't have to wear the mask, and they could be infecting the entire bus. But they don't care. They're selfish. As somebody said today in one of the papers, they said, if you're travelling on the underground and there's somebody not wearing a mask, avoid them like the plague. Avoid them like they have the plague. So, Steve, these cafes, they have a menu of the different things. Corey didn't get that far in this, and he didn't pursue it. He just obviously got as far as, this is Amsterdam. Here is a canal. This is a sex shop. And here's a windmill. And then Corey lost interest after that and turned it off. So he never understood anything about the cafe system and how you can sit in these places and sit outside them and basically sit there until you laugh yourself stupid and fall off your chair. That's how it works, isn't it? I believe if you're doing sploffs and stuff like that, you know, you sort of like, ha ha. The funniest thing will be funny. In fact, sometimes the non-funniest thing will actually be funny. Apparently, there's a wide range, says Des in East London, of different strains of marijuana with different strengths and effects. So if you're not a common marijuana smoker, then you would choose something less strong. It's brilliant. He said, what an experience. Oh, God, I can't think of anything worse. You imagine getting in the car in the morning and the driver turns around and goes, what a day we're having. And you think, oh, my God. I wouldn't want to. But listen, I always tend to find that sort of people who want to do things like that, it's legal in Amsterdam, in the cafes. They've legalised them. And I've walked behind people where you can smell that they're definitely smoking something a bit odd. But but they never seem to be on the same planet as the rest of us. They always seem to be sort of off with the pixies, you know, I'm a pixie, woo, you know, and then sort of, and you see people, and I sort of think, perhaps I sort of missed out on it, but there again, perhaps that's, it's spliffs, not sploffs. Well, there you go, you've told me something new. I've got no idea what's going on, honestly, in the world of drugs and things like that. As I say, in my day, it was 2 paracetamol and an Anadin. And if you mix the two together, you were out for a fortnight. It was one of those sort of bizarre things that we were too young when stuff like drugs was in. And it was, you know, I mean, the nearest that we got to it was riding around on our bicycles with flowers in the handlebars, pretending, because it was all hippies and love, but we didn't realise that hippies came with dope and stuff. We didn't realise that. We just thought that they were hippies and they all sort of danced around teepees with flowers and said, I love you, and gave you a beads and stuff like that. We didn't realise it was actual drugs. Just as well, really. Can you imagine how mad my school would have been if people were allowed to smoke drugs? So we didn't do anything like that. We were kind of the forgotten generation. Steve, did you see, says Sam, that Joan Collins got in trouble in IKEA for not wearing a proper mask? Yes, she said she couldn't wear a mask. She had a thing on and a gendarme told her off. I mean, honestly, showbiz royalty. Somebody told Joan Collins off. But, I mean, she was wearing that visor thing. What's the matter with that? I would have thought that would be all right, but obviously in IKEA, because we only discovered yesterday that certain IKEAs have shops that sell smoked salmon. We're not talking about the cafes or the restaurants. We're talking about shops in there and it's very cheap. We discovered the other day, very, very cheap. Tony says, how will buses in London cope when the schools go back? Only 30 on double-deckers. Well, that's a thought. I hadn't thought about it. And also, will they all have to be, because most of them will be over the age, so they'll have to wear their masks. That'll be interesting, won't it? You'll be able to see, actually, who the children are who don't wear them. Apparently, there's a lovely cafe in Amsterdam where you can eat mushrooms, Steve. It's hilarious. Why is it Amsterdam seems to go for things like that? Rotterdam was the same. People can openly smoke these sort of... nothing to do with our group here. I tell you, we are... The Groovy Gang are clean, clean, clean. But you just got fruit. Loads of fruit at home. Far too much fruit. People wear masks on their chins or on the mouth, but not their nose. Somehow worse than not wearing one. Well, it's totally pointless. Totally pointless. You have to wear it covering your nose and your mouth. You know, that's the way it's supposed to be. But it's the selfish people who'll be getting on. And you're right. Do you think the driver is going to be counting on one? And also, they're all supposed to be sitting down. They constantly... In fact, when I was on the bus the other day between Twickenham and Kingston, he must have played it about 15 times. You know, please make sure you're seated down and seated near a window. Because you don't want anybody sitting near you or opposite you or next to you. Thank you very much indeed. So, on a double-decker, it's 30 people. Well, how are the school children going to manage that one? How are they going? Because they're going to be standing up. They never get to sit down. We could be sitting there for days trying to reorganise them because they haven't been to school for such a long time. So, you're right. I don't know, Tony, how they're going to cope. I hadn't thought about that. Somebody will raise that with Mr. O'Brien or with Nick this morning. When the kids go back, with all the limits on the buses, how are they going to manage it? That is an odd one, isn't it? That is very, very strange. Sheridan, Norton Gag nearly killed me. And Holly Willoughby and Pip Schofield will return to This Morning on September the 1st. They've been away over the summer holidays, which is great. Which is great. It'd be nice to have them back. Very nice. Also, that man... You know, the police were tipped off that they found a van with 40 puppies in the back, which they suspected were nicked. And there were border collies and beagles and all sorts of animals. This man from Durham arrested on suspicion of theft of the puppies. And so they've all been recovered. They've all been taken to an RSPCA surgery to be checked over. 40 puppies. What do you think? A breeder or a thief? Shouldn't be too difficult to work out, should it, really? What do we have today? Anything very interesting? I like it, actually, when Ali Ross on television does his little bits where he watches, you know, idiotic television programmes like Tipping Point, where Ben Shepherd has... They must have been filmed ages ago because his hairstyle is much better than the one that they've given him on This Morning, where they put a little parting in and he's gone grey. Very odd. So, here, when doing a full press-up, the palms of which part of the body should be in contact with the floor? Dave. Pass. When doing press-ups. Which part of the body should be in contact with the floor? The palms of which... It can only be hands, but no, Dave was a bit dim. OK, Ben Shepherd. Which mayonnaise-based dressing is thought to be named after an archipelago on the US-Canadian border? Reese. Hellman's? Seriously. The Chase with Bradley Walsh. Which champion US tennis player was born on an American military base in Germany? John. Elvis? I mean, seriously. How do they get on the... Do they bribe people to get on there? Great TV lies and delusions of the month. Rolling in it. Gemma Collins. You're lucky to have Gemma Collins tonight. Not really, no. A bit of a disaster. The One shows Alex Jones. Ian Sterling is guaranteed to make you smile. No, he's not. We don't know who Ian Sterling is, actually. Is he the voiceover for Love Island or something? Is he the one going out with that desperado who went to every showbiz party under the sun to try and get work? And then decided that if you go out with him, you can get on the show straight away. So that worked well, didn't it? Also, Swingers owner. Did you see the programme on Swingers? Did you see that one? Corey, a programme on Swingers? Swingers. It's called Swingers, OK? I can't make it... You didn't see that one, OK. Apparently, the owner, John, says it's exactly the same as visiting your local tennis club. I don't know how it's exactly the same, but that's what they've said. Yeah, they've done programmes about people who swing. That's people who sort of want to go there and be with other people as well. Yeah. It's even worse than car keys in the bowl. There's no bowl. They don't even bother with car keys. They all walk around stark naked. You know, and people sort of, you know, it's like having a shop, you know, displaying all the goods, and, you know, the only thing different is there's no price ticket. Not that you could, but, you know, it was amazing, isn't it, really? I mean, why would you want to go swinging? I mean, I used to go to a children's playground once when it was dark and just have a little swing by myself, you know, because you can't do it in the daytime because you're too old, aren't you? On YouTube, there's a woman shouting at all these kids, pretending to be a police officer. I'm a cop. Get off this children's playground. And what I wanted the kids to say is, why don't you do one, old woman? She was another Karen. Another Karen. Apparently, Steve, Dutch people have always been uber liberal. Yeah, they are, actually. They're very... I'm not sure whether it's a good... I mean, does it not get a bit boring after a while? I don't know. Oh, it's my stomach. How many times can you go swinging of a weekend? You know, I mean, I don't really know how it works. I've never had anything to swing. Always felt a bit disappointed, actually, really. Other people seem to have something to swing, but I'm not one of them. So, why would you... But they made a programme about it. It's funny, really. Steve in Manor Park says, school kids on buses. Here's a novel idea, Steve. Why not walk to school like we did? Oh, I know. It's either that or their mummies or daddies take them. Mainly mummies. Mummy gets the 4x4 out and you get the roads clogged up with little darlings sitting in the back asleep. Get them, what do you write? Get them to walk. Much easier. Good job you didn't get involved in the Woodstock free love and drugs scene. You probably wouldn't be around now, says Roger. I don't think I'd be around at all. Woodstock, free love and drugs. Oh, goodness me, honestly. No, it's nothing to do with things like that. See, why aren't people with problems made to wear a lanyard? I thought it'd be an obvious thing. Well, I just don't understand. They're so selfish. They just want to come on the buses and the trains and infect people. Because we don't know that they don't have the virus. Unless they're going to start wearing a number or something that says, yes, I've got the coronavirus, or no, I've just been tested for the coronavirus. I'll tell you a story in a moment about a taxidermist has been jailed yet again. He's obviously a bit stupid and simple, this one. He didn't learn his lesson first time round. So I'll tell you about him in a moment. 5:45 is the time. If you've just woken up, nice to have your company, getting ready to go to work. Let's find out the state of the news this morning. 122 days to go, and John Lewis have opened their online Christmas shop. Thank you very much indeed. That's what we like. That's what we want. That's the kind of thing that's going to put the country's smile back on everybody's face. Because it's a brilliant idea. We don't want a miserable Christmas, thank you very much indeed, do we? Here's the story of a taxidermist. This one obviously learns nothing at all. His name's Aaron Halstead. In one sale alone, he made £63,000. Selling 4 black rhino horns to a Chinese businessman via a middleman he met in France. He's a professional taxidermist. He created false invoices to get through customs, eventually 2 trips, to exchange the horns for cash in a Paris hotel room. And he's been jailed before, actually. He pleaded guilty to offences, including selling and transporting black rhino horns, acquiring tiger skulls for a commercial purpose, offering a sperm whale tooth and black rhino skull for sale, and keeping elephant tusks for sale. The judge, he's been jailed for 56 weeks, which is, how long's that? I don't know, just over a year. Yeah. Judge Robert Oldham said, this is no hapless amateur. He was brazen, persistent and organised criminality. He had been jailed 5 years ago for buying sperm whale teeth and offering to sell a snowy out. He obviously doesn't learn, does he? Perhaps he's a bit simple. He also has a collection of human skulls. Most peculiar person. Most peculiar. But anyway, you don't need to worry about him now because he's in, what do they call it now? He's in the drink or something. I don't know. What do they call it? The clink. That's right. Also, Caroline Flack's grieving mother is in all the papers today. She's claimed the TV presenter's relationship with ex-tennis player Lewis Burton did end her life. Christine has launched a scathing attack in an Instagram comment after he was pictured with a new girlfriend. Well, that's what happens. People go out with people and then, something happens. And she says he's now in the same pose, different girl. Because she didn't want a picture of him and Caroline together on the internet. Another Instagram follower said he's got a new gal. I blame his womanising ways, poor Caroline. But that's what happens, isn't it? I mean, I hate to break this to people, but sometimes people go out with people and then they finish with people. And then you have to kind of move on with your life. And if you can't move on with your life, then something happens. Eventually people have breakdowns and stuff like that. And Caroline, who they say once dated Prince Harry... Has everybody dated Prince Harry? I'm not sure how many people have actually been out with him. But she pleaded not guilty after she was found to be covered in blood after cutting her wrists on broken glass. She was due to stand trial, but then Christine, which is her mother, claimed that Caroline couldn't face the living nightmare of being branded an abuser and accused police and prosecutors of driving her to suicide. She's obviously very, very angry about losing a daughter, as you can well imagine. But Lewis is currently on holiday. This is the boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, current holiday with a social media star. I've never heard of her. I don't know what a social media star is. But she said this relationship ended Caroline's life. She's very, very upset about it. Very upset. But people, unfortunately, move on. It seems to be a bit kind of flip in show business, isn't it? Well, it's certainly with anybody from the Love Island side of it. You get the Love Island people, they're in one relationship, 3 months later they're into another one. And then that's all it comes down to. It's all very embarrassing. Birthday today, Tim Burton. Tim Burton is 62. The American director of Edward Scissorhands and Alice in Wonderland. He was in a relationship with Helena Bonham Carter for 13 years, but they lived in separate but adjoining properties in Hampstead. Apparently it was because she said he snored and she was outrageously bossy. So there you go. We shall never know. Never know. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Somebody else questioning the sanity of people who don't wear masks. Well, I just don't. I mean, can they not come on there and just pull something over their face? You know, you can be asthmatic, but at least have a care for other people, because otherwise you just come over as selfish, which is not so good. A lot of people talking about kids going to school. And the thing that we hadn't thought about is that the buses are limited to how many people you can get on them. They're not supposed to be standing. All our buses say, you know, there's 30 on this bus, 10, or is it 20 and 10? I can't, whatever it is. I think some of them do go over. So I'm not too sure where we stand legally with things like that. Also in the paper today, fake milk. There is fake milk. You can get fake milk now. Some of it made out of... one here, Good Hemp Barista Seed Milk. I don't even know where you get these things from until I discovered the other day. It's in the supermarkets. The supermarkets are far better at catering for people, you know, whereas they can't actually sell too much of all this stuff. But they have it in there. In the milk department, I've seen no end of, you know, the almond milk seems quite common now. Also, a foster mother, Marcia Carrod, 50. Stole thousands from a teen whose finances she controlled and was told to pay back a fiver. She took out $12,000 from the bank account of the teen with learning difficulties, spent hundreds on home decor, shopping and meals. She got a suspended 8-month jail term when she admitted fraud by abuse of position. She had benefited by $5,000 but has no assets, and so a £5 confiscation. It's a pitiful way, isn't it, really? So an 8-month jail sentence suspended. And she stole £12,000. I mean, it's absolutely outrageous. What is the point of having courts in this country when, you know, this poor vulnerable teen loses all her money because this thieving so-called foster mother took all of it? Not very nice at all, is it? Do you know I watched Canadian Drag last night? RuPaul's Canadian Drag. Oh, you've seen that one? Oh, that's the one you've seen. You haven't seen the thing on the spliffy cafes, though. Well, I just thought it was a lot of very ugly camp men putting women's clothing on. And they all refer to each other as girls. Us girls. But I thought I am a fan of drag, yeah, but I'm not sure if these people are working drag or if they're just people who want to put drag on. They're working drag, are they? Good Lord. Oh, well. I've seen what? I can't remember which one I've seen. So, do they do different ones around the world? Oh, right, you do know it very well then, don't you, actually? So how many different ones around the world? Well, we know that Joanne loves it, because I think Joanne wants to be drag. I think she really... That would be her ultimate ambition, to go out with somebody who was drag. She'd love that. That would really appeal to her. Why does that appeal to women? It's odd, isn't it? I can't work out why women... I mean, especially as everything is exaggerated. I wonder what the boys would look like if they were sort of made up as women. Wait a minute. They are made up as women. It's unbelievable. And they look exactly the same. You'd look quite good. You think you would look... Yes? What, you or me? Yeah, well, you'd need a lot of concealer. We'd have to have a lot of concealer. And then sort of, I mean, how did they work out people's drag names? Didn't they have a system of working out people's drag names? And I can't remember what it was. And it was so that, you know, because I think there's one of them called Bag of Chips, who's in R1. Why would you want to be called Bag of Chips? I mean, it is bizarre. But I remember years ago, I used to share a house with, wait for it, with a stripper. And I used to drive him to the gigs. And so he would do an awful lot of hen parties, or that they would hire a school hall, not a school hall, but like a scout hut or something like that. And they would have a couple of blue comedians, a couple of drag queens, and a couple of strippers. And that would be an all-in-one sort of hen party thing. And the drag was, I mean, some of the drag was hilarious, absolutely hilarious. And let's say the bloke that I used to take there, Billy, he was a stripper. And women used to go mad. Absolutely mad. Blokes don't behave like that when they go to see strippers. They sort of sit there looking a bit embarrassed, really. Steve says, Roger, the 493 bus from Richmond can carry 14 people and a sign says at the driver's discretion up to 18. I don't even know where the 493 goes to. From Richmond to where? Crikey. What's the record for the longest lasting geranium you've had? Oh, I don't know. Most of them seem to go forever. About a year, and they only sort of lose their lives because they decide to replace them and put something else in. I've got some little geraniums in. Whether they're going to survive the winters, I don't know. I'm not too sure. A lot of people talking about kids, going to school. Why can't they walk? Well, for some of them, it's quite a walk. It is quite a walk. But that's why sometimes the mums do it. But I mean, sometimes you get on at the train stations and there's these kids where, I mean, the bags are bigger than they are. They've got their cricket gear in there and all the rest of it. Poor little souls. Why they can't leave it at school, I've got no idea. Here's the caring nurse, Lydia Farrell. She's very nice. And she left boxes of apples outside her home for passers-by to eat. She's been fined £150 by a council Jobsworth for fly tipping. I mean, she had the fruit from a tree in her garden against a wall with a sign saying, free eating apples. But she was stunned when she received a fine notice accusing her of littering. She was ordered to pay the sum or face court. She comes from Ealing. Oh, dear God, I was hoping it was up north. Even worse. Ealing Council was inundated. Well, who is the idiot at Ealing Council? Locals complained after Lydia revealed what happened on Facebook. Cynthia Lawton wrote, is that all the council have got to worry about? What about drug dealers trading outside schools? Nathan Farrell said it's a really very, very good deed. Loads of homeless people in need of food, kids going hungry. But anyway, the good news is, I bring you joy. Let it be unconfounded. The council has since withdrawn the fine and apologised and says it recognises that the spirit of the residents' actions were with good intention. Go on, Ealing Council, I bet they won't. Who decided to send that letter out to her with a fine of 150 quid? Who is it? Go on, tell us who they are. They won't do that. They never tell you these things, do they? Which is a shame. So, here we go. What am I doing with this picture? Who is this person? No, it's not. This is Luke. Oh, right. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, it's the app. Oh, right. Luke is a woman. It's a bit convincing, isn't it? It's a bit convincing. So it's an app. What's it called? Luke is a woman or Face app. Oh, right. And you just put it. Right. Good Lord above. Well, that must give you hope, mustn't it? If you wanted to cross to the dark side at any time. Isn't that interesting? Because when I first looked at it, I thought, I was trying to work out if it was anybody's girlfriend, and then I thought, no. And then when you said it's Luke, and I went, no, it's not Luke. And then you look at it, and it is Luke. Is that clever? Can you do me as well? Oh, right, do me. Shows the rubbish we get up to, doesn't it, really? The rubbish. Apparently, the 493 goes from Richmond to St George's Hospital in Tooting. Oh, right. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast. Until 7, when Nick Ferrari... You heard yesterday about our sort of bumping into each other in Waitrose in Twickenham. He'd be the last person I'd be expecting to find in Waitrose. But there they were, with a huge laden trolley, and I just had a little basket. He said, if I'm not careful, he said he's going to tell people what was in it. That's all I need. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Still from the papers today, a slice. And you'll like this, because people collect these sort of things. If you can ever make it to somebody's wedding, they send you a slice of wedding cake. It's always the same. It's always fruit cake. And here is a slice of fruit cake from Charles and Diana's wedding back in 1981. A relative of one of the Queen's ex-bodyguards has put it up for auction. He's also selling cake from the weddings of Mark and Princess Anne and Andrew and Sarah Ferguson. The Charles and Diana fruit cake with cream cheese frosting comes wrapped in the original wax paper. Wow. And it could fetch £2,500. £2,500 for a piece of wedding cake. That would be very good indeed. Actually, I look like Nana Muscuri, I think. we're sort of looking at this sort of app where you could sort of check. The only person who looks completely different is Luke, who sort of does a very passable impression of a woman. Corey just looks like Corey, and I just look, I think, quite attractive. I think you could get away with this outfit on television. It's quite good, actually. I'm actually not at all bad looking. Airbrushed, of course, to within an inch of my life. Gary Lineker says he's got terrible eyesight. Yep, well, you're at that age. That's what happens, isn't it? When you get to 59, it's going to get worse. Doesn't get any better, I'm afraid. And 4 cyclists were hurt when a drug driver ploughed into them. He was on the wrong side of the road at 60 miles an hour. He had amphetamines in his blood. That's what happens. And then people go, oh, it's okay. You know, I could smoke some spliffs and still get behind the wheel of the car. No, thank you. And do you remember I told you about that tank? The last D-Day tank landing craft has made its final journey. It's a 300-ton amphibious assault ship. It did a 2-mile sea trek, with an attempt on Saturday night called off due to high winds, and it was raised from the bottom of Birkenhead docks after being a floating nightclub for years, and it was there back in the day. It's been restored. It's lovely. It looks absolutely lovely. Loads of the papers have got pictures of it, and you'll be going to see that, won't you? I think at the National Museum of the Royal Navy. And he said, amazing, lined up smooth as possible. Floating nightclub for years. These things with these history, there'll be people who'll remember, you know, things like that, and you'll see it on the movie Tone News and everything else, which is brilliant. So I'm glad it's going to. I didn't even know we had a museum of the Royal Navy, but that sounds like another one that you'll have to go to. I'll tell you where they're having a bit of trouble at the moment. Bletchley Park. Now you know Bletchley Park is where they cracked the code. The Enigma machines. Well, they've had to lay off loads of staff because they haven't got the visitor numbers going in there. This coronavirus has affected some of our major tourist attractions, because I said to you a couple of years ago, I went to Bletchley Park. You have to go. It's really fantastic. I shouldn't imagine it's changed. They've still got the same huts there. They've got everything. And, of course, they've got the Enigma machine. So you just really go. It's one of those places, and especially if you're of a certain age, well, then you should definitely go. I mean, if you can get young people to go to it, that's even better. Not sure where we're going with the Land of Hope and Glory at the last night of the proms, but it's in the row over the lyric Britons never shall be slaves. And so they decided that we'll have the music of Rule Britannia for the last night of the proms, but we won't be singing the words. Well, it's going to be very interesting to see people doing Land of Hope and Glory, because it's automatic, because the conductor turns round, the orchestra do their first bit, dun, dun, da, 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 and the crowd bounce up and down to stop them. What are you going to do to them? Say, please do not sing? Well, you don't think there's going to be anybody there? Oh. What? Oh, of course there won't be. They're not doing it with people. Well, what's the point of that? The whole idea is it's a celebration of us. Which is ridiculous, honestly. This is getting completely out of hand. Completely out of hand. Although, to be honest with you, I mean, I said to a friend of mine yesterday, we need to make the Steve Allen Lunch Club a bit of a regular thing, because I like going out and I want to start getting back into it again, but at the same time, trying to be, you know, fairly safe. Roger says, Nick Ferrari doesn't live anywhere near Twickenham. I think, well, how little you know. He lives down the road from me. You didn't know that? Good Lord above. There's something I know, Roger. Yes, no, he does live very, very near to me. In fact, actually, from my place to where he is would take me around about 5 minutes. That's how close we are. That's how close. It's just the way it goes in show business. Geraniums can live forever. Oh, do they? Oh, I didn't know about that. They're perennials. I was an apprentice gardener in 1956. The Queen visited Sweden in that year, and where I lived in Stockholm were 40,000 geraniums. Oh, that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Have you seen them down in front of Buckingham Palace? They lay the gardens out there quite nicely. It's very expensive. It's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. They all come in on these trolleys, and in the early hours of the morning they actually do it. He said you can take cuttings from the host plant in the autumn. I went up to Hampton Court 3-4 years ago. because they sell their plants. They have a little plant sale a few days a week. Go up there, and the plants that they've put into Hampton Court, if they've got any left over, they sell them. There was quite a few of us, about sort of 10 people waiting on these plants. I had no idea. I read it somewhere, and somebody said you just turn up. So, of course, I did, and then out they come with their trolley. Lovely. Unfortunately, I bought mine, put them in the bags, turned round, left one of the bags there, which is a bit silly, really. Steve, my nan worked in Hut 8 at Bletchley Park, decoding the messages. Used to cycle there every day and told her parents she had a cleaning job. Oh, how lovely. How lovely. People should go there. If you've never been to Bletchley Park, please go. Please join historic royal palaces, because we need to keep them going. Please go to Bletchley Park, because we don't want to see it closed, but they've had to lay people off. And there's loads of other places. They need your patronage. They need you to go. They want you to go. A friend of mine went out the other night. He hadn't been out for ages, and he goes to somewhere. I can't remember where it was he actually went to. It was... he went to a sort of a pub thing, he said, where they kicked them off the table after 2.5 hours. They gave them an extra half an hour. And then they went on to some other place, a pub, which was sort of round in the area. He said nobody was wearing masks. There was no restrictions. He said they stayed there till about 1 a.m. Just goes to prove. Oh, look, there's a picture of me looking old with a white beard. I wonder if I'm going to look... Sorry? I could be... I could be from that film, couldn't I? The Amazing Mr. Blunden. I could be Mr... Or failing that, I could be Father Christmas. I mean, I'm beginning to like that look, actually. I like that sort of white beard. That's lovely, isn't it? I like that picture. No, I can't grow beards. No, I'm far too baby-faced. I look ridiculous with a beard. Admittedly, here, I don't, but of course I'm not that old yet. When maybe I get into my 70s and 80s, I might consider a beard, but until then, no. Did you buy a shaver, Corey? Corey was looking for a new electric shaver the other day. He was being a bit mean on the price. And how much did you spend in the end? £80. Oh, right. Electric shavers are phenomenal. You can spend £300-400 on an electric shaver. They're seriously expensive. Seriously expensive. One of them I had, and you put it every day on this sort of thing. It had like, and it cleaned it every day, because after a while you have to take the heads off and bang them out and, get rid of all the beard that you're growing. The very idea that Corey shaves, it's so sweet, really, isn't it? And you've had a little bit of a go, haven't you? You've had a go there, Luke, especially judging by your girly picture on here as well. This is very good. I still think I look like Nana Muscuri, but of course nobody around here knows who Nana Muscuri is. And Roger says, sorry, I thought he lived in Blackheath. Well, shows how little you know. Shows how little you know. I love the way you sort of quite confidently say, oh, he doesn't live anywhere near you in Twickenham. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Apparently, Preston Dock had a floating nightclub called the Manxman well before my time. I think it ended up in the northeast, left to rot and then scrapped. Oh, dear. But when you look at the history of these things, I mean, it is absolutely amazing. All these things have got history. As far as I'm concerned, if it's got history, then, we deserve to have it in a museum. What are you laughing at? What's the matter? Well, you look... Right, Nana Muscuri. I know, I do look like Nana Muscuri. Till the white rose blooms again. She had hits, loads of hits. Nana Muscuri, The White Rose of Athens was her biggest hit. I do look like her. As a woman, okay, not at the moment. Please do not let this upset your breakfast this morning. Otherwise you might never eat ever again. Steve. Somebody else saying, I had somebody else who worked over at Bletchley Park. Oh, do please go. I'm quite worried about them, actually. I'm quite worried, because when they said they had to lay off staff, about 30, which is not very good at all. We don't, places like that, they have to be there. That's our history. And if you're any age at all and you care anything about this country, you must go out, you must try and do these things. Try and sort of, I know sometimes it's a bit boring, but I promise you, if you've not been to a museum in years, in London, and they're all around the country, these fantastic museums, check on big towns and then think, today I'll take a train, go to Newcastle, go to Liverpool, do whatever, and go and visit a particular museum. And then you come back a much better person. Hilarious, Steve, you bumping into Nick in Twickenham. I had a feeling he's been round our way a lot from what he's been saying. Yeah, so he shops in Paul Cooper's shop. Oh, yeah, he's always around. Always around. Not every single day. Doesn't Dave O'Brien live near you as well? No, he's in Chiswick. He's in Chiswick. There is a branch of the Royal Navy Museum in Hartlepool. They've got HMS Trincomalee, which you can go on, says Jax. Right. How lovely. And David in Sunderland says, I've just bought the full collection of Hill Street Blues. Only thing is, Region 1 got a region-free DVD player as well. Good. So important. So important to have region-free. Then you can watch everything. Morning, nice heavy company. Sorry to laugh on a Tuesday. I know. Not much to laugh about, is there, really? But the time you sort of get everything right, you sort of think to yourself, where do we go from here? Steve, the Manx man is moored up in North Wales near Queen's Ferry, says Mike, on the Wirral. Ever a fan, says Donny, of Touch of Frost? Yes, always. Always. And Mary says, my aunt worked at Bletchley Park. My mother thought she was running the switchboard at what is now Debenhams. Little bit different. I just think it was amazing, the stuff that they did up there. I really do. When I went, I didn't know very much about it. And then I read about what went on at Bletchley Park and about the characters up there, and I remember thinking, do you know, we should be so proud of everything that went on there. And when you look at pictures, and we've had it on a daily basis, where somebody would say, oh, I'm going up to, this part of the country, we're trying to get rid of, Luke to Anglesey, and which I'm sure we will. I mean, it seems quite nice. You can go on a little railway, you can do all the sort of little bits and pieces, go to a little church and do that. But it will be different. It's not like sitting on a beach in the south of France or in Spain or Portugal or wherever else you choose to go. There's so many things to see in this country, and when you see the pictures of them, you absolutely go, wow, absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Other stories running in the paper. Lots of Sheridan Smith talking about the problems that she's had and how she's sort of come through the other side of it. Also, the explosive claim on the Royals' evil pal. This is Mr. Epstein, together with Andrew. They went for a stroll in a park. And there's all sorts of claims about this. To be honest with you, there was a rumour doing the rounds the other day, and I couldn't work out, because you get so many stories in that sometimes the newspapers, sometimes they actually appear online. And this was members of the royal family, and they said Charles, Camilla, William and Kate and Anne and somebody else. They said they would not be in the same place as Prince Andrew. And I remember thinking, but I thought the royal family all banded together on these sort of things. They all sort of, crowded. I mean, the Queen's been the very soul of diplomacy, even though they've taken everything away from him. But they think next year, on his birthday, February, whatever it is, they're going to ring the bells at Westminster Abbey, which, of course, they didn't do this year because nobody wanted to celebrate his birthday. Nobody really cared about him. He's been an embarrassment to the royal family. But not just recently. It was long before the Prince and the paedophile and the infamous picture of them walking through New York Central Park. And allegedly, it was going to be, I throw the word in, it was allegedly going to be Andrew saying, I can't be your friend anymore. You would have thought if he really didn't like him that much or didn't know, that he'd have just sent an email or something, got someone of his minions to write to them. Much, much easier. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Sue Ann says, Steve, I've got asthma. And what's COPD borderline? I don't know what COPD is, actually. She says, I wear a mask. You can breathe okay. It's so selfish. And would people get out of our disabled seats just because you're chavs and slobs? No, they don't. They don't. They don't. COPD is chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, a progressive disease that makes it hard to breathe. She still wears a mask. It is possible to do this. It's only, how long do bus journeys take? They're not that long, are they? Nobody said, I sometimes just go one stop on the bus. So I can and people are ignorant nowadays. Interesting. Another one here. Steve, Alan Turing was treated very badly after the war. Considering if it wasn't for him and his work, we could have lost the war. Absolutely. Yes. Well, he had all sorts of problems. They had to do a public apology to him. A public apology because he was gay. They made a big thing about it. Oh, it was the treatment for gay people back in those days. You read about Alan Turing and you realise what he went through. Dear God in heaven. You know, it's thank God we have changed. We're a bit slow at change, but you have to do it, don't you? Steve, talking about Wales, I watched a dated show. I think A Boy's Christmases in Wales might be off the title. Follows a family in Wales during Christmas in the 80s. Have you seen this? You've got to see this farm programme. People are raving over this farm programme with the 9 children, you know, and it's just good, wholesome stuff. No, you know, there's nobody wandering about in bikinis, thank you very much indeed, pretending to be sort of normal people, you know. And Steve, the W silent in Chiswick. No, it's not. No, Chiswick we call it. It's like, what's the other place that we go to? Clam. You know, when you go up to Clam and you stay up there. But no, it's definitely Chiswick. Chiswick. It's spelled like that. Chiswick. Chiswick. I think that's what O'Brien calls it. I'm pretty certain. I think he says I live in the leafy suburbs of Chiswick. And mind you, they're not all leafy. Some of them are just really quite dreadful. So Kim Jong-un, they think now they're now starting rumours he could be dead. Because what they do to sort of try and keep the whole country together, and it must be a nightmare, I should imagine, is they have to pretend he's still around. So it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if they had a lookalike over there, because they're just looking for a little fat bloke with a bad haircut, of which there must be millions, I should imagine. And so once you've found that person, they don't have to say anything, but it keeps the stability going. But they think he's not been seen for ages and ages. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. My daughter, 16, got her first job a few weeks ago in a pub, and she gets paid weekly every Friday. She was looking for a job the whole way through lockdown, and she wanted to give back to the community. I'm very proud of her. Not many yeah, you think maybe a pub's okay? Is that okay? A pub? They don't earn very much money. But you do get some free drinks, although actually I've noticed that a lot of pubs are cutting down on stuff like that. You know, normally we used to say, when I used to look after a bar for some friends of mine, people would say, do you want a drink, Steve? And I'd say, I'll have 50 pence with you. And I'd take 50 pence and put it in a little jar. And by the end of the evening, you know, you'd have 50 pence. And, no, sometimes you'd have quite a few quid in there. Or sometimes I'd say, I'll have a pound's worth with you. And you just sort of take that and sort of stick it in the jar. It's very easy to become an alcoholic, I should imagine. Steve, I've got asthma. I've laminated my prescription from the GP and highlighted the inhalers to show if requested by the supermarkets. Well, that's all right. But unfortunately, not everybody thinks about that, do they? Not everybody thinks about that, which I think is a bit of a shame, really. I was about to go to sleep, Steve. You've now gone and made me hungry. I know. Nothing worse than... Put it this way, don't listen to this programme if you're a hungry person. If you've just sort of woken up and I'm talking about some toast and maybe a cup of tea or something and some peanut butter. I had that on my crumpet the other day. Crumpets. I had the peanut butter and Marmite. But it was really... The oil had separated in it, so I had to stir it for ages. And when it comes out on the knife, it looks a bit gunky. I thought I was okay. Oh, God, you're so fussy, aren't you? Dreadful. And, Steve, I bought a microwave yesterday and don't have a clue how to use it. Okay, you plug it in, you open the front door, you put the item in, you shut the front door, and then you turn a dial or you push a button and you tell it how many minutes to do. Or second. It depends what it is. If it's something like little sausages, I tend to find 111 seconds works a treat for me. But mind you, different microwaves, different things. Put it in there, and if it doesn't cook, then put it in again. Not difficult. Also, Kit and I went for tapas yesterday. It was wonderful. We were both starving, so I had 4 dishes each. Yeah, tapas only tiddly, aren't they? There's not very much of them at all. Not for you, Luke. This is for other people. 2 soft drinks and a bottle of wine with Eat Out to Help. The total bill, including service, was 52 quid. What? So it would have been, 104? Blimey, that seems a lot of money for tapas. So 4 dishes each, that's 8 dishes, 2 soft drinks and a bottle of wine. Oh, right, well, that's not too bad, is it? I suppose 52 quid. But that's what I would pay normally if I went out, you know, and sort of 52 quid. Gone are the days we could go out and have a meal for a tenner. It's not physically possible, is it now, really? It doesn't matter. But that was good. The total bill including... Because they still charge service, don't they? I've just realised. Oh, dear. And, Steve, I've just double-checked, and following a failed preservation attempt, the Manx man was broken up in Sunderland in 2012. Doesn't matter. My husband made apple sauce to go with the pork medallions we had on Sunday. Brayburn's, as we couldn't find Bramley's. It was so delicious. I had the remainder with ice cream for dessert. Oh, stewed apple's my favourite. Have you ever had stewed apple? Oh, I love stewed apple. Oh, my mum used to make it. And when I'd go round there, she'd have it in the freezer. And she'd she'd make it and freeze it and then give me a load of these things to take away. Absolutely fantastic. Really lovely. Just to take us up to the news, worst joke of the day. Unfortunately, we try and put a smile on your face. And it says, Steve, I've woken up this morning to find a jumbo jet outside the bedroom door. It's my own fault, really. I left the landing lights on. Dreadful. I mean, seriously. If this was the Nick Abbott show, you'd be having da-da-da-da, yeah, running around, kind of thing. Please, Steve, we need visitors. Thank you for plugging the tourist attractions. Listen, if we don't go to them, you'll lose things. You'll lose things. You know, there is the danger you could lose quite a lot of things. I said life is never going to be the same again. Our attraction still has 2/3 of the staff on furlough in the middle of what should be the busiest month. With furlough soon coming to an end, and it obviously doesn't have a positive outlook for these people or the attraction in general. Meanwhile, the government are doing their best to sort out air bridges so we can ship people off to support other countries' tourism economies. We've got great places to visit in this country. Use it or lose it. And that applies to loads of places. Seriously, look around your local area. See what there is. See what there is that you can go and have a look. You know, and go out there and do something. Please. Otherwise, you know, next year they'll be saying... I mean, the good news is Magic Circle is opening next month. Woo! Now they've got their copy of Scott's Discovery of Witchcraft from the 1500s. God knows what that cost. Thousands. And you better see it in the museum there. First recorded book that shows magic being performed. First trick, cups and balls. Sounded almost naughty, didn't it, really? The word cups. And so they're going to open the Magic Circle next month, which is about the best news we've heard in ages and ages. Still socially distancing. Whether we get a Christmas show this year, I'll let you know. We should know in about 3 or 4 weeks' time. So, morning, I'm looking out the window. Doesn't look promising. Doesn't look promising at all. It looks like it's going to be a very miserable day today. Apparently, the wind's going to come back in again, which is just exactly the kind of thing we don't need. And then we get the rain as well. So, take an umbrella. It's always been my advice, actually, to everybody. Every day in London, what sort of things you need? An umbrella, but a small one that you can hide. Otherwise, you look such an idiot, don't you, walking down the road? I'll tell you what KFC have done. They've dropped everybody's dropping slogans. Have you noticed? The Never Knowingly Undersold from John Lewis. That's going to be dropped. That's been there since 1925. And the one that they're actually dropping from KFC is Finger Licking Good. Apparently that slogan, because they think that it's linked to coronavirus. So I'm just taking a tablet. I wonder what the noise was. But so I can't quite work out why. They've been saying it for 64 years. And they say it's been our slogan for ages and ages, but the world has changed. And as soon as we can embrace the change, so we can all get back to doing what we do best. So they've dropped the Finger Licking Good. I don't think it's going to make any difference, do you? Big birthday today, Steve. Big birthday. But I have to work. Early shift at the nursing home, says Rona, who's in wet, windy and wild Wiltshire. Was it ever thus? She said, but it's absolutely piddling down. On a brighter note, I'm definitely having stewed apples later. How lovely. I don't know how you make stewed apples. I'm presuming you sort of peel them and then you put them in a saucepan with presumably sugar, which doesn't sound very promising, does it? And then you sort of boil them up and you can create lots of tasty things with them. So it's just apples quartered, there you go, 50 grams of caster sugar and a tablespoon of water, and then just sort of shove them in the sauce. Look at how much sugar's on the top of it. You can't have that. Can't you have it without the sugar? Then a bit of water, and then it sort of mushes down, and then spoon it into these sort of places where you can freeze them, these sort of metal sort of things, and then dig it out when you want it. Oh, it mushes down quite nicely. Oh, it's delicious. Stewed apple, yeah. If you want to make it a bit more adventurous, Corey, put some currants or sultanas in there. That's always quite a nice thing to do. Yeah, well, I mean, have it with sort of either... I mean, you can either take it out the freezer, let it thaw out and all the rest of it, and have it as cold stewed apple, or failing that, you can heat it up a bit, and then have it with custard or cream, you know, double cream or anything like that, really. I'll just eat it full stop, actually. It's very addictive, but you've got to sort of mash it down, but it's good. Steve, let me know if there is a Christmas magic show, says Asher. Don't worry, you'll hear about it first here. And it says, I like apple crumble and apple pie with custard. Nick Abbott is very good. He's got very funny jokes. He has got very funny jokes. So there you go. So thank you very much indeed for that, which is nice. So what's a big birthday today? It's a big birthday. I don't know what a big birthday is anymore. It could be quite a number of things, couldn't it? 21 could be a big birthday. 50 could be a big birthday. 60 could be a big birthday. After that, it's downhill, isn't it? Not too sure. I'm not too sure what a big birthday is. Whatever it is, if you're having it today, lovely. Martin in Margate says Haagen-Dazs ice cream with tinned peaches. Tinned peaches. And then Matt says, have you developed any new eating habits since lockdown? No, but I just seem to be eating more of it. That's what I'm going to have to say to the diabetic doctor. That's what I'm going to have to say. I'm just going to have to say to him, listen, I've just been overeating during lockdown. And he's going to go, well, we need to put you on a special diet. I'm going to go, oh, God. There's always going to be something, isn't there? But I think that's what it is. A lot of people, there's people in the paper today saying they're drinking more alcohol because of lockdown, because people get a bit bored, I think. And they then decide that they sort of don't want to lose the weight afterwards. It's very easy to put the weight on. Very difficult to lose it, isn't it? It's like stopping the smoking. The smoking is the big problem for people nowadays. The world's first dating site where singles are paired with admirers with at least a 20-year age gap has been launched. It's called 20 Dating. So you're paired with admirers with at least a 20-year age gap. Good Lord. So they're sort of highlighting Michael Douglas and Catherine Zeta-Jones. He's 75, she's 50. Is she really? Wow. And 1 in 10 Brits believe that cheese is better for them than spinach. It's not. Spinach would be much better for you. Given the choice, spinach, and also, slogan, but not forgotten. These are slogans. Some brands have enough of their favourite catchphrases and are giving them a commercial break. So KFC, as you've just heard, are dropping the finger-looking good. John Lewis ditching their one as well. How about this one? It's good to talk. I think that one's so easy. That was BT. Why have cotton when you can have silk? What do you think that one was for? Why have cotton when you can have silk? Galaxy chocolate. Okay, Galaxy chocolate. Yeah, why have cotton when you can have silk? They're just saying it's a good quality chocolate. Okay, getting that bit? No, obviously not. It's not for girls. What do you... you knew Yorkie? I wouldn't have known that. Yorkie is the answer. The ultimate driving machine. What would it be? Quickly. Quick. BMW. Okay. 8 out of 10 cats prefer it. Wait a minute. I've just lost the thing. No, Whiskers. It was Whiskers, not Purina. Try something new today. Sainsbury's. Oh, you knew Sainsbury's. Funny, the things you know in it. You didn't know anything about the cafe, did you, in Amsterdam, where they smoked dodgy cigarettes? Odd that, isn't it? The things he remembers. How about maybe she's born with it? It is Maybelline. Well, do you know, I wouldn't have known that. I'm obviously useless at these things. And the best a man can get. Gillette. Well done. And finally... full moon, half moon, total eclipse. Jaffa cake, you're absolutely right. You did very well on those. What a misspent youth. Spent most of his time watching the blooming adverts and trying to come up with the catchphrases. How about... I've got a catchphrase which I'm going to introduce shortly, and the entire country are going to pick up on this one. Merry Christmas. You watch. I will have the entire country around beginning of December saying Steve Allen said that, and that's going to be the one for this year. And also, I keep saying to people, things are going to get better. I'm trying to convince myself that things are definitely going to get better. Definitely. They have to. They can't get worse, for goodness sake. Definitely not. Somebody says, Steve, yes, Nick Abbott is good. Not as good as you. Well, the only reason you're saying that is because I'm on more than he is. I'm on 7 days a week, he's on 2. There is a difference. And there we are. You can do apples in the microwave. Put the apples in a bowl, cover with cling film, cook for 4 minutes. There you go. I'm not sure if the boys have actually got a microwave, but there's no sugar needed. Phil says, I'm on a whiskey diet. I lost 3 days last week. You get that one? Still didn't get the one about the cafe, did you, in Amsterdam? And 11111 quickly. I keep getting everybody else's at the moment. I seem to be getting quite a lot of everybody else's. Somebody else asked you about the Christmas Magic Show. As soon as I hear, I promise you, I will let you all know, because we haven't had a get together, have we? Not proper get together. Apples without cloves, sacrilegious, says Christine. Yes, I mean you can put cloves in as well, but because you're chopping it up to make apple puree, that's probably why. The Sheridan Smith story is well worth reading, and also Sean Connery. He's 90. 90. Seriously, you look at some people and you think he's sealed the Bond role with a kiss. He wore a toupee, but that doesn't seem to make any difference, does it? And people seem to like Sean Connery. Very popular, very popular. In fact, he came out number 1 in the list of the most popular Bonds. I think the next thing that's going to be very good is going to be another celebrity marriage splitting up. And this time it's Samantha Womack. She played Ronnie Mitchell. She split from her husband days after Rita Simons, her former screen sister Roxy, broke up with her. And then Ian Beale, Adam Woodyard, was revealed to have left his family. Good Lord, it's an epidemic. An epidemic. People are leaving left, right and centre. That's a bit of a worry, isn't it? Mind you, I've been there. You know, you go out with somebody, and when you fall out, not fall out, but you sort of fall out of love with them. And it's a case of, they could whistle Dixie and bring in a brass band and it wouldn't make any difference. Because you either sort of still fancy somebody or you don't. And if you don't fancy somebody, every day is like, oh, God, leave me alone. Happens. That's what happens. And you have to dust yourself down, pick yourself up, and start off. Windy in Wiltshire says the big birthday means 60. Yeah, but listen, 60's fine. 60's fine. I've been to 60 and I've gone past 60. And I was thinking, oh, that's okay. 60's fine. But of course, if you're only 30, 60 seems like way in the future, doesn't it? But 60's okay. 70's your next big one. I'm heading towards it. Steve, did you know 1001 cleaned a big carpet for less than half a crown? 12.5 pence to Corey. That's Terry in Leighton Buzzard. Thank you. And front pages. This is what you want to know, what's going on at 10 to 7 on a Tuesday morning. It's thin. It's thin. They're still trying to get their head around getting the kids back to school, and basically telling you that if they don't go, there will be a fine. Also, they've worked out that the Kremlin critic, you remember this one, Alexei Navalny, was poisoned. And they think it was a very similar poison to the one that was used in Salisbury. Systematic racism blamed for the lost generation of TV industry talent. This is on the front page of The Guardian this morning. Also, why chairs are bad for you, because we all sit in loads of chairs. And I think, if you work in an office, then you're in a chair for most of the time. If you're in a bank, most of them are standing up now, I've noticed. There's very little sitting. I always sit down. Actually, I love sitting down in a bank. I'm quite happy doing things like that. But it's a case of all the chairs that we sit on for the studio, they're all specifically designed for people sitting for a long time in a chair, because I've got 3 hours of sitting in a chair. Some people have got 4 hours to actually sit in a chair. So you have to make sure you're sitting upright. And to be honest with you, most of us are really absolutely terrible at sort of sitting down properly, which is a great shame. Warren says, terrible here in Northwood, 120 mile an hour winds, trees on their side and a few cars turned over. What? Good Lord above. Watch it out there. He said, to top it all off, I've got computer problems again. It's the wind. Is it windy outside? Can we see trees moving? I'm looking in Leicester Square, and I've not seen any trees swaying in the breeze. But be careful, because, high-sided vehicles on motorways could be a little bit difficult. So we want to make sure we all end up in one piece. Thank you very much indeed. The Sun, 3 Lions COVID scare. This is the England Nations League squad hit by COVID-19. They think Raheem Sterling and Harry Maguire Isn't it funny? Nobody talks about Harry Maguire. The next minute he comes back from Mykonos. We're all talking about Harry Maguire. And now they're saying that he could be with coronavirus. We don't know. Mind you, it'd be a good reason for not going back to Greece, I suppose. But if you've got enough money, you can buy yourself out of those sort of things. EastEnders Ronnie hit by love curse. Daily Star. Flack's mum slams her ex. And I read that to you earlier on because she's very unhappy about the situation. Very, as indeed you would be. Express this morning, Sean Connery sealed Bond role with a kiss, shaken but not stirred. And the virus, no sign of a second wave so far. BBC backs down in the last night of the Proms battle. They've caved in, so they abandoned plans to drop them after they decided you can have them, but you can't sing the words to them. Ridiculous. Matt says, Steve, only the crumbliest, flakiest chocolate tastes like chocolates never tasted before. Yes, that was Cadbury's Flake, wasn't it? I believe so. That's the way. So the fun thing, you always remember these adverts from the television. I used to like one, but I can't remember what it was for. It said, when you look like this, but feel like... And it was some woman shaking her hair out, and then it all just fell into place. And I thought, that's quite nice. I'd like hair like that, but it's never going to happen. How safe is your office? Ask the Times this morning. Back to work. Here's what you need to know. Well, I mean, we're... Here. It's my hand lotion. Big. This is, 500 mils. Wipes. Face mask. Everything. Seriously, got absolutely everything. Everything in here. But is your office the same? Do your people look after you? Make sure they do. Martin says, windy in sunny Margate. Do you know, I quite fancy the idea of walking along the seafront at Margate, but I shan't. Instead, I've got to sort out this sort of tyre thing. Blooming slow punctures. It goes down in a period of 24 hours. It sort of drops a couple of notches. Because I've now discovered a button I can push on the thing, and it shows all the wheels and their sort of pressure in there, which is quite good, actually. I've only just after this amount of time. I'm very slow, I'm afraid, when it comes to cars. Surrender, Daily Mail. Patriotic finale to last night at the Proms, but the BBC say Rule Britannia won't be sung over the row over the, as I said before, Britons never shall be slaves. Telegraph, BBC Proms row as it plays Rule Britannia without the words. Going to be interesting. And the British Museum has removed a bust of its founding father from its pedestal and labelled him a slave owner. This is Sir Hans Sloane's likeness has instead been placed in a secure cabinet alongside artefacts that explain his work in the exploitative context of the British Empire. PM urged to follow the Scots on masks in schools, and poppy collectors are to be scaled back this year as the Royal British Legion focuses on contactless donations due to the pandemic. While collectors will still sell poppies in the run-up to November the 11th, it's understood for this year's appeal, the charity, which raises more than £50 million for both veterans and serving military personnel, hopes to introduce point-of-sale donation, with shoppers asked if they'd like to round up their total to the nearest pound. Well, that seems fair enough, doesn't it? Isn't it? Mind you, we've had a lot of spate around our way of people being attacked and their tins being taken from them, and people steal them from shops. I remember looking at it on YouTube. Absolutely terrible. It really is. Absolutely terrible. Tesco, 16,000 new Tesco jobs as the online sales boom. We like booming online sales. The Metro, £120 fine if you keep the kids home. I mean, but what happens if you say, well, I don't have £120? What are they going to go, oh, that's okay, then let's forget about it. Forget about it. But that's what they've said. Crackdown on the big returners. The PM says sorry for the exams fiasco. It has been a fiasco. Sheridan's toughest role yet. We loved her when she came in. She was on a very good day for us when she came in a while ago. She says, I was close to death, but my beautiful baby has given me a second chance. See? Knew it would happen. Also, pregnant women should now cut out caffeine. So if you're a pregnant woman, of which I'm sure there might be a few out there, it's a case of cut out all the caffeine. Drinking tea or coffee raises the risk of miscarriage, stillbirth, low birth weight and childhood leukemia. Wow. The Royal College of Midwives last night said, we hope the current guidance will now be reviewed. Where's this one come from? Where's this one? Also, the lost tapes are top of the pops. which is good. So you can't reproduce these, but you can watch and keep them for posterity. It's a shame, actually, because somebody obviously owns the copyright to them, which is, of course, what you would want. You would want to own the copyrights, all these things. And also vandals have covered the interior of a 930-year-old church with mountains of jam. The walls and floor of Thomas the Apostle Church in Laysdown in Kent was smeared with blackberry jam on sale to raise church funds on the night of August the 20th. How disgusting. They put it down the aisles, jam here, there and everywhere. Found cigarette burns on a carpet. Oh, my goodness me. Who goes into a church and does that? Find these peasants. That really annoys me. People who go in there, you know, when you find them, they're you know, you'll always have the parents go, oh, they seemed all right, they're lovely children. You think, no, they're not. 70 mile an hour, Francis storms in and clears beaches, warnings of more. So just be careful. If you've got pots on walls and stuff like that, just be careful. Just be careful. And what was the other one? Oh, 100 holidaymakers testing positive at Cap d'Arge. That's the nudie place. Yeah, that's where Corey's not going on his holidays anytime soon. I love it. There's always something to worry him about every day, and that would be today's thing to worry about, you know. We'll be having the brochures sent to him, I should imagine, next. Right. I think that's just about it for this morning. I need to get home and sort of sort out the tyre and do all the other little bits and pieces. I wish you a fantastic day. I wish you a very, very pleasant day, and I hope you, if you're celebrating your birthday, have a fantastic time. I've got a little bit extra podcast. And today, Victoria Beckham set to design, wait for this one, Nicola Peltz's wedding dress. Another job where she won't be making a profit, because it'll be given, obviously. Britney Spears has said she started using healing crystals. Don't be silly, Britney, they don't do anything. And Romeo Beckham has put his hair in a top knot for a photo shoot. Perhaps Corey could do the same. I reckon he does. I reckon he has done things like that.